first of all, the reaction that I've seen so far, I saw some quotes and statements by some importers who said that Dangote is trying to run them out of business. And I remember last year, the same people said that he was trying to monopolize the market. And furthermore, I saw that they also said that they were pleading with him to raise the price back up so that they would not lose money, because it looks like some other people are going to him to take products and they're going to lose money because their landing price is way above the price that he's currently offering the market for at gantry. And it's quite interesting because, Nigerians are watching in amazement and wondering how a few group of importers will be asking the largest commercial domestic refiner in Nigeria to raise its prices, considering that inflation is biting very hard. Headline inflation today is 34.8%. I don't believe the CPI rebasing that was done recently. Food inflation is nearly 40% and is even more higher in some parts of Nigeria. So it's quite interesting that they will say that. But given as it may, like the factors
to other things. The reason we've heard it said everywhere that the 3 women in the Senate have been silent. Yes, because silence is golden, especially when one of us is not following the rules. And with certain premises. One, I'm just here on behalf of myself and the other 2 women in the Senate. 2, I'm also here as the Senate chairperson for Women Affairs. The other premise is
on local content, and the account is with Sterling Bank, and the account number is 00662. Don't you believe me? I said nothing. Nothing. Moreover, it's my birthday in a few minutes. Let's just be happy. Then my husband told me he doesn't want to see me travel out of the country.
Or is it just because, I mean, there are many things that have come up because you're a woman, there are only 4 women in the House, you and the Senate President have personal altercations that have now appeared in the chambers. Is this the privileges being withdrawn from you exclusive to you alone? And why do you think that is?
Now, thank you. Indeed, the Senate President has the right to allocate seats. And 2 days after my removal again, for last year for the purchase of a printer, because it made no sense that everybody, you say that is what happens? She said, yes, that is what my predecessor did, and that is what happens in all the committees in the National Assembly. I said, well, you know what? That money, if it's meant to service the operations of the committee, it's not meant to enrich my pockets. It's not meant to enrich the pockets of the staff. I would not want to collect this so-called impress. So I would advise that you keep that money in the account and we build the money, we use it for whatever it's needed. If we have to buy office equipment, print stationaries, then we use that money. And I promise this, and the bank statement is here. Anyone who has access to it, I have called the account number. You can check. We have gradually built the account. We use there was a time I approved the money last year for the purchase of a printer because it made no sense that we kept on spending so much money printing outside. I was like, you know what, let us have a printer in. I wanted to move a motion. I wanted to move a motion for this so-called impress. So was going to be the end. But then, in February, I wanted to move a motion. I wanted to move a motion for the investigation on the ills of corrupt practice in Ajakuta Steel Company. I listed that motion 5 times. It was the 6th time that it was listed on the order paper that was approved. Many senators can testify to that. Each time the motion is listed, just before he takes it, he will say, oh, Senator Natasha, we can't take this motion because the board of the Senate does not accommodate it. Or he will speak on others and then let it drag so that just before by motion is taken, the time will be well spent and won't. So he kept on doing.
Let me welcome everyone to the live. I appreciate you all for joining me. Greetings to AY, His Excellency, at least Excellency to come, if not yet. He's going to be an Excellency. There is a G-Day. These are some of the heavy hitters, so they are all showing up now. They want to start with Wahala already. Yeah? You see how they are just showing up. Obey is also there. Thank you for joining us, Obey. And half of Turkey is not inside Europe, but I speak the truth. You need to put your camera on. So I thank you for joining me. And I want to also thank all the viewers that have subscribed to my channel. I mean to Niger. Because let me see if I can get this out of the way a bit. What do I do to get this out of the way a bit? So I want to thank the subscribers to the channel and the viewing and all the rest, because this week I got monetized on YouTube. It means I'm not a club member anymore.
Congratulations.
This is what they call PT monetizing. They're like floor member monetizing. That's where I am right now with my 531 subscribers. So I really appreciate all the subscriptions and all the rest. So, but it's a way forward, and most of the subscribers came from the channel and all the rest. So I really appreciate that. But that said, let's get back to some serious matters here. So some of the videos I played is regarding Akpoti. I think we will deal with that first, then we go international with the remarkable events. You know, you find out that even the presidents around the world discuss like people like us here. And they have this air of otherworldliness of the way their logic comes together. But clearly, they are just like one of us, and they discuss these issues, have these disagreements. But because it's behind closed doors, this media, they polish it and sanitize it, make it look like it's some kind of holier than thou agreements that they have. And I must say, if I must add anything regarding what I saw, Trump came across as a lot more intelligent than people like to give him credit for. So we'll leave that one for now. So in the meantime, let's go on to this Akpoti issue, because it seems to be heating up and dividing opinions here and there. Some people say she's accused. I think, what's the name of this politician? One other politician of the similar accusations, and he seems to have proven himself innocent somehow. That he's got a passport stamping showing that he wasn't in the country when she was accusing him. I'm not sure in the context of Nigeria, if you stamps in a passport justifies anything, you have to show me that you're overseas when she was accusing you of that stuff before I'll believe you. So that's one of them. But regarding you see, I too, okay, like you, bro. Nice one. I appreciate that. So yeah, so a lot of men, there are different areas I want to highlight about this. Some people just turn against her because they feel like, okay, she's attacking the political party. So there's a political angle to this. Or some people attack her because they don't like the fact that a woman is outspoken like that. I'm not sure those people are quite many. I would like to think they're not that many. Then there are others that actually believe that she's not telling the truth, that Akpabio has a right to do what she's doing. However, there is this other group that just love her because they kept talking about how beautiful she is, and these are the pathetic Nigerian men that always encourages bad habit of Nigerian men, loving light-skinned women and all the rest. I always try to admonish them because you see this over and over again. Women. Yes, you see this over, and I must say it's not only the men; the women do it too. So then they will go to like Dubai. They're like, "Oh, look at the women, so beautiful." Women doing it. Like, what is wrong with you? Stop doing that. You're selling yourself cheap. Stop doing that, and the men too should stop doing that. So, and when they are discussing this woman, many people just keep talking about her looks. All I know about her, yes, she's good looking as a woman from anywhere. She's a mixed race, and but her politics is what I know more about. And I actually support most of the things she stands for, like getting her Jakusta still working, all those sort of things. Those are the areas I really think that people should be looking out for. And she highlighted those things in this confession. Those are the things I wanted to. That's why I highlighted those areas in the video, that she talked about how they were sharing money. What is this sharing money business? If you don't spend it, you share it. If it was me giving that kind of position, I'm not going to spend the money. I want to share it. Why would I spend the money if I don't spend it? I share it. Why would I want to spend it then? That is an incentive for them to share the money. Then you also hear this other aspect where she says it's 5 times she tried to bring up the issue of Ajekuta steel, something so vital to the nation. And Akpabio struck it down or didn't allow it through 5 straight times. The 6th time was when it was allowed. I don't know what you guys make of it. So I will start with AY. So I will try to be as quiet as possible because I've spoken enough now. Then so that I will actually come on later. But I might ask questions. So don't even try to get away with it. This is a have your say, but I should add truths at the end of it, research and evidence based. So, but I know AY is quite solid anyway. Most of you guys here are solid people, so you guys don't get flustered at all. Apart from when we are talking about, we know what AY. So, so what do you think about this?
Yeah, on this issue, it's quite sad, right? So I'm not gonna support any of them. But I'm gonna. Okay, here is it, right? You make mention of something. Natasha as a Percy, just like you rightly said, I will give her credit for her intelligence rather than what I don't know what they call beauty. That's off. So I would rather like support her for her intelligence, for her ruggedity, really. But what's going on? Okay, so but if you look at the issues, right, it seems she's quite consistent in accusing men of this kind of things. The one you mentioned now, Reno, I knew when she actually accused Reno was having issue with her friend online. Then she kind of like, Reno was like, oh, the girl was like hitting on him, blah, blah, blah. Then in her defense, she tried to defend her friend. She came up with, oh, when Uhuru Kenyatta visited Abuja, that Reno was hitting on her as well. So Reno brought out an evidence that I was not even in Nigeria when the day you said I tried to have anything to do with you. Reno waited for her. Reno dropped evidence that it's not a stamp on his passport that he was not in Nigeria. She quickly went ahead and deleted her post. She deleted her post. Reno today he put out a message that a lot of media houses in Nigeria, they were reaching out to him to comment on the issue. He now said he's not going to go online, but he put out a post saying that after that incident, people contacted him, including a pastor. He kind of like, because Reno actually wanted to sue her. Then he said they settled the matter out of court. That was how that matter died. If what Reno is saying is true, then there is a question mark, because these are the kind of stuff you don't play with. You people need to know who you are. So that will make a lot of people doubt what she's saying. On the other hand, with the Senate President Akpabio, this is not the first time a woman is accusing him. Two. So there was a woman, I forgot the position she was holding. There was an allegation that Akpabio was sexually harassing her as well. So now you see, you go this way, there are more issues to discuss. What I think is right to do is you can't throw what a Natasha accusation, you can't throw them away. I think, unfortunately, we don't have a Senate that work. If we have a Senate that work, you set up a strong panel of investigation. The IJ can even get involved. But I tell you something for free. This government, the Senate is paddy said it. So trust me, nobody is going to go against the Senate president because they all want favor from him. You see, even her party members are not really standing up for her. So is
it true that her seat has been restored to where it was before?
Okay. The issue of seat, I needed to comment on that, right? Obviously, it seems there are issues going on. Whatever the issues are, I don't know. But however, we need to know that the Senate president have the power to reallocate your seat. So you have to give him that respect. If the Senate president is giving you a new seat, you gotta move. You don't have options.
Yeah, but does she not have a right to the other 10 that she invoked?
Yeah, so I'm not a lawyer, but here is my understanding is, so the Senate rule is once you are allocated a new seat, you cannot speak from anywhere. So you have to go to that seat for you to the right I think she was supposed to do was to move to that seat. From there, she invoked other 10. That is my own understanding. Probably people will think differently. So you kind of like, before you complain, you have to basically obey the rules of the house.
But from what I observed, they said if somebody raises the other 10, ideally, not necessarily, the Senate head was meant to hear them out. Then he still has the power to decide whichever way he sees fit anyway.
So you need to know, these are house rules. This is not Nigeria constitution. So the Senate president, the president of the Senate, actually he has power to overrule even what she say. In my whole understanding, I was a parliamentarian in school. I played a little, did some work in parliament. In my whole understanding of the parliament, the speaker or the Senate president can actually overrule what you are saying. So the other mistake I'm seeing from the Senate president, he would have allowed her to invoke other 10, then he can go ahead and overrule it. I said, move to your seat. So respectfully,
but what he did
honorable,
instead was shoo her out of the.
Yeah, that is where the problem. That is where the problem is. That is where you will know that there were underlying issues before they even appear in that city. So the house was tense. So the Senate president was not patient, herself was not patient. So there were issues. I knew when I saw that video, I knew this is not just started today. There were underlying issue. Whatever it is, if it is the sexual harassment, whatever it is, I can't speak on that.
Did you watch the interview
Of Natasha? Yeah, I watched the interview on Harassment.
I don't know whether I was the only one that heard it, that the night before that day, that she was called by Akpabio and so first by Akpabio, somebody that knows Akpabio, then Akpabio called her regarding the protest that was going to happen in Nigeria, fearing that the protest that he is the most hated politician, that the Dane of Agbo called him to say that he is the most hated politician in Nigeria, that may have something to do with the way Akpoti has been, that nightclub stuff and all those things.
Yeah, I heard that. I don't think she said the night before that deal. I thought he said some other time when they wanted to do the EdSARS protest, something like that. Or there was a protest they wanted to do when
you're probably right.
Yeah, something like that. But if you look at it, to be honest, the way these people operate, they operate on the ground. So who is going to remove the Senate president now? It's only the senators that have the power to remove him as the president. most time the president will approve of it. That's the way they play their politics, right? Assuming the president was tired of him, he can order him.
Yes, only the president that will tell the other
so
guys.
So it's kind of like I can tell you, in the end, they will settle this thing in the backyard. That's what will happen. I'm telling you. So we'll wait to see what will happen. But I think Natasha, she is brave. She's intelligent. You give it to her. I mean, she's not a pushover. Basically, she. You saw what she did with Yaya Bello. You know, she fought till the last day. She collected her mandate. So you give it to her. She know how to fight. She's a fighter.
I think, one part of this sexual harassment part that a lot of people talk about is when it happens, most of the time you don't have any evidence about it. You don't have evidence.
Yep.
Even when it's very egregious, you don't have much of an evidence.
Yes,
this is why maybe she even had to back down with Omokri's allegation. It doesn't mean it's not true. And that's something we have to be careful about. That she may back down, but it doesn't mean it's not true.
Where is that one? You
like this one now, she cannot prove it. She cannot prove it. If they take her to court, she could get into trouble. She cannot prove it too.
So the Reno case, right? Except she will say, "Oh, I forgot the date," but that date was not hidden. The reason is this: you made mention online that it was the day the Uhuru Kenyatta was in Nassau Rock that you met Reno. So on that very day, Reno was in the States, was on official assignment in United States with his diplomatic passport. So Reno have evidence that, listen, I was not in Nigeria. This is my passport. I was tapped into the state. So it's gonna be, if you take it, like Reno was ready to sue her anyway.
You know? I think that's why we don't know, because from what I gathered, that it was just passport that he showed as evidence, not that
that's sufficient.
He was on official
what else do you need?
No, because it could be if somebody you mean to get stamped in Nigerian passport is
no. He was tapped into the United States, not Nigeria. So he was tapped into the United States. So are you saying Reno went to bribe a border agency? No.
Stamp is stamp. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying stamp is stamp,
right? So that is why, we have to be careful. But I mean, it's possible she's saying her whole truth. I'm not actually throwing away whatever she's saying, but I don't want to deal with this emotionally. I want to deal with it, try to get it to far. But sue the Senate president, you can go to court. Again, you have to also prove. You have to also prove that Reno, the Senate president, did what you said he did. So now
how about the slight evidence that she said she told Kingibe attested to him, Senator Kingibe attested to the fact that she told her that she was due to meet Akpabio at a guest house, and Senator Kingibe advised her not to do it because it's irregular behavior. Yes, that she shouldn't do that. So
but
in a way, that is not necessarily evidence against Akpabio, but it's just circumstantial.
So when you say sexual harassment, right? You actually need evidence. It's just like you say, oh, I mean, like, even when you say, what's your evidence? That's not even sufficient. You know what I mean? So
I agree with you. If I was her, I would try to nail him, get the evidence.
Yeah,
when you are with him, you record him doing it. That's the way to finish it off.
But today, I think she put out another post that she was referring to the Senate president's wife, that she has evidence, but nobody knows if she has video evidence or whatever. They gotta meet in court. We'll see what happens.
If she doesn't have evidence, this is going to be extremely damaging to her.
But one thing I'm going to say, right? The Senate president, to be honest, he has not done well, to be honest. As managing the Senate, like, he's unable to do much, man. When you watch people like Saraki, how even though I'm not a fan of Saraki, he was able to coordinate the Senate, was able to manage the people. But this Senate president, he talks anyhow. He has had a lot of issues with people.
He behaves like
Natasha, just imagine, how do you tell a woman this is not a club, nightclub? That's disrespectful, right? I mean, it's your fellow senator. I mean, you guys have equal rights, but you are just most equal. Not
so that we can go to the next person. Part of the culture in the Senate seems to treat senators like individuals that they have their own hierarchies over, not like representatives of people. Like the way Kingibe was addressing Senator Akpoti, like my child and all the rest.
Yeah, my child.
She's not your child. She's a representative of people that are older than you.
No. You need to look at it. She was not talking from the House perspective. I think she was talking from maybe age. Africa, we are used to that, right? She's looking at her.
But when you're addressing somebody that is a senator that is under is visual like that, you don't go about talking about, and you notice that Nigerians do that a lot. Small boy, you're just a boy. This is real life. That lady is representing people that are older than her. She's in an office. When somebody holds an office and you're addressing that person as somebody that holds that office, stop calling her a child. She's not one. She's not even a human being anymore. She's somebody is an office holder. She's an office holder that you have to respect the office because she represents the people.
So Natasha, she's very brave. The one thing they do in the Senate too, right? Even not only Senate, even the House of Rep, they don't like people that are outspoken. They don't like people that can, that can challenge them, especially the leadership of the Senate, the leadership of the Rep too. They don't like people that can challenge them. They want you to do the paddy thing, like my senator, my president. Yeah, that is how they operate.
Thank you. Yeah. And new knowledge doesn't come through when you have that kind of stuff because everybody just thinks in one direction. Jide, welcome. So what do you make of this we didn't talk about the Dangote. NS, are you there? I see you there. If you want to come in, these rules is really strong here. Usually the camera rule is very strong. If not, I would like to have you here because I do like your opinion on this matter, especially in this issue. Actually, it's very, very important. NS is backstage. Jide, what do you make of it? The Ajikuta part, nobody seems to care about this. We're talking about he said, she said.
The first time I heard about Natasha, it was one interview like that. I don't know if it was on channel. She was talking about the Ajakuta, and I think she was talking about the potential harnessing of gold in Nigeria, in one state like that, to generate wealth for the country where it can be nationalized or... No, she didn't talk about nationalization. I take that back. She was talking about foreign investments, if we could pour foreign investments on gold in Nigeria. We have so many mineral reserves, and that can be harnessed to generate wealth. One interview, and that was I saw her as someone that was... I didn't agree with some of the points she made, but I saw her thinking process, and I'm like, this person is quite intelligent. That was the first time I encountered the woman. And I don't know much about her, but I heard this story. I said something earlier, like, you see, when you're among a swamp of lions and tigers, and you are a sheep, they will consume you, man. They will stretch you out and consume you. And if care is not taken, say, you as the sheep within that swamp of lions and tigers, you get used to it and also become a lion or a tiger. And that's how the Nigerian political system is. That's why I've always been saying that. All these things, at the end of the day, what is happening to her is just a manifestation of the reality of the Nigerian political class, of the Nigerian political system. It's a manifestation of it, And because of our experience, even though I'm not a feminist, I'm not into this gender equality thing and all, but I will understand why a lot of women that really want to make a change in Nigeria will not want to go into politics, seeing what has happened with the whole situation with the woman. I've said that, I've said it before, that I still feel like overall, if you look at what's going on, I'm still not really convinced it's a story I should be so much concerned about. If I live in, even if I lived in Nigeria, I don't think. In fact, if I was living in Nigeria and this story is what is trending in Nigeria, I'll be very concerned. I'll be more concerned because, like I said, these are part of the distraction strategy of the so-called media and political class. These are personality clashes. Even though I'm on the side of the woman, like I said earlier, but I still feel like if we have strong institutions, like I mentioned earlier, when I think it was part 1 or part 2 when I joined. If we have proper institutions, they can take care of this thing. They can carry out the investigation, and justice will be served. But the truth is, Nigeria do not have the proper institutions. We don't have any. Even the justice system is very poor. It's very weak. It has been hijacked by the oligarchs in Nigeria, by the elites. So justice is going to be difficult for justice to be served. Because like I said, that country itself, the institutions, the system has been hijacked by the oligarchs, So she's a victim of it. But at the same time, I'm saying it again, the way I see that woman, if she's not a tiger, if she's still a sheep, at some point, she'll become a tiger, because she's in a swamp of tigers and lions. That's what that's why I'm concerned about her. I'm concerned about her, but I'm not really concerned so much about the story. You get what I'm saying? That's what I've always said, that the solution, the ultimate solution, is to get all these guys out of that swamp.
So, but what do you mean by you are concerned about her?
Because of what I'm concerned about her as an individual is she has good intentions. I said it earlier in the show that the political class are oppressors, no doubt about that. But I see her as a good person that has good intentions. But whatever good intentions she has for Nigeria will be sabotaged by the political class. That's why I'm concerned for her. And what I'm also concerned for her is that, like I said earlier, even though I'm not into feminism, I would just say that I'm not into feminism, I would still be concerned that because of this, and it's now a news that is going around, a lot of other women that want to make a difference in the Nigerian political space, they may not be encouraged. Because what's the percentage of women in the Nigerian Senate? I don't think they're even up to 5%.
No, I don't think so. They are under that.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? So, and even we don't know how they got there. I mean, not even being PDP,
she fought tooth and nail now. She fought tooth and nail. Didn't you see what Bello did to her? They destroyed the road just to stop her voters from going to vote. This is a lady that fought her way to where she is right now. There was a time she was trying to repair a road, and they tried to stop her from doing it, and she went on to fix that road. And with all kinds of accusations against her. She's run for office before and she lost, I think, if I'm not mistaken, and with all kinds of accusation, intimidation that has occurred to her. So you hear all kinds of nasty things people say about her. Yes, people forget that these are individuals, and some of the things they are accusing her of, they forget that it's actually legal. Like they'll say she's promiscuous, or she goes with this man, she goes with that man, or some people will just accuse her of being all kinds of stuff. Like the way the Akpabio himself talked about nightclubs. Some of all those things, I feel like that's besides the point. The woman, in terms of politics, the things she's doing in politics itself is actually positive things. She fixes the road. I've not heard of one accusation against her that she's done wrong in the Senate. All I've seen her trying to do is do the right thing. I really wish she came to Dr. Damages, because she was here before, so that we can be following what she's actually doing. But we don't know. 5 times she asked for Ajekuta still to be looked into. The 6th time before they looked into it. So we'll be watching this space, and I like your point, the way you look at it in terms of the culture of the Senate. But what are we going to do? Do you have anything to add about the money sharing? What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's part of this. It's part of what I'm saying. Like, that was why I gave the analogy of lions and tigers, because among lions and tigers and stuff, and you are one way or the other, you'll be implicated by it. You know, so
is it something you want to be stopped? This money sharing business?
It's going to be difficult for us as an individual to stop it.
How about you? What would you like to see?
Yeah, I want changes. That's why I said we need institutions.
You see kind of wishy-washy says, I want changes. I am asking you, would you like them to stop sharing money?
Today is planning to go to the Senate.
That is scaring you. He's not answering, no. He's answering like a politician.
No. I mean, of course, I would not encourage sharing at all. Like, I would do everything in my power to make sure, like, the money is invested efficiently in the people of Nigeria. And in fact, my major advocate for that, and that's what I've been saying since, my major advocate is less government expenditure spending, you know. And that's part of what I'm saying. They are oppressors. Like, why would the Senate look at their salaries, for crying out loud? It's very expensive. It's very, very expensive. That's why I said that when you're among lions and tigers, if you're a sheep, it's either they turn you apart, they tear you apart, or you become like them. Because you see, that's what I talk about the system. Look how much money they spend, the billions of naira they spend on government expenditure. And Nigerians are suffering. The minimum wage of Nigerians is not even up to 0.5% of what a senator is earning. The minimum wage of Nigerians. That's to tell you the kind of political class that we have. And the only way to change is you have to change the system. And you cannot change the system by voting. If you want to change the system by voting, it's not going to go and vote for the Peter Obi. If we truly want to change what is going on in Nigeria, we should start voting for policies. The people of Nigeria should start voting for policies, not voting for individuals, not voting for senators, not voting for House of Reps, not voting for governors. These criminal crooks that are running the country. If they truly want democracy in Nigeria, vote. I don't even care who is in power. The Nigerian people should vote for policies. But the problem is that the Nigerian people are educated enough to vote on policies? No. The political class, you know, are they willing to relinquish power? No, of course not. You know, so we live under a kleptocratic system where there's going to be a lot of money sharing. There's going to be a lot of money sharing. They call it cookie jar. I don't know if they call it cookie jar in Nigeria. But before I left Nigeria, they call it cookie jar.
That money sharing thing, that word, that term alone tells you something is wrong with the culture. Because it's one thing to share money, but it's another thing to give them the incentive to do that. That's an incentive. If they feel like they don't spend the money for the people, they can share it, then they have an incentive not to spend the money for the people. But I don't know why anybody would make that kind of rule.
Connected to geopolitics too. I've mentioned it in this show. A lot of, Nigeria as an example, like I said, they can't do it. They can't invest in the people. These guys, they are puppets. They can't invest in the people. That's why I keep telling people.
But is it that when they share the money, it's not personal money that they share? Like when they share it, they still use the money to go and spend for their constituency. I think if anybody knows about this, maybe NS may be able to shed light on that point. Because I don't know when they share the money, what do they do with the money when they share it?
Okay. So, good evening, everybody.
Thank you, Jide.
I mean, I agree. Like, policies should be the focus. I think so. Exactly. So when we're discussing this thing, we know that it's systemic. We know our political system, but we can't remove it from the Nigerian system. We see how civil servants behave in schools, in whatever government agencies. They're not all that different from the politicians. So this culture permeates the country in different ways. You want to get your license, you have to grease somebody's elbow.
Ernest, sorry about that. When you say there's no light, I didn't know it was pitch black. This type of no light where they don't see any sign of human life at all is confusing. I hope you guys know. You say there's no light, you say Nigeria. If we can see shadow, that will help, because before people start accusing me of
there's actually no light. I said it before.
This is a pitch black light, no light business. Shadow will show that if there's no light now. Is that not? Am I mistaken, Nigerians? Look at the mask guys in Nigeria too. So yeah, please go on.
In Nigeria, but I'm not in. I'm not in. I'm in the darkness. Actually, that's what I was trying to.
Pure darkness.
All right. Okay, so that's what I was saying. So this problem is because when we keep saying, oh, I hear people, they say, oh, the politicians, blah, blah, blah. But how then do we make change if when we see people trying to make change, we don't even support them? It has to start from somewhere. And the whole system, as we all keep saying, is rotten. Whether it's politicians, whether it's not politicians, it's the same system that is running through the whole thing. Yes, then in terms of spending, the way normally it would be allocated, they have their salaries, then they give their offices money that they're supposed to spend on their policy staff. So their staff is actually meant to do research for them, propose, then there's still money that they may keep for their constituent spending, all that money. And then in the case of Natasha, what she was explaining, from my understanding, she was part of a committee, like you know how in the sorry, I almost said Congress, in the House of Rep and Senate, there are all these oversight committees that they are meant to chair. So she
Yeah.
was chairing one, and there was a purse for that committee that's supposed to be all the operating expenses, and they allot them. I think she said 950K every month for their running budget for that office. But the problem is the clerk and the staff, who are probably not well paid, they get accustomed to sharing those things for themselves, and then it becomes the person that doesn't give them is now a wicked person. So this is what I mean, that this is not even just about saying, oh, the politicians are all stealing. You see it in everyday life all around us, and people turn a blind eye to it. But when it's the politicians, we want to crucify them because the politicians are a reflection of us. So I think as we're having this reflection, we should not always be so quick to remove ourselves from it. Like, we have to just think, what kind of a society do we want to build, and where is it going to start from? And it would start from everybody in their sphere of influence insisting on the right thing to do.
And
Yeah.
that sphere of influence is not somewhere from the Senate. Where else is better than
No,
places where
obviously,
money is shifting around?
good, but if we're meant to build the culture from the ground up, because I think there's this way that we look at these people as if they're not still looking back at us, and we say, oh, they're puppets, but they also have agency, and we have agency as well. Why is it that when they give someone bribe to rig an election, they collect? So it's not that simple to make it seem like, I do agree that there are power centers and there are things powerful people can do that obviously if you don't have power in the equation, it's harder for you to do. I will concede that. But at some point, we have to agree that we're all part of this system.
No, I see your point. However, even in all systems where you have, funny practices, corrupt and sharp practices, there are areas where they are limited. Like in the medical profession, in the scientific profession, there are areas where if you have this type of corruption, you have serious problems. And in the context of Nigeria, you would think in the corridors of power that we all have been complaining about that is a problem is the area to start from. And if, let's say, a senator like Akpati comes along and says, okay, maybe this money we shouldn't be sharing it amongst ourselves because that thing you want to spend the money for is not going to quench it anyway. You're still going to suffer. And so I hear the argument both ways, but sooner or later, like you said it yourself, it has to start from somewhere. And the people that are trying to do those writing, should we not support those people?
Oh
And
no, we should definitely support them. I think what I'm pushing back against is, I think there's this idea, because I've heard it today earlier on Dr. Damages, that sexual harassment is not an issue, that this shouldn't rise to the level of national discussion, blah, blah, blah. I think, like every other social issue we come here and discuss every single time that permits, sexual harassment is a problem. she's alleging that some of these things happened in the workplace while she's trying to get her job done. Like, then it becomes a problem. Then someone says you can't prove anything. You can hardly ever prove sexual harassment. That's why even in a country like the US, where criminal burden of proof is beyond a reasonable doubt, that's the typical criminal burden of proof. But for sexual harassment, it's preponderance of evidence. What that means is that, are you more likely to be saying the truth? Because they recognize that in he said, she said, something that is private, like, it's going to be very hard to prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. So that's why it becomes, oh, how likely is it that this person is saying the truth? Knowing everything that we know about the person, knowing all that they presented, what is their character like? Because that's how you now have to judge this case. And it's true everywhere. It will be true for Nigeria. Like, it's going to be hard to prove, but at the same time, we shouldn't then dismiss it and say, oh, this doesn't rise to the level of national discussion. This is hindering her work. Like you said, you're bringing a bill 5 times, 6 times. You are disrupting my work. Like, so it needs to be handled and tackled. So this is not a private issue anymore. It happened in the workplace. That is the issue.
And is it not this same Akpabio that went and passed the bill for Nigeria to start singing Oyibo people's national anthem within a week? That is now struggling to pass, talk about Ajakuta still 5 times. This same Akpabio is the one that did all that and called the same lady. I'm not so sympathetic to him because all I've seen of him is not very positive. But that's just me.
About the sexual harassment thing. I think she's right. I need to talk about that thing. I know earlier in the show.
Sorry. There's a honored guest from Nigeria.
Okay.
Sorry, don't worry. You are going to
come.
I
wanted to respond to something she said. What she said.
Okay,
was
just do that briefly so that we can bring Master in.
Yeah, I don't know if she was referring to me, but I hope not. So earlier in the day, I didn't say sexual harassment should not be a discourse. I was talking about class analysis. Maybe it's not me she's referring to. Class analysis. So sexual harassment happens to poor people in Nigeria every day. There are poor, innocent, unemployed youths, women. That is ignored. These are an elite. I'll give an example with the NSAS, right? What made NSAS? Before NSAS, for years, poor people of Nigeria have been undergoing police brutality. There are many innocent Nigerians, poor Nigerians, that are in jail, right? But nobody talks about, no one cares. Sexual harassment, something about sexual harassment. Women are sexually harassed in Nigeria probably every day, right? We know this. But because it is now an elite that is affected, why does it have to be that whenever it affects the elites, that is when we have these conversations? That's why I said that in Nigeria, if we don't want to fix Nigeria, we need to start looking at class analysis. That was what I was saying, but maybe I wasn't what she was referring to.
To be fair, elites generally, their issues are generally highlighted at the top. I'm beginning to think, just like office holders, elites they tend to be representative of the people and the culture that flows downstream. So their power or them as entity, individuals as entity, they tend to represent more.
But that's the institution will not care for the oppressed people. It's still going to be just the elite. They'll focus on and they'll move on.
To be fair, I've heard of cases where, like, a policewoman that was trying sexually harassed by a superior. I've heard of cases in the military. We've heard of that too. So it's not, to be fair, we've heard of other cases that are not necessarily at the highest rung of the society. So it happens more to them that we don't hear about. That's true. But it's not totally ignored. And because this one, if it's happening, it's affecting those people at the bottom. Because if Ajakuta still comes alive, who doesn't gain from it? So you see what I mean? If they misbehave at the top, the effect cascades down. But if the bricklayer misbehaves, the effect is just he just stops there. So this is why we people respond instinctively to elites when things happen to them. So Maska, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you. You know, Nigeria is not easy. But I'm really curious to hear what you think about it because you are on the ground. Welcome.
Thank you, forefathers. Thank you, AY, for your Ramadan message. Okay.
Happy
Unfortunately,
Ramadan to my fellow Muslims. Happy
I have
Happy
to. I'm
Ramadan.
actually not
Happy
happy.
Ramadan to Maska, but I'll have to
Master,
subscribe
happy
AY,
Ramadan.
and I speak the truth. I don't deserve it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm torn in between disagreeing with Jide or to make my points. Okay, I think let me start disagreeing with Jide. I think it's easier that way. You tend to look at the story as an elitist story, but I think this story goes deeper than that. And if we Nigerians are any sort of insightful people, this is more like a Rosa Parks story. This story is not about sexual harassment. It's not about elites. It's about oppression in our society. A clear example is, look, if you are a leader, what is leadership? You should be listening to people. Any setup, any idea that you cannot say, you cannot speak, simply because this is where you are seated. I mean, I find it preposterous. Listen to me, yes. When you finish listening to me, if I'm speaking nonsense, say I'm speaking nonsense. And thereafter, say, okay, look, we've also told you, move your seat. So for me, I think this is a deeper story. If we are having institutions that would at that level say you can't even speak, this is an off your mic institution, for God's sake. So we need to really, I don't have to like her. I don't have to believe. In fact, I listened to her interview. This issue of sexual harassment is not what is at the forefront. She is simply saying that she is being harassed in the Senate. She is maligned in the Senate. And in her mind, the major reason why she's suffering that malignment, that harassment, is probably because somebody wanted something I did not give. I don't think that it's an accusation she's putting on the table. She's simply doing more like a root cause analysis of why she's been harassed. But her issue is she's been harassed. And she made a point. Okay, look, if there is a sitting arrangement, why am I the only one? Okay, so other people are affected, but why does it have to be such a hush hush thing without even me being told? And if I come in and I'm sitting on a seat, I'm talking, just listen to me, for God's sake. So I think that we Nigerians need to begin to understand stories. Yes, maybe they are all elites, but does it mean that because you're an elite, you are a bad person? No.
No, class analysis. Like we need to talk about class struggle. There's class struggle in Nigeria, and the oppressors are the rich people.
The reality is that
the elites are oppressing the Nigerian people.
That's why I said it's better.
Like
I would love us to see. I believe that you read this thing wrong. That's the point I'm making. Yes, there will be class analysis, but are you suggesting that Natasha was fighting for the elites? Is that what you're suggesting?
That means you don't understand what I've been saying.
No. So I'm giving you an opportunity
what I'm saying out of context.
So I'm giving you an opportunity
to
explain.
That was not what I was saying. So
what are you saying?
Understand what are you saying? What I'm saying is it's an issue. I agree with you that this is an issue. But what I'm saying is this is affecting the elites. It is not the oppressed people of Nigeria are going through the same thing, but it is ignored. And it is not going to get to the people of Nigeria. I'm talking about the people of Nigeria.
I understand that. Okay, so
you get what I'm saying.
I get what you're saying, but this is so try and get what I'm saying also. Okay, that yes, you may be right that she's an elite, but I'm saying that the issue on the table is the issue that the lower class in Nigeria should fight, because the fundamental issue is that of oppression. That's what's at stake. So this is the fight for all Nigerians. I don't want to know what is the issue, but look, people should be allowed to speak. People should be treated as people, whether you're a senator or you're a
that was exactly my conclusion.
So the fact that that was my conclusion. Where I disagree with you is because simply she's a senator. That does not make it right. Or we shouldn't close our eyes and let it happen. It's an operation.
No, I'm not saying we should close our eyes and let it happen.
People should allow you to speak, and they should listen to you. If you're
I'm not saying we should close our eyes and let it happen. What I'm saying
that's
is
that's exactly your point. That's exactly your point.
It is not a major issue that we should focus on. That's what I'm saying. It's an issue.
So that's I'm saying that
institutions to take care of it. It's not the business of
I'm saying
that. Just exchange with each other instead of one at a time.
So what I'm saying is that in my mind, this is an issue we should focus on. Why? Because it is systemic, it is emblematic, it is symptomatic of the major illness in our society, where we don't allow each other to speak. We tend to always muzzle each other. Once we are in a small position of advantage, you tend to lord it over the other. So I think that this is more like a Rosa Parks story that we should carry on. Look, yes, if she wants to sit there as a way of protest, we should be a society that should encourage it. She's not slapping anybody. She's not doing anything. What's wrong with that? I sit in this position because I don't like the things or A, B, or C. So I'm saying that we as a society, we need to be supportive of that. We need to find out, okay, what is the issue here? Why is this woman harassed? Because the truth today, as we speak, this is the system we operate. And why the society is so downward is because the Senate itself is not functioning. They are all hush-hush.
Yeah. Do you know that I saw a report that the opposition Senate, so the minority Senate leader, swore allegiance to Akpabio? Like,
so
how does that work? Why are you swearing allegiance to Akpabio? This is public.
The point I had wanted to make, but I said I wanted to start with disagreeing with you. The point I'm making is that, in my opinion, I believe that there are a lot of good people in the Senate. People who have gone there with the intention of fighting for the people. But unfortunately, they go in there and see that it's a swampy water. That the best they can do.
What do you disagree with me? I said the same thing now. I
finished disagreeing with you, Jide. I'm now making my own points.
Okay.
Yes. From this point onwards, it has nothing to do with what you said. It's purely my own thinking now. Okay, so I'm saying that, in my opinion, I believe there are a lot of good people who go out there. But look, the way the place is now, they can't even speak. We accuse all these labor people that went there, and we say they don't do anything. But the truth is that, give them the benefit of doubt, that place is worse than Nigeria, if you ask me. So I'm saying that if somebody wants to start speaking out from inside the Senate, all Nigerians should line up behind that person. This is my simple, this is just my thinking.
Is it that you said something about good people being in the Senate? So is it that we have good people in the Senate, but not necessarily people with the sufficient level of courage of their conviction to stand their ground?
You see, there is a small difference between level of conviction and being foolhardy.
What is foolhardy in this context?
Okay, so foolhardy is, to think that a politician will not kill another politician.
But this is the point of being having the conviction of your that courage of your conviction of courage, or whatever they call it.
You will not drag me into that argument. What I can tell you is that if you are serious about your aims and objectives, you would rather be alive to see them, even if it's half of it, than to die.
What if, because you don't die, it never occurs?
That's in the realm of not even probability, it's speculation now.
It's
So
speculation that is based on the faith that if you, because those people that are doing these things, they are willing to die. But
no,
if you are not willing to,
see, the argument can be the other way around. That's why it's not a good argument. Even if you die, that's no guarantee that it will happen.
Yeah, but some other person will replace you to fight the fight. Because
Not
if you are
replacement, there's no guarantee. Today, who is Abiola's replacement?
we are still fighting it today with
No,
the war is not won.
give me a name now. Give me the replacement. Give me the replacement.
If you want me to call Tinubu, don't even go there. See, point is that let me give you Abiola's replacement. Let me give you Abiola's replacement. The democracy we have now. Hold on, no, I do have it. I do have it actually.
Actually, the replacement is going to make things bad.
Let me.
It's not going to make anything. It's not going to make anything.
I think the difference is that. Hold on, now. Let me just say this, please. The difference is that the replacement for Abiola is not a human being. It's the current democratic dispensation that we have. The longest continuous type of government we've had.
Is this inflation what Abiola wanted for us?
No, but
Abiola was never going to change.
He want democracy.
I disagree with this guy. I don't think Abiola was going to change.
But he wanted democracy.
This is not even democracy.
Okay, it's not the perfect democracy, but he wanted. That's what he ran election in.
Agree with me. This is not what Abiola wanted. He wanted
this outcome. This outcome may not be what he wanted, but he also wanted democracy. See, I'm not saying we have arrived.
What? No,
I'm saying that
it's not a good argument for fire. We can't say somebody should go and kill himself when the guarantee is not. See, okay, let me lecture you small. Let me school you a little bit. Forgive me for being didactic.
That's fine.
There are different models. There are deterministic models. There are mathematical models where if you put 1 + 1, the answer will be 2. In that scenario, death is okay with me. If I know that today I die, this country will be okay. Wallahi, I will die. Because
but that's how it works.
If I don't die, listen, even if I don't die for the country, at some point, I will die for something. And I've lived a good life. So why not just die now and let the people continue the good life? But this is not a deterministic model. There's no guarantee that
okay, finish your point now. Finish your point.
Doing like the people in Senate. You don't want to listen to me.
Okay, now when you finish, you let me know. When you finish, you let me know.
To speak now.
That's fine. When you finish, you let me know that.
Because a true leader should learn to listen, even if he's not enjoying it. Okay.
So now I'm a leader.
This is not a deterministic model. It's not something that is for sure to happen. There is also a probabilistic model where there's probability. You can begin to calculate the probability. What you are even suggesting is not a probabilistic model. It's not like there is some numbers you can crunch and get a result at the end of the day and determine whether it's possible or it's not possible. Is it 90%, 80% possible? And then maybe you even calculate your confidence interval. Some of the people around that are statisticians will understand what I'm saying. This is not even a probabilistic model. It's just pure speculation. You're just thinking with no parameters around your thinking, just thinking that, oh, maybe the guy should die.
Actually,
so I'm saying that, look, if it's not the deterministic model, don't even bring death because it's too much of a sacrifice with no commensurate guarantee at the end of that sacrifice. I don't want to have that argument. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying that there are good people in the Senate.
Yeah, but I'm also saying that the reason why I say this is because it is true. I believe that there's a lot of good people in Nigeria. But the reason why the outcome we desire
already inside the leadership,
including the Senate everywhere, the reason why we have not gotten what we need is because the people that we have, their way of thinking is not about let's do this, and no matter what happens, even if I pay with my own life, because let's face it, let me remind you, hold on now. Let me make my own point now. See, because there are soldiers that are dying for less deterministic outcomes, like you like to put it, for the country. protecting the safety of those good people that are in the Senate. So when I look at it, I ask myself, believe me, I know one of them that died last year when I was going to Nigeria. Somebody that I worked with in Nigeria, he lost his life while helping Nigeria and all the rest. So, and his mother lost her life to Boko Haram bombing in Abuja. So we can see connections of two people that have lost their life in Nigeria, made sacrifices. The first one didn't consciously do that. The second one, in a way, didn't necessarily consciously do it, but he was doing a dangerous job for Nigeria and he paid it with his life. So there are people that are paying with their lives already. So why is it that the ones that are even that have positions that will even affect those people even more not have that similar conviction?
Okay,
my point is that if you want to elect people into those positions, you have to have higher standards.
I get the point, but it's like asking the soldier not to duck when they are shooting at him. Even the soldier, wait.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's what you're arguing. Even the soldier that is at the war front, he can retreat at some point. He will hide at some point. You can't just come up. That's what you're suggesting, for somebody to come openly when he believes that, look, it's going to be a fatal attempt. Even the soldier will be advised to hide.
What makes you think then that belief is that you are not preparing yourself to fight that fight? That's the point I'm making. They are not fully ready.
Okay, let's close this argument. Forefathers, you are suggesting other people should sacrifice their life. What have you done to sacrifice your life for the country?
So hold on. I'm not saying.
Don't hold me on.
No. See, okay. Put me in the position where I need to sacrifice my life.
No, you put yourself. You put yourself. You should. I'm asking you.
Hold on. See, yeah. I to be fair, I hear what you are saying. If I was the one that was in the House of Senate,
I think we should leave it. See, let's gentlemen.
It's not what you are doing is.
Come on. Can I quickly
it's not fair to say I should be in that position. Where I am right now, you don't know how much risk I take myself. So
we are all taking our own risk. I hear you behind the screen. Sorry, Ewa, let me just quickly make the last point. I have to leave now. I have to leave in the next 1 minute, please. Another thing I would support for the woman is because I'm a big fan of family. If she talks, she's a married person anyway, and she's talking about every time she speaks, you hear her talk about her husband. I am not rooting for her. For me, I would maintain that this is a story that Nigerians should look beyond just the people involved. They should look at the essence of the story. It's about oppression. It's about, at the highest level in this country, people not allowing people to speak, people muzzling people trying to use all sorts of apparatus to just make sure that they rubbish you. That's my take on the story. I have to run, gentlemen. I love being among you guys.
Yeah. Thank you for joining us. It's Pasha. Yeah, go ahead.
1 minute. So, what Maska was saying now, he made mention of something I need to highlight. He said the Senate is actually worse than Nigeria. Actually, he was so on point. So let me just give you a breakdown what is going on in the Senate and Rep, right? That place is like a court. So first of all, the genesis of the problem in the Senate, they are not allowed to choose their leader independently. That is not happening. So the president basically pointed, or the party pointed, this is who we want. Is the loyal person. It's issue of loyalty to the president. It's issue of loyalty to the party. That's the beginning of the problem. Then the Senate president is like a mini god in the parliament. What you see going on, Natasha started in less than 2 months. She was given chairman of a committee, local content committee. Ordinarily, a ranking senator is supposed to have that. Of course, that is when the going was good. She was a friend. The husband herself were friends to the Senate president on a personal level.
Was a setup.
Hold on. It was not a setup. I need to explain. So what is going on is the Senate president see you as a loyalist. When they are debating on issue, they will give you preference to speak on issues because they know you are not going to hold them. You are not going to go against the Senate. That's one. If you are not a loyalist, like an opposition, the reason I'm explaining this is not only the women. If you are an opposition that is not loyal to them, or you are even a party member that is not loyal, trust me, they're gonna just treat you like trash. You can raise up your hand like 10 times, it's only once you will be recognized on matters that are not important. They're looking for people to move motions, they have to be loyal people. So that is what go on. So you basically be sidelined. In terms of committee, nobody will give you a good committee, chairman of any good committee. They will add you to committees where you will not have the effect on what is going on. So that is what they do. It's until we clean up the system where the senators will come together and actually vote in the real democratic process, where they will be able to elect their Senate president. You have the power to elect, you have the power to impeach. If he goes against the constitution, if he goes against the Senate rule, you can form a quorum and impeach him. Until this kind of things, I mean, just like what is happening in Nigeria too, the whole system is just a mess. That is when you will see big improvement. People will be able to speak on issue. People, like, the rules is gonna be followed properly. But otherwise, so that's the struggle. It's not only because Natasha is a woman. Other senators, even men, they pass through this kind of even the other lady, the other woman, what's her name? What's it? The one in Abuja.
Yeah,
you know, she
Senator
complained for a long time, Kigibe. She complained for a long time. It seems now she's kind of like good book of the president. So when you do that, even like you want constituency project, you go meet the president, you know, it's gonna I need this, my people need this. They can easily approve it for you. Otherwise, you are the bad guy. So it's sad, but that is exactly what is going on.
Enes, you wanted to say something about setup?
No, I just think I don't know. I'm not there with them. I'm just saying he said it was because she was in the good books, or it could be a setup. We saw how that what would the former was he youth leader, female youth leader of the APC. I think she had a ministry as well. What's her name again?
The lady from Delta State?
She should be from a Akpabio State. So is it
Yeah, I remember that woman, but I think I've forgotten her name.
Better.
Like a minister or something.
No,
Better Edu. No, not Better Edu. Not Better Edu.
The Better Edu, she's from Cross River, not from Akwa Ibom.
Oh. But I'm just saying that we don't know. It could be a place for her to misappropriate funds, and then they will have.
No, she didn't even misappropriate funds.
I know she didn't. I'm saying using it automatically as her being in the good books, I don't necessarily agree.
No, they were personal friends. Trust me, the Senate president and the family are personal friends before she became a senator.
Yes.
That's a fact. Yeah.
No, that's true. I feel like what I've noticed about her is that she's quite strategic and she will do what is necessary.
She's
and she's a fighter, so
Oh yeah. Natasha, she's a fighter. That's the honest truth.
I guess she is. I really who is next? I think it's Kando that is next.
Oh,
look at that.
Yes. Who is that?
Is the great forefather that is looking for my trouble. Is that looking for my trouble today?
Now it be that.
Yes,
New Year,
Father, I don't
sorry, I think it's Kando before Kando is looking at
No,
Kando is looking at me like he's about to go off on one.
More respect you can do. I'm not taking your turn. I only want to ask you a question. You are just looking at it from one perspective. Did you hear Natasha is accusing the man of sexual harassment?
We discussed it.
What if that position they gave her was just meant to bring her close to him? Have you thought about it? You're just talking about because they're family friends. What if?
No, I discussed that earlier. Actually.
What if the position was offered to her to bring her closer for other things?
You never trust these guys, man.
That's how they behave
said
now.
it.
That's how they behave. They bring you
I've
closer.
said this.
You
That's
don't
why I
mind,
said that
you
was
don't
why
mind,
I
say,
said
you don't mind saying a family friend, though. That's the way there for your blockers, no mind, though.
that was why I said, you see, the only solution is to bring down that system. I've said it before. All this one we are saying, the only solution is to fucking bring down that system.
If he was doing those things for her, she has no incentive to bring him down. As a matter of fact, if you think about it, up to now, the only incentive she will have is if he has done something to her, and there is no other issue we know about other than this. You see what I mean? There is no incentive for her to do this.
No, Jide said so. Jide said bring down the whole system down, right?
Yes, bring down the fucking
Yeah,
system
I
down.
don't usually believe in it, but presently, you see, for some time now, that's what I've concluded, that that's the only way we can make progress.
Yeah.
All this conversation. If
See all these things?
if it's not about bringing down the system, we're just talking.
Okay,
You just have to tear the whole house down, and start all over.
how
The
do we,
lions and tigers, man.
Because if you look at it now, you see that all the sectors, there's complete capture. You understand?
Yeah.
Nigerian people have lost the judiciary. We've lost the security. The security is no longer concerned about securing the common man.
okay, how do
So
we do
we've
that?
lost everything. No, don't ask me how. However it will happen, I don't care. But the whole system has to be brought down.
I think we have to have higher standards for our public office holders. That's how you start.
Okay, because this is my point. This could be a lever, right? A lever for change. Because if it was a serious country, I think whether we know what happened or not, people will insist that he steps down for an investigation. AY said that they couldn't elect their president. In that process, they now elect their leader. Then the opposition now wields their voice. And then this could be the beginning of change, because that's the people's house, isn't it? So
listen, all of them are compromised. Do you hear the story that Natasha was telling on Arise?
Let me bring Kando in before we go too far away from him, except he decides to grant you people. Welcome, Kando. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, good morning in some part of the world, almost good morning on my end. Okay, what's your name again? I don't even forget. I haven't seen you in quite a while. The person that spoke.
He's calling himself the Great Forefathers now. So
well, good morning, forefathers in UK or wherever you do. Okay, why? I salute you.
Greetings, boss.
How is everybody?
Fine.
I don't know if anybody is able to help me with a couple of questions. I remember there was a story of a woman that owned some construction company and she repaired a road.
Yeah, she's the one.
She's the
one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. And does anybody know how old this woman is?
She's young. I think she should
45.
be early 40. Yeah.
45?
Yeah, she's quite young.
Okay. It appears to me that a lot of Nigerian men have not seen beautiful women before. That's what it appears to me to be. I don't know why a 60-year-old man, number one, is running after a 45-year-old married woman, no matter how beautiful she might seem to be. That's just outrageous to me. There are a bunch of beautiful 30-year-olds he could be running around. That's what he wants to be doing within his marriage. Not that I support that, but a married woman, 45 years old, what are you going to do with that? I don't care if she's used to be Mrs. Universe. I just don't, I mean, I've heard how beautiful this woman is, how beautiful. It's like people haven't seen beautiful women. What's in the inside beautiful? When you finish, it is your character. That's what keeps a woman to a man, not how beautiful you are.
Yeah.
It is the character. It is the person that you are. what you are that keeps a woman in the house of a man. It's not about sexism and all this foolishness. No, there are a lot of beautiful women all over the world. In Hollywood, they get divorced every single day. Waiting there inside beauty, beauty. I mean, I'm. Every time I hear these things with Nigerian,
Kando, you know the part of it that I find a little bit unseemly, especially when our men see a fair-skinned woman that is not, she's mixed race, is why she's even that fair. She's not typical of your everyday Nigerian woman, and they start praising her like even some of our women are doing it. And I find that
yeah,
a little bit distasteful because most of your women are not like that's not how your ancestors look. You shouldn't be just be
yeah,
fawning over other people, encouraging people to say
yeah,
they are the greatest. So there's something about I find it a little bit unseemly. But
yeah.
please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we have all shades and all shapes of women all over Nigeria, and um, like I tell the women in my family, in my life, for the right man who has his stuff together, nobody cares how beautiful you are. Trust me, I don't. You can be as beautiful as whoever you want to be. If you don't have character, if you're not if you don't conduct yourself in a certain way, there's a popular Yoruba song that say, "A woman that is beautiful that doesn't have character is useless."
You see, this
Obìnrin
boy
bá
just trolling me now. You see what is going on here? That one
tóbìnrin
is
bá
coming.
dára
That one is
tóbìnrin
coming. Great God for well, this one coming great God
tóbì-
for
tóbìnrin bá tóbìnrin bá
you know
dára
what?
tóbìnrin bá
Okay,
dára
let's
tí
leave it there
tí
for now.
tí obìnrin bá dára tí ò ní wà asán ló jẹ́, you're useless. It's like if you're a man, you have money, you have power. If you don't have character, if you cannot be believed, if people cannot, if you can say something and people cannot even, take your word, you're useless with all your
I
power
like how you see beyond the looks of women, because
of
I
anybody.
think
It's
that
not
comes
just
from
women.
history
It's
of
not just
having them.
women. No, I mean,
I
let
know,
me let
but
me
we're
say
talking
that
about
it's not
women
just
now.
women. Yeah,
Mm. Yeah, but
yeah.
I
So
like how
I
you
mean,
how
look,
I like how you see beyond that, because you've had so much experience with women that
I
you don't
have,
feel like you should be
I
judging
have.
them just based on looks
I
alone.
have, I have. When I say dated, some people where if you look at my face, you look at them, you can say this is not right. But when you have conviction, when you believe in your own self, and if you have a couple of dollars in your pocket, now woman. Honestly, I don't get a lot of no's though. Yeah, me and you for where? I don't get a lot of that too. But it's a numbers game. But the point is, from the little that I know from when she did that road, it told me something about the type of person that she is. Somebody like Akpabio is a useless human being. I would not even talk to somebody like that if I met them somewhere. He's useless. Every time I've seen the man open his mouth in the Senate, whether he's counting these numbers are too much for me. I mean, what? And these people are allowed to procreate. It's amazing to me that you can allow this type of people to have children. They should not be allowed to carry this type of gene to the next generation. Unfortunately, I think somebody said something earlier about Nigeria and Nigerians not being matured enough to be able to vote for the right people. It's not about that. You can look anywhere you want to look in the world, from Russia to Germany to America. I say this. This is my own personal belief. Most human beings are foolish. It's just one of the traits of most humans. They are foolish. They will do something that is against their own best interest. Look at some of the people that these people have either voted for or have allowed to rig themselves into positions. This is what most humans do. They did it they did it to the
What about
point.
successful
Hold
revolutions?
on.
I was just going to
Successful,
respond.
successful who?
Revolutions
And
are done by same people, right?
what has become? You see, I don't do short-term projects. I do long-term. You know,
No, I
like
said
in the case.
long-term revolutions. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
where
historically.
has that revolution? Where? Give me an
So
example.
many countries, so many.
Like where?
Iran is one example. Cuba
And
is
where are
another
they
example.
today? And where are they today? You see, I don't
Sovereignty.
do. I don't.
They have
No,
their
no, no.
sovereignty.
At
No,
least
no, no, no,
they are
no,
better than
no.
Nigeria.
No, you see, I don't compare. I don't do this one is better or this one is worse. My criminal is worse than your criminal.
No,
I don't have
they are
time for
secure
foolish.
country.
Hold, let me just finish,
They
okay?
are what? They
See,
are what?
Huh?
I said I don't do comparison of
They
this
can
one is
look
better.
Nigeria
Hold
if they
on,
want.
hold on. You see, this is the real. I mean, and I've said this on this panel many times. You see, Nigeria will be a great country, maybe in 100 years from now, when people like myself are gone, maybe even someone like my own child is gone. You know, because this is what you see everywhere. You know, people are, you know, I mean, we've talked about this Natasha and and this Akpabio thing all morning. That's how they were talking about whatever that woman for Britain, Kemi, whatever her name is. You see, me, I don't even know any of these people. I don't waste my time listening to them because there's work to be done. Look at that. What's the name? Is it Burkina Faso? The young army guy. Look at what that guy has done in 3 years, taking prisoners, turning them into farmers, you know, creating a whole bunch of different things. Those are serious people. I don't talk about people like Tinubu. I don't talk about people like Trump because they're useless human beings. I look at people who are doing stuff, people who are ready to take their people to the next level, not people who are. Look at all these people. They've been there for almost 2 years. What one thing can you point to? We can't feed ourselves. A country who is not able to feed itself with the resources that you have, land, water, air, everything, you don't deserve to live. You deserve to perish. So it's not a matter of until Nigeria gets some better people. There are no better people anywhere. The better people are the people that are there now. If they're not going to do the work, then let's perish. Thank you.
Sorry, don't be
Thank
offended.
you.
Hello, everyone.
Is that
You have to go
Jeremy?
Did somebody say they were
before things
offended?
can get better.
Wait. Did somebody say they were offended?
No. You said you should not be offended. You
Oh,
should not be offended.
me offended. I don't have time for foolishness. What I do
I'm
is
not.
I
I said
find people. Hold on. What I do is I find
I
people on
was
the
trying
ground
to
in
say
Nigeria.
something.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Jeremy, you are delayed. It
Sorry,
appears you're
Kadu.
delayed.
Good evening. Forefather, how you doing, man? How you doing today? Fellow
I'm doing
panelists, how you
good,
doing today?
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Welcome.
So yeah, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt him actually. So sorry about that. But I wanted to say this. You know, in the middle of him saying now that it will take that's his generation, of course, some of our parents' generation, our generation, and maybe our children's generation going before things will get better. You know, he said something about that. And then at the same time, when he was saying that, he also brought an instance of a proactive
Your audio is shaky. Your audio is shaky. You
president.
may need to go in and come back. Your audio is shaky, Jeremy. Great forefather.
Sorry,
You're
okay.
welcome.
The network is fluctuating.
Yeah, it's shaky. I don't know whether you need to come back with because your audio
Sorry,
is
the network is fluctuating. Can you guys hear me now? So
it's
after
delayed.
saying about our generation going, he also brought instance.
You will need to come back. It's
The
delayed.
network is
Go
bad
and come
today.
back in.
Jeff, are you in the UK?
Yeah, debate. So
no, he's not in the UK. He's in
How
the
come he's not on his frustrated?
He's in the state you are in. He's in the
No,
state
it can't be
you are
in the state.
in. You are trying to
Are
pass.
you suggesting that he is in Nigeria?
I think UK people need to talk to Tinubu. Maybe he can give
He's in
them
the
some
state you are in.
privately.
He's in America. He's right next to
He
you.
can help you guys with internet. We can
That
help
is
you
that
guys.
is how CM network is. That is how CM network is over there in the UK all the
Even for
time.
father sometime, all of them they are struggling.
CM is living in the north, so yeah, he's living like in the equivalent of Bible Belt in America, in the UK. So yeah, because if we are going by turn, after can do, we should have a great forefather, which is Steph. Steph was his original name. But now people are trolling me left and right. We have great grandfather. Welcome, this is great forefathers.
Sorry.
Okay. Is it my turn now?
Yes, it's your turn. This thing about nobody seems to be talking about the things he tried to do, like a Jekuta and the fact that they are sharing money. For me, that's the biggest one.
Okay,
Until we have
Yeah,
evidence of the accusation.
exactly. That's the area I'm going. That
can I talk about
because
your
somebody was talking about let
Yeah,
somebody.
NS, let great forefather say his piece first, then you can come in or you can interject later on.
Yeah,
Please
the other lady was saying that Akpabio should be asked to step down and maybe the Senate will elect its own. That I was trying to explain that that place is like a cult. Once you come in, they will initiate you, except you have strong, very, very strong will. And if you do have it, you still will resist, but you're not going to even go public. Because if you go public, if you resist and go public, they will still deal with you. This thing that Natasha said was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? She couldn't have said it before this bubble began to burst. The way they share the money for the committees and they give you large sum of money every month, whether you have anything to do with it or not, you have to withdraw it and share it among your committee members and stuff like that. When they begin to give you that, and every senator heads a committee, when they begin to give you such amount of money, is it not compromising you they're doing? Because I heard that now they're also trying to use it to frame her up, but luckily for her, she have all the evidence of how much she withdrew from it, and it has to do with officially strict official stuff. And she's saying that as at that yesterday or day before yesterday, they have withdrawn money from those accounts. More than 13 million, withdraw it to less than about 100,000. So they will always prepare a ground to nail you when you raise your voice. So don't even have hope in that thing they call the Senate. If you ask me the way that country is now, I don't think there is hope for redemption. To be honest with you, I do believed before, but presently, especially the recent ruling of the Supreme Court, it has made anybody that think that there is any little thing remaining in the judiciary. You better think twice. That thing is like is Wike that wrote the judgment and gave to them. Just read it for me. If you want the tone of the judgment. So you see that we're actually in a very big trouble in that country. It is appalling. There is no hope. I'm sorry to disappoint anybody that was hoping like me before, but there's no hope in that country. We have reached the point of no return. I say £1, no balance. Yes, Tinubu is the best thing that have happened to Nigeria now.
But I'm thinking maybe if you look at the structure of Nigeria and fundamentally, if you look at how resources are shared and the freedoms that we like to think we don't have, there's a way you could argue that Nigeria, in terms of the legalities, the structure, the way we like to, everything to be representative, is actually structured relatively okay. If you compare it to the UK, the UK is very one-sided, very, very one-sided country where the South controls everything in the UK. And yet they use it to conquer the world. So, and even in America, we know there's a lot of corruption going on, and some parts of America don't have as much power as the others, and all kind of nonsense goes on there too.
Don't reduce this thing to parts. I'm not talking of part of country or no part of country. I'm talking of Nigeria as a unit. If
Yeah,
a, if
but
a class
that's
of
what I'm saying
people,
now.
no,
But for you to say the unit is failing,
the point I'm trying to make, if a group of people have captured the state apparatus to serve their own purpose, and you are not part of the agenda, both from the security to judiciary.
but why would you believe that? Even when Akpoti, from what she said, even indicates a level of weakness that they've displayed. I don't consider them as powerful as people like to think. Think about it. Akpoti was talking about how Akpabio was worried that he was going to be attacked. The people who attack him, the people that are protesting for bad governance, they will attack him, that he's the most hated guy. So they are quite more vulnerable than we like to believe, but we just don't see it. We don't hear it even when they're telling us.
Okay, that's Akpoti's report. What did Akpabio say? What was his public statement in that period?
He is saying that he's going to shoot anybody that tries to come after him.
No. The one he made in public by himself. That you guys can go about demonstrating. That he will be in his house doing what?
I'm not sure.
No, there's something he said that I was mocking Nigerians.
Please share it with us.
Yeah, I think he said he'll be in his house enjoying or something like that.
Enjoying.
Yes. He is saying those things to us, but what he told her was different. So my point is that objectively, you can see that most of the Nigerian politicians are not necessarily as powerful as we like to believe. But that's my own opinion.
That is doing what and they are referring. Okay, take for instance, assuming that actually that man actually made a serious sexual advances to the woman, and the woman sued now, and the thing became a serious issue. Which court do you think the woman will get justice from? Which court?
Court of Justice or Court of Supreme Court? Court of Appeal? Is it not the same court that found Nnamdi Kanu innocent? It's possible. It's possible. We can't just keep ruling stuff out.
Not in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria.
It's not the same court that found Nnamdi Kanu innocent. Not innocent.
I was asking there before yesterday why the woman said they have sued the man. I'm like, in which court?
But let's, because it's like when the court gives us the conviction, the judgment we take it. Then when he gives us the one we don't like, they're all dead. But you remember, these same courts, crazy courts, were the ones that said that the Kano is okay to go free, but the government refused. So
it wasn't the same way this present Supreme Court was constituted.
And where is Nnamdi Kanu now?
The government refused. The government refused to release him. The court says let him go. The government said no. So the court could also find Akpoti innocent.
No, but mind you, that ruling of the Supreme Court you are talking about was actually a political ruling, a kind of. The Supreme Court did not really make. It wasn't a ruling per se that has the weight of law, if I still remember.
It could have the case of the weight of law, but the government will counteract it with a new accusation. I think in a way that's what they did. They couldn't just oppose what the court said. They went at it with a different angle that, okay, yeah, you may have freed him on this basis, but we'll bring this other accusation and hold him again.
I think, fair enough. I think that makes that me and you are actually speaking the same. We are saying the same thing.
Yeah, but you are accusing the court. But I'm just saying that the court may not be as guilty as we like to think.
No, but head or tail, If the court is not as guilty as said, if the court make a pronouncement, you don't go against it.
I agree with you. Nigerian politicians are corrupt, quite not just corrupt, also bad. Like they really don't care about the nation. That's the part that concerns me the most.
Now you're
People can be corrupt. Like Trump
talking.
is corrupt, but he does care about America.
Now you're talking. That's why if you are in this world, don't crucify me. That's why when people talk bad about Abacha, I used to tell them that as bad as Abacha was, I believe that had he been that he's still the president of that country, as a dictator up till now, Nigeria would have been a better place. Because I saw things in Abacha, apart from his human rights record, which is a problem of the elite, if you ask me. Abacha's economy, the kind of sanction we're having then, if you watch the economic indices, how we brought down inflation, build our foreign reserve, which the most criminal person in that country is supposed to be Abdulsalam Abubakar, because how much billions of dollars disappeared in our foreign reserve within 9 months of Abdulsalam Abubakar? Nobody talks about it.
Wow.
It's only the one that is dead. The one that is dead is the only one giving to Nigeria. Those that are alive, none of them is giving back to Nigeria.
Hey, why are you aware of this? That Abu Salam, under him, a lot of money disappeared from our coffers.
Yeah, that's a fact. A lot of it. So what happened? So what I think happened in case of Abu Salam, because he handed over.
Just handed over. Nobody is talking about those things.
I think that's the main reason why they allow it. Like, but a lot of money within that 9 months.
Wow.
A lot of money, man. They're missing.
Nigerian politicians, man, they will finish us.
Yeah.
They will finish us. Who is next? I think yeah. Please go ahead, Ernest. You want to say something before we go to the American politics?
For people that were saying what kind of conversations are we elevating, this is our opportunity to now elevate it, Abby. So let's just talk about two things. We should be saying that the Senate leader steps down so that the Senate can have their election and elect their leader. One. Second thing, I feel like talking about Ajaokuta, because I disagree with everybody here about this white elephant projects that we like to carry on our head. But yeah. I don't think is the miracle plant that everyone expects it to be. And there's a reason why it didn't succeed. I think it started during the oil boom. We had a lot of money, and as always, Nigeria is always making investments in like big, big projects first, instead of focusing on the main things, like focus on infrastructure, education of your citizens, research, so that we can be at the next economic frontier. I feel like we have passed the age of industrial revolution, and that's what we're still going towards manufacturing. I keep saying all this old school economics. That will be the death of us, because we don't want to look forward and be forward thinking. All we need to do is spend money educating people for the future, make sure there are roads, make sure there's power, and then put research in place so that we understand our environment and do the research that is going to take us to the next level. This idea that we're going to build such a manufacturing base while the rest of the world is moving away, I don't think we're thinking in a very innovative way as far as I'm concerned. But
NS please, I want to quickly disagree
can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Ask her first.
Sorry, I don't mean to be.
Can you get on camera, please? This one where everybody is shading away from camera. Ernest, you are setting a very bad example.
I'm actually on camera.
Me, I'm on
this
camera.
kind of camera that you are all nice
I'm on camera. Nepa just took the light. That's all. Me, I'm on camera. Nepa took
Ernest is not even in Nigeria. She's still in pure darkness. This kind of darkness is darker than darkness. Please go ahead, great forefather.
So the person that just spoken, are you saying that if Ajokuta steel industry is to be revitalized today, that is not really gonna be um it shouldn't be part of an aspiration for a country that wants to develop economically. Is that what you're saying?
Not exactly in sorry, let me sit up. Not exactly in those specific terms. What I'm saying is that we have, it's like the Nigerian air conversation that people have. We have these relics from the past. We believe it represents something. And instead of being forward thinking, we start trying to dig up all these old things that may not be the best. There are so many reasons why that project failed in the first place. The logistics are bad. It was not located near a port. It's going to be hard to, we don't have the industrial manufacturing market that will buy the steel in
What?
inside
Hey.
Nigeria. Let me just
Allow her.
finish up
Allow.
saying what I'm saying. Like, who are they supplying? Who's the market? Is there an export market? Is there an import market? How close are they to the ports that will export it out? There are just so many things we can do with that money that's more productive than to be chasing this old project. That's the point I'm making. Maybe then when it was good and they were spending 1 point something billion, it grew to then in the 80s. Yes, maybe at that time for where we are, I would have done something. I'm skeptical of that. But right now, to invest all that money to bring it to back to shape, where we know there are more critical things we can be spending money on, I disagree with such economic thinking.
I don't think you're speaking from a place of authority on that issue. The only thing that I may uh, give to you that where you make, in my own opinion, is when you talk, if you say about the technology behind the project, might have been outdated by now. You understand? It's going to cost a lot to update it, in update the technologies. But if it's about the economic effect of that project, man, go and do your research.
No, tell me.
It
You can
changes
argue with me.
everything.
At least
It
I
changes if you
understand
want
the
to be.
economic impact of
So
creation.
It changes
Let's
everything.
discuss it.
An
What
economy,
are you saying that is
economy that is as
going to
big
be
as
the
Nigeria.
economic impact of this
I'm coming.
project, so that we can
so
debate it?
I'm coming. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Economy that is as big as Nigeria need a strong manufacturing base, and you can't have that strong manufacturing base uh, um, uh, without having independent access to iron and steel manufacturing.
But that's not
Because
what
if
I'm
I'm
saying.
coming,
I'm
I'm
saying
coming.
in a
If you
place
are
where there
talking,
are scarce resources, we don't have
it's
unlimited
still part
amount of
of it.
money.
No,
All the
we have the deposits. It's just a way of
no,
instead
that's
of
not
you.
what I'm saying. To bring back that project to completion, it's not ready to go. I'm not talking about raw materials to process. That's
Let me
when it's
ask you. Let me
completed.
ask you. The money that your politicians are stealing every year, do you think if they keep that money for like 5 years, it's going to be
That's not
enough
the
to
point
finish
for
it?
me. I'm being
No,
practical here.
you're
Oh,
missing what she's saying. You're missing what she's saying. What she's saying is instead, just like those refineries that they kept pumping billions and billions back how many years ago when Obasanjo was there. I wrote an open letter to the president when they said they had 60 billion in reserves, that you could go ahead and build 4 new refineries for 2 to 3 billion. So why continue to pour more money into this how many year old Ajaokuta? Go and build a new one that
No,
is
but
more efficient.
that's not what she's saying. That's why I asked
That's
her.
what she's saying.
No,
That's
no,
what
no,
That's
she's
no.
part
trying to
of
That's
what
why
say.
I
I'm
asked her.
saying.
No,
That's
no,
part of
that's
what
not
I'm
what she's
saying. I'm
saying.
saying
That's
that
why I asked her. Are you saying that the technology is outdated, or that we don't need iron and steel? industry.
Okay.
He said
And
that
I
you don't
said
need
that's
that
not
kind of.
quite what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that we have a way of idealizing things, projects from the past, from frontiers that people have moved past, and that in a place where there's scarce resources, there's not enough money to go around. Instead of obsessing about past projects that have been proven to not be efficient, either by location, by the logistics, and many other things that it's not like I've done my complete, I wasn't prepared for this conversation that we can discuss here. Why not spend your limited resources, invest in education and research so that we can know the next frontier? Like our mates are moving to AI, maybe they're not our mates. They are moving to AI, moving to different other kinds of economies,
No, that
and we're
that
still
countries are moving to AI does not
wait.
include. Okay,
My
question.
point is not
Let's
that
not
we
make this
have
thing
to
like an
move to a
argument.
no wait
Question,
if
question. Do you think Nigeria needs an iron and
Now,
steel industry or not?
you have
it's not a yes or no. I'm asking for
No, it's a yes
context.
or no.
If
Do
you
we
see
need it
how
or
No,
we
two
no,
don't
of
no.
need
them
it?
are
Then
not
you're
on
missing
camera,
my
what kind of
point.
wahala is this one?
No,
Two
the
of you are
question
not
I'm
on camera.
asking you is for Kandu to understand whether he and you are on the same point or not. Do you think Nigeria needs an iron and steel industry or not?
The
Question.
point I am making.
Absolutely, absolutely.
can I
You
say,
can you can you can walk
Okay,
you
hold
can
on.
walk and chew gum at the
Great
same time.
forefathers. Can you
Yeah,
come on
exactly,
camera,
Kandu. I'm
please?
trying to explain to you that you and her are not on the same point.
Great forefathers. Can you come on camera, please? Because two people are not on
No,
camera. We are experiencing misses.
sorry.
So let me quickly
forefathers, can I say something
throw
like
this to
this?
you, please.
Let
Father,
AY
No, no,
finish
no. What I'm
asking
saying,
then.
I was
Yeah.
coming and going because my
Let me
network was
say
bad.
this, right?
It's okay. Let AY just
Sorry,
finish. Then you can
my
go.
network was bad. So
To
can
be
I just say
honest,
what I think what is going on with my network?
I
I even
think
have to start all
you
over
don't
again.
really understand much
Yeah, I
about the
know. Sorry.
importance of IO steel industry. IO steel industry is actually a very crucial part in any country economy, any country at all.
Mhm.
The importance of IO steel cannot even
Sorry,
be
can I say
overemphasized. The location of our IO steel company is on point. That is one. You can talk about the mismanagement, but we need more of iron and steel for us to develop in terms of infrastructure. Now, Nigeria have been building trains for the past during Buhari administration. You need that for transportation, for energy, in the construction of bridges. There is tons of stuff you use iron and steel for. It's very, very important. I
And the
understand
market is there. Look at the one of Africa.
the
But
market is
that's not
also
what
there.
I'm
So
saying.
the raw material, no, that's what you say, except
No,
I'm
no,
not
no,
hearing the
let
question.
me say what I'm saying since I'm
No,
here.
there
I
is no.
sorry,
understand very
request, and I know
much
where it
the
is coming, and I
iron
want to tackle on that point.
and steel
I want to
market
tackle on that point with
and
due
raw
respect.
materials. I
No,
live
no,
in
I
the
know where it
steel
is coming, and I want
belt
to
in
tackle
the
on that. It's
US.
important I
So
say it
like
because
I understand it. What I'm saying is that we have a way of looking. The point I'm making is that we have a way of looking at backward projects and trying to resuscitate them at all cost when we could be thinking about more efficient ways of doing things. We have limited resources where we are right now. Do we have the manufacturing to take off those iron ores
we
when they
have
are
what it
processed? Do
takes.
we
I'm
have
sorry
it
now
right
to
now?
interrupt you.
Is it going
No,
to
no, 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 no.
I'm
Yeah,
asking questions. I'm not saying I
we
know.
have what it takes.
Hold
Hold
on.
on.
Yes,
Is it going to be
Sorry, we
for
have
to
what it
be sold in Nigeria for an export market? What are the
takes to do all
In
these
logistics?
things.
Nigeria,
Wait,
in
no,
Nigeria.
look,
what are the
you're spending,
logistics we have in place for that? And if that's not ready,
you're spending money
is there
in,
better way we can be
you're spending
spending our
money
money
in
right now
NS,
while we
NS.
ready your steel market? That is the
Takes
point I'm
absolutely
making.
nothing.
you
We
It
can
just
may
walk
very
and
well
chew
be that
gum.
this
You can walk
Ajaokuta
and
may
chew
be
gum.
your lifeline. I'm not saying it's not, but
NS,
that
hold
can
on.
be the first place we
See,
start, and
NS, hold
it
on,
has
hold on.
an emotional place in people's
It's
hearts.
not
And
emotion. No, 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 no,
No,
no.
it's not.
Hold on, hold on,
Strategic.
Emotionally. One can see.
hold on. You want us to move up? Hold on,
highly
guys.
necessitated that these industries work.
Jefferson, please hold on.
It's very, very important. Sorry,
you
I
want
say
us
because
to move on to AI.
It is very, very important that these industries, these sectors work to revive our economy.
Very
you cannot
important.
See, look, the refineries, it's not rocket science. Calm down. It's not rocket science that the refineries cannot be fixed. It's not even rocket science that the steel industry can be fixed or other major industries. This is not rocket science. To science. We have the engineers, we have the expertise. The problem is that the government, every time they always play.
Jefferson, you need to fix your audio.
Jefferson, you need to fix your internet.
I didn't say it can be fixed. I think there's something wrong with the sound for me.
To sustain these industries and let production.
And he seriously wants to say something, and his audio is playing up.
For instance,
Jefferson, sort your internet out. Sort your internet out, then your audio will be sorted out. Then you can have your full say.
I know you want us to move on to AI. Is AI gonna build bridges for you? Is AI
AI? That's not what I'm saying. That's what it's almost like you're reducing my point to a very minimalist. That's not we may not be at AI level, but we should stop chasing the past. That's the point I'm making.
Hold on, iron and steel industry is not the
It's not the past.
It's not in the past.
It's the present. It's even the
future. So
let me just share this briefly.
Let me manufacturing companies we have.
Hold on, let me share this. Let me share this.
I don't know your background.
Let me just help resolve this because sometimes logic will not work until somebody sees the fact. Everything you see here is based on steel.
Yeah.
Welcome to Chongqing, China. It is one of the
Wait, I know what. Oh my gosh! I did not say I don't know what steel can do. I know what beams are.
In this city, it's completely
normal.
That's not the point I'm making. You people are missing the point.
It's one of the most important industries in this country. We need it.
It has one of the deepest subways in the world.
You can't talk about industrialization without iron and steel.
But that's the point I'm making. Who says I'm chasing industrialization? Do you see what I'm saying now? Like,
when you say the past, what do you mean the past?
See what I'm trying to say.
AI and quantum computing and all the rest.
It's
but
like
you still have the fundamentals.
Wait, hold on. She's talking about the cost effectiveness of having steel manufacturing plants. You know, like I just
all those ones are
we don't have the industry base. Wait, hold on. We don't. It's not cost effective to produce steel in Nigeria. Rather import.
Why?
If you
produce steel in Nigeria? Why?
What are you people talking about? Cost efficiency. You're buying these things. You're importing these things. You're exporting jobs to other economies. What are you talking about?
Listen, because sorry, please, let me have to interject on this one because it's very important. No, calm down. Let me say something, please. Let me say something. You guys can say what I want to say.
Do you know something now?
Sorry, please, forefathers, please. I want to say something, please. Just give me a minute, please. Do you know because the steel industry is not working, because some critical industries are not working, that the EPC companies, listen, that the EPC companies are spending close to 50 to 75% importing steel materials just to execute EPC projects in Nigeria. Do you know how critical that is? Meanwhile, it doesn't take nothing. Listen to me. I was in Ajakuta Steel 2017. It takes absolutely nothing to revive those plants. Nothing, absolutely nothing. It's just willfulness and support. And if they have followed what they are supposed to do, those plants will be producing. At a point, they even produce AK-47. And for instance, look at Innocent. All the effort that is taking to fix up, to produce cars is important material that you can easily get from Ajakuta Steel.
They assemble, they don't manufacture.
I think the point I'm making.
No, you're not getting it. They calm down. I know they assemble. I said the effort that Innocent is taking to import steel and materials to do his car. If Ajakuta Steel was working, he would simply go to Ajakuta and get those materials
I'm making about that.
And these cars will be very, very cheap, extremely cheap. Do you know? No, calm down. Do you know the frustration? Apart from the steel industry, even tin
Even some other key materials. Then
Bauxite, copper,
madam, you are talking about quantum computing and
zinc.
all of that. Do you know that if we have a sustainable Silicon Valley, we have all the materials, line waste, lithium materials for batteries, all line waste, and we have the engineers that can even produce ICs, that can produce all these things in a jiffy. But the problem is that we are not getting the required support. It doesn't take
Why?
nothing.
Okay,
No
let
We
me
visionary
spend
okay,
money
leadership.
let me
Why?
try
just
and make
giving them the
Wait, hold
necessary
on.
support. We enable them to drive the industrial revolution within
okay,
minutes.
wait. Let me make my point as
NS,
concisely as
please
possible.
leave
And
this
I
topic,
think
please,
this is
please.
proving my
NS,
point because
Father, you need to move
I
this
don't even
topic
think my
away.
point is being heard
We're
because
not gonna leave
everybody is
here.
being emotional about this
It's not
situation.
It's
emotional.
not
What
It's not
I'm
my
trying
emotion.
emotion.
to
I'm telling you
say
about
It's
the
is
not
need.
emotion.
You
It
all
takes
have
wait,
tried.
nothing
wait.
to do
What I'm
anything.
trying
Let
to
me
say is
try.
that
You all have tried. You guys don't know how to talk to ladies, eh?
what I'm
Or
trying to say is
an
that we're
educated woman
seeking
like this.
economic development for the prosperity of the entire nation. That is all our grand objective, I hope, right? And in a place where there's scarce resources and you want to have sustained development for a long time, what is the right way to do it?
Where
Because
do you
one
have
thing
scarce
I see
resources? Where?
about
Where do you
hold
have
on,
scarce
hold on, let
resources?
me
We have
not
been
lose my
trying
train
for the
of thought.
last 1 hour.
One
You have
thing
not
I
gotten
see
anywhere.
about
Anyway,
a
you want
lot
to carry
of
on.
black leaders, even prehistoric times, what they're always doing is building these monuments of wealth of that's why Mansa Musa will go and dash people gold. Like there's this obsession to show might and power. And I feel like Ajaokuta represents that to me, that kind of
No,
thinking. It was
no,
born
Please, that
out
is
of
not
it's
that kind
not.
true.
of
Please.
That's
thinking.
where
No,
you're
no, no. I
getting
And
it
the
don't agree
kind
wrong.
with that
of
line of
thinking
thought.
that
We
moves country
That's where you're
forward is the
getting it
kind of
wrong.
thinking
we
that
need to
says,
see NS face. We need to see your face. We
I
need
need
to
to see your
see
face
the
so that I
face.
Sorry,
can
I know. I
recognize
think
you
I
in
know where
picture.
he's going with this,
Let's
but
No,
hear her
you have
fully.
We need to
you just
see
nothing.
have
your
to
You have
picture
face.
your
absolutely
picture. I
nothing
need
to
to
See
see
your
do
you.
with
face.
what the
Let me
That's where
understand.
you're
narrative is.
getting it wrong.
I think
It has
we
nothing
pick
to do with the
one thing and
narrative.
say it back, then she'll come back with you with the other side. That's the thing. Let's hear everything she's saying, understand fully what she's trying to say. She's saying, that, okay, one of the things that I heard was that we like to show off, like give Master Musa as an example. Says something about scarce resources. What is scarce? Is it the iron ore or is it the
What is scarce exactly? Tell us.
no,
what
say that again. The
mean?
sound is very bad for
They
me.
showed off. They show just reply to what she said about Mansa Musa. He showed off, but he was still able to build a ship and carried out the
Exactly.
first ever exploration to the Americas.
No,
Which
but
of
No,
what
our
no,
I'm
don't
leaders?
saying
don't
is
start with
that
Mansa Musa. Mansa
No,
Musa was stupid.
we don't want to go into all those
My
details
mind, that
now.
guy was hopeless, man. He brought
But
trouble for
he
us.
was able to create something. Which of
Create
our
what
what?
did
leaders
he
can
Create
do
the
that?
create?
wahala for
He
us.
explored.
He
No, he
went and
explored.
showed off a lot of gold and invited all the people here
No,
that we have
Do
a
you
now
know
mountain of
because
gold
of Mansa
it's
Musa,
not
in
the
the
Africa.
price
family
of
line
gold
actually
fell?
explored.
He gave out so much free gold that it caused a deflation in prices. So I'm just saying that this kind of I don't know how to explain it. So, but me, I think that this is our problem. We're always chasing like might,
What do you mean
So,
you
showing
are
There is no
chasing?
our.
part of the
can you
world that
people
doesn't
let
chase
Hold
me
on.
power.
speak to her? You've
Father,
all
let me
been
ask her a
trying. You've not
question.
gotten anywhere. Let me try to get
Let
to
me
the
ask her
bottom
a
of this.
question.
You keep
Let me
jumping
ask her a
in when she
question.
says one thing or the other because I want to understand where she's coming from. She seems to be making a coherent argument, but somewhere along the line we are missing it. So, first of all, what is the resources that is scarce? Let's understand. Let's have a baseline agreement
Okay,
of what you mean by that.
so it it's just. I mean, maybe it's just economic thinking. Maybe you think resources are not scarce, but from where I am, resources are scarce. If you want to go and do something, you have to raise capital for it. And since we don't have unlimited amount of capital, we need to be prioritizing projects that can seek for us long-term development. And from where I stand, if we want to think in a way that is developmentally focused, innovative, and unique to our communities, what we need to invest in more than anything is education and research and energy infrastructure. And we should order our economic discussions that way. We should stop harping on old projects like Nigerian Air Ajaokuta that we don't know if it will work in the existing form in the current state of our country. And then because we're so emotional about it and we're so
Stop
sure that it
using
will
that
work,
word
what's going to
emotional.
happen is
Stop
everybody will
using the
I
word
think that's you people.
emotional.
let's let
Stop
her talk.
using the word
Oh, I'm sorry.
emotional.
I'm sorry. I
I
didn't
want
mean
to get
to.
to
Stop
the bottom
I
of
know,
using
this.
the
I
word
know where she's
emotional.
going, but she's
As
totally
point of
wrong.
correction,
In
don't
terms of
even compare,
resources,
don't
even
even
as it
compare,
is, we
don't
can
even
even bail
compare
ourselves out
the
of debt
usefulness
because
of
it is.
Ajaokuta steel to Nigerian Airways. They are not even the same. They're not even in the same basket. You
And
can
to
talk
and
about
to and
emotion
to
when you're
and
talking
to
about
Exactly.
Nigerian
and
Airways,
to
not
and to and to
Ajaokuta
Let's
and
let
steel
to
her
industry.
finish
Okay,
talking.
and
Let's
to
can you
let
and
people
her
can we take it
finish
easy?
talking.
Let's
10
try to get
seconds.
to the
10
bottom. I
seconds.
want to understand where she's
Just 10 seconds. This is my last word on this.
10 seconds.
NS,
Okay, anyway, let her finish her point.
NS,
Let her finish her point.
hold on. NS, my advice for you is please do research on the importance of iron and steel in any developing economy. Please. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, I
what I
appreciate
want
that.
to say is that if you think I am saying all these things without understanding the importance of manufacturing and construction, that's funny. That like I do understand the importance of
Yeah,
steel to
but so
any
far from everything you've
industrializing
said so
economy,
far,
but
I
that's part of. Sorry,
see, no,
sorry.
NS. From everything you've said so far, I please can you people just give us 5 minutes to drill this thing down? Because what she's saying, we need to truly understand. Because where you are going, I'm not sure you are getting the whole picture they are trying to convey to you.
Okay.
Because when you said about education and a few other things that we should prioritize, um, you left out for me, one of the most critical thing that if you don't do it, you are just wasting your time.
Security.
Yeah, because you've actually done education before, and look at where we are still today. And I know you can't give me any other example that has done it without security before.
Exactly.
And so, and then if you go to the scarce resources that you mentioned, we borrow money, more than enough money every year for rubbish compared to what we could have invested in to make a lot of money. Still, it's about making money that can educate those people that you want to educate. Because if we have steel, we'll be able to manufacture it and build our own infrastructure and sell it to other African countries and the world at the same time. Because it will
Okay.
be cheaper to manufacture here. It's an economic argument too. So
But
I
all
don't
I'm
understand why
hearing
you're
in
against
that
that.
is some idealism. I'm saying knowing when last
It's
time.
not idealism, it's
Wait,
pragmatism
okay,
of
let
a
me say
path to
what. No,
solution.
wait. Okay, it's not idealism, it's not emotions. It
Pragmatic
is
approach, yeah.
what I'm saying is how pragmatic are we being 2025 February, knowing the infrastructure in that country right now, this present moment,
We are
which
just
ports are
using the
working,
wrong set of people to
which
forefathers,
people
achieve
are
this
making the
forefathers.
result.
demands for
So,
this
That's what is
iron.
going
Forefathers,
on.
That's what.
forefathers,
is it AI that is going
forefathers,
to give you the infrastructure?
We had the
forefathers.
problem
Give me
with
just forefathers.
if
Give me
if
60 seconds. I beg.
yeah, yeah.
Give me
If
60
somebody had
seconds.
told you, yeah, you are going to go now. If somebody had told you that Dangote will invest $20 billion and have a refinery today, you would say that was the wrong priority. But
I
yes,
Oh
wonder.
that
yeah, and it's
investment,
still the long
no.
priority. We're going to see it in the
Oh
next
my
five
God,
years when
oh my God,
everybody
Enes,
moves
don't
It's
do
away
a
that,
from
don't
very
do that.
oil.
correct
You're
You are
going
a
to
very,
priority
very
see
right
it.
there.
intelligent woman. Don't do
He's
what you
going to
just did.
retrofit his refinery for hydrogen. You
Unless
will
you are
see it.
trolling it,
And
I
it will
can't
work.
believe you are
It's
saying what you are
succeeding
saying
already.
today. You are
It's
either
succeeding.
trolling
If you,
or
that's the thing,
man,
with
don't
due
do that.
respect,
Man, don't do that.
some of
That
us,
She's
if we are
trolling. She need
technological
to show her
minded,
is
face.
we will
trolling,
know
man.
that
This
this
is
thing,
not real, man. This is
this
not real.
argument is baseless with due respect.
We need to
Yes,
be sure that we are not talking to AI. Let her show her face,
Yeah.
please.
she's not AI, all right.
And
But at least she's
you
trolling
know the
us.
person. No, let's see her face or his face.
It's
Whoever.
Forefathers.
there's no light here, but
Nigerian
forefathers
federal
know.
government
I
is
even
spending
I know
think
her.
$10
AY
billion
knows my
on a Jupiter
face.
steel plant. Nigerian government has
Forefathers.
spent $10 billion, $10 billion
Yes,
to be
I,
my
I,
guy, you
I
dey
know
speak
Dango.
English. You dey speak
Extend it
English.
as
Leave all those way they talk. Now the
you know
wrong,
next.
we have been having the wrong people. That's why we're not achieving anything over the
Jefferson,
years.
Jefferson, your
No, I'm angry
computer
on
is
this.
not good right
Sorry,
now, and
with due
Jefferson
respect,
is
I'm
frustrated.
extremely angry because we have been using the wrong people to achieve the result and we're not going anywhere.
Forefathers.
That's
Can
why
I
we're
can
in
I
this mess
can I
today.
go?
That's why I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
like this.
Jefferson can do.
Forefathers.
No, I can
Let's
even.
can do go.
Oh, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry. I
hold on,
think.
Ernest, you don't do. You don't do.
One at a time.
You don't
Ernest,
do, I beg.
I think the sound for me
You
is
know,
actually not good.
Hold on.
at first,
Let go first, then you can
at
come back to
first,
Ernest.
from the voice, I thought NS was what's that lady's name in Benin or where she did? What's her name?
Omoye Connor?
No, in Benin. Omoye no de Benin.
Oh, Madam Luke.
No, in Nigeria. What's in be her name? The one that helps Dr. Damages.
Stick with
Hold
the
on.
point. Stick with the point.
I know where I'm going.
Which one that helps Dr. Damages?
Blessing. I think her name is Blessing or something.
Ngozika. It's not in Benin.
Yeah, Ngozika. From the voice, that's what I thought. Okay.
No, it's
But aside from that, you see, whether you like it or not, you're importing steel into Nigeria. You're spending money. Not only are you spending money to import that into Nigeria, you're exporting jobs to other places when you do that. You can have the education. You can have. It's not a matter of cost effectiveness or not. They're building whatever highway they're building from Lagos, from wherever to Calabar. You know, the thousands of tons of steel that's going to be required to do that. You know, so I mean, there is no. You see, is people think the resources or capital is limited. Capital is not limited. It's only
It's
limited
not.
to hold on. It's only limited to people who don't have knowledge about capital. How did Dangote raise 19 billion to build a refinery that a whole country of Nigeria could not build in 30 years? Where if you have a project, if you know where to find money, there is more money in the world than you know what to do with. It's only those who don't know what they are doing or how to attain capital that has this limited mind. There is more capital available everywhere, and there will be more. There will be more next year than there is today.
How do you explain the fact that the government
I'm
has
just
spent
saying
$10
that,
billion on the
I risk capital.
project? $10 billion and nothing has happened. Like, how do you explain that? Can you explain that? You know, $10 billion spent on the steel plant and it's not functional. Like, can you explain why? Like,
I think it's due to a combination of sabotage and corruption practices.
That's just what it is.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
The refinery was almost, I think, 93 to 96% completed when it was halted because of the fall of the Babangida regime and the Soviet Union fall too. Because when the Soviet Union fell, they were the ones building it, everything by Foka. So that's what we got. But they have been trying to bring it back online, which is something they should have done. But you know, the Nigerian government, as always, in the early 2000s and now, they've not been able to make any significant headway till more recently. In the last 7 years or so, there has been movement, and I think it's because of the geopolitical weather. That's why there has been movement. America is not as strong as it used to be, knocking everything down. So our other nations are beginning to scramble for their own welfare too. So you can see that Dangote is able to come to online. Train stations, train lines are being built.
Forefathers, please don't do this. You are more intelligent, more knowledgeable than this. That guy, Tory or whatever his name is. Why? You see, this is why I hate when Nigerians talk like this. I don't believe in anybody holding anybody down. Young guy, hold on, that young guy over there, Tory, is moving mountains, regardless of France, regardless of Britain. How can you be telling me that somebody else that's holding you down? It doesn't matter what your response is. I don't care what your response is. It's irrelevant.
You cannot separate your oppressors. You cannot say your oppressors.
I don't. Maybe you have oppressors. I don't have oppressors. And if I do, I walk over their head. I walk over their head. Nobody oppresses me.
I think Kandu, I understand what you are saying, but where you are coming from is within the context of individual freedoms. Nobody is oppressing me individually, but as a group, that is what is happening. Whether you like it or not.
Who has oppressed that young guy? in 3 years or how many years? You see, this is excuses. No, you see,
Calm
people that
down.
don't have anything, people that don't have anything to do, they will always find an excuse. I don't care
Exactly.
who oppressed you. I don't care who
It's
did
not an
anything to
excuse,
you.
it's an
What are
explanation
you
of
going to do
a
about
problem
it?
that needs to, but that's the point we are making. It's a problem that needs to be dealt with. If you have, if an armed robber comes to steal from you, God forbid, Kando, are you going to say, oh, because the armed robber came to steal for you, my bad, it's my fault, I'm responsible for your
Forefathers,
family?
forefathers,
You're not going to deal
forefathers.
with
Let
the
me
armed
tell
robber.
you, forefathers. Let me tell
You're
you.
going to leave the armed robber to get away because it's your fault.
Let me give you a quick lesson. In the last 5 months,
Can you
the
let
people
GJ
that I
talk? Can you let GJ talk?
hold on, the people that I work with in Nigeria, that I provide resources to, they have been robbed 4 times. 4 times, not and the majority of this time is through their ATM with the portable POS.
That's anecdotal. We
Hold
don't
on.
care about
What did I
your
do?
personal problems.
Hold on. Let me finish my story. What did I
Your
do?
story's theirs. No one cares about your story.
I said, grab yourself up. We'll put in more capital. We don't fold. People that have things to do don't fold. You gather yourself up, learn the lesson,
Yeah, that's a
not to be
feel
there
good
at the
story
time
you
that you
tell
shouldn't
Calm
yourself.
down,
be.
calm down.
But you don't fold. Okay, you were robbed.
So
What are
what?
you
But
gonna
what do
do
you think?
about it?
So what do you think then? Do you think you
What
would
are you
have
gonna
been?
do about it?
Sorry. Let me ask you that. Do you think you would have been further along without those disruptions?
Absolutely, but that I don't say
That
because
is the
I
explanation of
will.
what you are saying
No,
now.
no. You see, again, it is not an issue of if you will not. Okay, you have been robbed. Okay, thank God you have access to resources that can help to replenish you. But if you don't, you see, it's a mindset. If I did sell
Exactly.
Akara for Adegunle, I will be a multi-millionaire in Nigeria. It's a mindset. It's either you have
Yeah.
it or you don't.
I think systems is not necessary. Maybe I can agree with you to an extent, but your interpretation of it is from the point of view of individualistic approach. If you want to talk about it from a societal approach, you have to understand the forces that are at play that triggers the society to function like as an individual
Forefathers,
like it is, right?
I agree, but I cannot, you see, I cannot, you see, I understand it's a society, but it is individuals that make that society.
Exactly.
It is by taking one person at a
No, it
time.
doesn't work like that.
It is
The individuals cannot necessarily manifest societal intelligence. There are
okay.
different mechanisms
And
for that.
what is your solution? What is your
But we can
solution?
do,
What is
sorry,
your
with due
solution?
respect, we can do something different. Sorry, with due respect, hold on. We can do something different. What Kandu is saying is absolutely right. We just have to do something different. For instance,
I agree with that.
hold on.
What is it?
For instance, every time we always want to play by the book that, oh, we don't have the resources. We don't have the resources. Nigeria is broke. Is that. Meanwhile, we have raw mineral resources, gold. Meanwhile, some people in Nigeria are mining illegal gold and selling it for that profit, personal profit. When you can equally mine that same gold and export it for the collective good of the country and use it to get more resources to industrialize the nation. That is how to think. That's how to think.
I think,
But we are not
sorry.
doing that. Instead, we are borrowing more money and spending anyhow. All the money that was borrowed, all the money that we've been borrowing for years and wasting. What are we to
I
show for
think
it?
what I'm saying is that our greatest resource
Wait,
as
you
Nigeria,
gotta wait, hold on. You gotta let GD. That's GD's turn. Let him talk. Let him talk. Give him time.
I think what I'm saying, without
Let
calling her
GD. Wait, hold on.
Jalkuta,
Let
maybe
GD
that's a
talk.
Yeah,
Let
strong man.
Exodicas, come on now. Let her. You are not moderating now. Even Jide is a
I'm not
gentleman.
moderating. You gotta let him talk.
Exodicas, you have a turn that is coming. You have not said much today. So,
I
but
think
please,
what I'm
it's
saying
the lady.
is
The lady
that
gets privileges. They are on a represented minority. We are a very, very fair platform. We have to
okay. So
represent,
what I'm
and
trying to
she's very
say,
much welcome. Thank you.
without saying too much, and it's not necessarily about Jalkuta, is that I feel like our strongest resource and asset is human capital, and that we should structure our policies around that. And to your point, someone was just saying his ingenuity, his thinking, his research, and I don't see enough of that. Like, it's not coming through in the way we think about our issues, like planning long term, thinking strategically, thinking about all the geopolitical problems with all your possible partners, like investing in those second order thinking, if you will. Like, but all I see is, oh, this is the magic bullet. If we do this thing, then we'll do it. Then it will never be the magic bullet, and it will show down the line that we did not consider all the complexities, all the things that could have, you know, made it. That's what I'm arguing about. It's not really about Jakarta. And to that's the point I'm making. When you carry on this old project, nobody's saying we should not do steel manufacturing, nobody's saying we should not revive it, but is that the best thing right now, with all the kind of infrastructure we have, with all the resources, the talents we have? Is that the best thing we can be doing right now? I'm not convinced, and
You know the
nobody
best
has still
investment that
convinced
Nigeria
me
can make. You know the
that
best
that's the
investment Nigeria can make
It's not the best, but
is in their security sector, because Nigeria is losing in almost $50 billion every year. If you are looking for economic investment, that is the best economic investment in the security sector. However, the next one for me is Ajakuta Steel, because
next thing
without
is
steel
energy.
manufacturing,
Why are we not investing in energy
we
and
have
pouring our
energy,
money into our
electricity. Okay,
Jalkuta
you
steel?
know
Let's
Why
talk
what?
about
why
You know
do
our
we
what?
have
You know
topic.
what?
Let's talk
24
about
I
hours
our
of
might
topic.
even
uninterruptible
consider
power supply?
Let's
electricity
talk about
as
our other
no.
topic.
I will I can consider electricity as also quite vital. Maybe even the next one. But the reason why I go for Ajakuta Steel, because you don't have to have electricity all over the country to run Ajakuta Steel.
So
exactly.
how would you run your manufacturing? How are
As
you
go
going
and
to
Oh,
ask
run
please, if you
Dangote
are,
now. Go
manufacturing
and ask
without
how Dangote is
energy?
doing it. Dangote is able to do it. That should tell you something.
That's
So
because he has a captive power project in there, and
then
he
we do
has.
it too.
yes,
My point is that we need that base to start building.
Guess what?
exactly.
But
I
you
have.
know that
Oh,
Dangote is doing that because he's supplying fuel, and fuel is the primary energy source right now in Nigeria. Like, people powering their generator. So there's an economic reason why that makes sense right now. Please tell me, when you get your Ajaokuta ready and people do, is it that we are going to buy fuel from Dangote to run our manufacturing? How is it
Oh,
going to
please, this is
work?
a myopic thinking
We
with
are
due
You don't
respect, and
understand. You don't
very, very
understand.
myopic.
You guys should
all
stop
our
this.
This is not,
Hold
is
on,
why
hold
this
on.
is a
You
very
guys should
wrong
not have
way
this
of thinking
argument with this lady.
and
It's
looking
not
at
worth
that.
it.
Are you sure you're
let's
not
talk
yeah,
talking
I
about
about she's
begin to
something
not
think
else.
that
trolling
Let's
us?
talk about.
the reason why
Let's
she
talk
came
about
back
something
today, she
else.
just in the background laughing.
She's not
Laughing
going
at
to
us.
get.
That's my worry.
Let's
She's
agree on
not
She
going
will
to
something
get
never
else.
it.
get it.
She's not
Let's
going
talk
to
about
She
get
will
it.
something
She's
never
else.
too
get it. She
lost.
will
I
never
begin to think
understand
that she's
where
just
this thing is
trolling us
coming from.
today. Actually, I'm beginning to
And
think
that,
she's
and this is
trolling
Ofada,
my
us.
problem. This is the
Ofada,
same
move to
way,
another
sorry, with due
topic. I
respect, this is
think
the
NS
same
is
way we are
trolling
thinking
us.
about
Yeah, I'm
electric
beginning
cars
to
in
think she's
I
Nigeria.
trolling
think
us
she's
now.
It's
trolling.
same kind of stupid thinking with due respect. Because
Take
we
it
feel that
easy.
electric
Hey,
cars
take
can
it
never
easy.
work in
Hey, take
Don't
Nigeria.
it
be using that
easy.
kind
Take
of
It's
it
same
easy.
language
Take
now.
it
kind
Come
of
easy.
on, come on.
thinking. When we have
Jefferson, calm down.
engineers,
Jefferson, calm down. Jefferson, calm down.
sorry, I
Calm
don't mean
down.
to
Ofada,
use that
let's
word,
move
but this
away
Yeah.
kind of
from this
thing
topic.
pisses
Oh.
me
I
off.
like this your camera. Your camera is very sharp now and clear.
I mean,
So
I don't.
NS on
I'm
your
not
mic, please.
offended. I just think I'm misunderstood. I
I
think
think
No,
so. I
no,
there's
think
you
this
are
so.
not
notion that
misunderstood.
what I'm
You are
saying
the
is, I
one.
think
You
that
are the
we
one that
can't.
misunderstand the opportunities.
No.
Okay.
Sorry, with due respect, can I say something? I'll be quick. For instance, now in the developing societies, they have done electric cars, right? Fine. And if you look in the industrial revolution, to do anything that has to do with engines and all of that is a very complex technology, and we'll be having issues because our steel industry have been underdeveloped. But to do electric cars now is not so much of a hassle. And fine, okay, we are trying to adopt it and see how we can upscale it here in Nigeria. But but unfortunately, with all the scientists, the technologists, engineers, and co in Nigeria, they feel it's never going to work because they feel we don't have the infrastructure. And I'm like, what are you talking about? It takes absolutely nothing. It takes willfulness and ingenuity to do an adaptive technology that's able to work for us, and it will help our situation. We just have to be adaptive at this point. We cannot wait until everything is complete.
No, that's. I think we're
that's number
saying
one.
the
And
same thing in
meanwhile,
some
these
ways,
developed
even though.
societies you are seeing today, they didn't start 10 years ago. They start close to 200 years. It took them time.
No.
But at the
I
same
think
time, it's
I
not.
think remove
I
Ajaokuta
have a
from
question
this
for
conversation,
Jefferson.
and you see
Yes,
that
go
we're
ahead and
Jefferson,
ask
saying the
the
same
question.
thing.
you're
Because
having
what I'm
good. Oh
arguing
shit,
for
this
is
girl.
for us to be adaptive and to get to and to be pragmatic about where we are versus these particular projects that we see as our saviors. That is all I've been saying. Like, and I happen to view Ajaokuta as one of them. Having studied the project for some time, I happen to think it's okay to
Sorry, have
disagree.
you
I
gone to
happen to
Ajakuta of
think
recent?
Ajaokuta is one of
Let's don't
such
prolong this
projects
thing. Let's go talk
that
about something
we
else. Let's
don't
talk about
need
something
right
else.
now. That's not.
Father, move this
If it were
topic.
No,
me,
Jide,
I'll
you
be
wanted to ask me a
focusing my
question, though.
energy on powering the country.
NS,
Yeah,
NS,
But we can disagree.
Jide, please ask me the
NS, you
question. Let me
won.
hear, please.
NS, you won. No problem. Let's move.
Jide, ask me the
Okay.
question. Sorry, I
Yeah,
want to hear the question.
Jefferson, I was going to ask. Jefferson, I was going to ask you that which resources were the Europeans using during the Industrial Revolution to power their battery cars?
We don't want to go there, of course.
Can you say that again? I didn't hear you.
We don't want to go there in the sense that, of course, most of the
No.
resources came from Africa.
Okay.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Which is truth. So we cannot argue about that.
Let me talk to NS. Let me ask NS girl. So I was asking that the resources that the Europeans used to power their industrial revolution, to power their engines, to drive their economy during the industrial revolution era, where did it come from?
It came from different parts of the world, and let's go back to economics 101.
From which
right?
part
What
of the
they
world?
will tell you. By the way, I'm an economist,
world?
actually, but anyway.
Okay, good. That's good.
What they will tell you is
What
that.
did you say? What did you just say? What did I hear you say?
She's an
An
economist. I told you that
economist
this
should
lady is
develop
just trolling.
along the
She's
lines
just
of his
trolling you
natural
people. She's just
endowment.
trolling
I
you.
don't
You are
disagree
an
with that.
economist.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're not. Which school did you attend, please?
I beg, please, let's not go there. I beg, please. With your respect, let's not
I
go
think
there.
she's just
Let's
trolling
not go
people
into all
now.
that, please.
Because this cannot be real. This
No,
cannot
it
be
can't be real. She's not speaking like an
AI
economist.
specialist. She's an AI specialist.
Don't mind her.
Let's talk about something else for fathers
She's
now.
trying to annoy
Okay.
people. Let's allow Eccentric guys to come in because he hasn't said much.
Yeah, Eccentric
other
has
than,
to talk, yes.
other than stop interrupting people. You that's what he does. Eccentric guys, what do you think about this?
So I get her point, right? It's just I got her point. Her point is a joke that's still planned shouldn't be the priority right now, because we need other infrastructures in place in order to have a joke that's still planned, right? Nigeria has a power problem, right? Electrical power problem. They need to fix that first in order for you to run a sustainable industry like the electric steel plant. I mean, a joke that's still plant, right? If a steel plant is a feasible project, how come the private individuals, private investors are not actually going into it in Nigeria? How come they're not investing in it, right? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Also, Nigeria spent $10 billion trying to fix the Jupiter Steel plant. It's a money pit, right? There must be a reason why it's a money pit. We can wish it away as corruption. Corruption is just, it's just an abstract term. There are reasons, there are concrete reasons why that project is not working in particular, right? Steel plant is necessary. It's important for a lot of industries, right? Most industries need steel, right, to function. But that shouldn't be the priority right now. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be a priority. We should invest in other industries. And like she's saying, there are, other industries that are the futuristic industries, like she mentioned AI, things like that, these futuristic industries. I get it.
Why
You know what I'm saying?
would
Like
you want to
Nigeria,
mention this in AI is only as effective as what you can physically make
Exactly. Yeah,
happen.
there's
AI
no
is
big deal
good,
about it.
but remember,
You can't utilize AI in
not real,
isolation.
it's not physical.
AI is just one part
what
of it.
changes the world is the physical aspect. You have to
What
implement
can you do with
whatever you want.
AI? Exactly.
You can have all the best answers in the world, but isn't that what we do here? We have the best answers in the world, but we don't have any way of implementing it.
Let me quickly ask Ernest.
Ernest,
you
great,
talk about
great
research. Do
what
you
did you
know
what did you call
the
it?
volume? Do you know the volume of research you can carry out at the steel with the steel iron and steel industry?
Do I know the what?
What happened to the
research, the
$10 billion
volume of research
again?
you can carry out in the steel industry? Do you
Sorry,
know?
say that again. The volume of
What happened to the? Can you answer the question? What happened
You
to
were
the 10?
talking of R&D, right? Research.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what you can carry out in the steel industry?
Like, what do you mean by that? As in
research
as in how?
Real research, proper research.
No, I don't understand your
question.
What do you mean the volume of, like, do you mean the research on the impact of steel, the engineering qualities of steel, the economy? I don't understand what you're asking.
I'm just telling you, like, the kind of research, the number of research you can carry out in the
You can carry out any number, multiple of research on any topic. I don't really understand the point you're making.
You were talking about research. I wanted to bring you back.
No, the research I was talking, that's why I keep saying I was being misunderstood.
Okay,
the research I was talking about is not steel. The research I was saying is that any forward-thinking economy should be investing in their human capital, education, right? Infrastructure and energy, so that they are comfortable, and then R&D in general. So look at all your environment. What kind of things can we be doing about our environment that it's innovative? That point was not about steel. That point was about saying, what's the next frontier of economics? What would be what would be old-fashioned that in 10 years it will be irrelevant? Like, how long-term planning was more of what I was saying. That's why I keep saying that my point is not about Jakarta. It may very well be the best project. I don't believe it to be.
That's for you.
It's not really about Jakarta, the point I was making.
Let me quickly say something, Ernest. I think you say you are an economist, so you are not in this area. It's an area you need to listen to expert people that have knowledge in this area.
I'm not an economist. What I am is a financial analyst, right? So
okay, and then you're using your financial intelligence to analyze scientific and engineering things.
Sorry,
which I find annoying, with due respect.
You said something about infrastructure. Now, how do you have this infrastructure without iron and steel industry? So again, hold on. Let me finish. Again, the importance of iron and steel industry, you cannot have a blossom economy without developing your iron and steel industry. You Jefferson talk about EPC. When you talking about EPC, that's engineering, procurement, and construction. So what they basically do with these companies, you're talking of science and technology here. They are the one that build your infrastructure, your bridges, your energy industry, your everything. Just name it. In the oil and gas, whatever. EPC company, that's what they do. In the civil, in the anything. So anything engineering, when it comes to building, this is what they do. So they make use of this iron and steel in most of the area. Even if you want to build a nuclear power plant today, you need iron and steel.
You need them.
You don't seem to understand the importance of this.
Oh my God! How can you say? I mean,
you
I don't want
because
to start.
You will not just in that industry.
Hold on. I understand what you're talking about. Yes, the human capital development is as important as anything, but this is a country we can build the energy industry, the iron and steel, the human capital. We can build them along in parallel. We can build all these things parallel. So as a country, we are not going to sit down. We said, oh, now we're building one rail line for the next 4 years. Then after 4 years, we go build how to make spoon. No, that's not how to build.
No, that's not what I'm saying now. See what I'm trying. Someone is asking.
Listen, have you also thought about the fact that if you want to improve your security as a country, your security posture, you're going to need the iron and steel. And the first thing that those countries are going to do is to give you sanction that will stop
Why not get nuclear?
export of
But
iron
that's
and
not
steel
the
to your
point I'm
country.
making.
Yeah,
The point
that's
I'm
the
making
first
is
thing they will
about
do. They will
priority.
place a sanction to stop export of iron and steel to you. Just
Wait,
to
hold on. What I'm
From
saying,
that, I
Abu, the
begin to
point
think you are
I'm
trolling,
making
though. I begin to think
is
you are
not really
trolling.
about
I think she's
Jakarta.
You are
doing
not
it
trolling?
intentionally.
No,
Just
let's
leave
talk
that.
about
No, I'm
another
not
topic.
doing it
No,
No,
let's talk about
intentionally.
another.
I'm
No,
making
let's
with
a
talk
due
about.
point
respect, I
that
know
That's
as
you.
we're discussing, I
like
love
we're
as
just
we're
prolonging this
discussing
thing.
this
We're not
thing.
reaching any
It
consensus.
actually expose
We
a
are not
lot
reaching
of
any consensus on
ignorance
this.
on
We're
across levels.
just
Oh
moving
my
from one
gosh,
place to
you
another.
No,
We're
guys,
not
listen
reaching
no,
to
any
no. It's
what
good
I'm
that
consensus.
we're
making.
discussing it.
See,
It's
Jeremy,
good.
There's no
Jefferson,
coherent
take it
conclusion.
easy
You're
on
trying to
Jefferson,
explain
No,
things.
I know I'm
sorry,
talking
try to
like this
contain it.
because I know I'm talking like this because it baffles me. It
That's the way
actually
our leaders
baffles me
are
that
reasoning.
with all the level of education, we cannot think to see how we can reposition ourselves in the future.
Percentage of the
I think the
locally
best way, because there are case studies of.
locally manufactured equipment or armament that we have that we use on the war front.
Now we're just in a baby stage. We're just building up. We're just
So it's less about 10%.
No, it's less than just about less than 20.
We're talking
We're
about
building up.
We're talking about guns. Do we produce our guns now?
Not now. We used to assemble guns from Daikon. That has stopped. That is being restored now. We produce our own ammunition now. Directly, we do that for small calibers, the 7.62 mm. We do that at 9 mm. We also do that. We want to do the 5.6 and then go to the higher calibers from 12.7 and above. So those are the things we're working on. The funny thing is that Nigerian Daikon started 60 years. Was 60 years last year. Was established the same time with Brazil. Brazil is producing unmanned aircraft, unmanned submarine. They've gone so very far. We want to achieve that. And because in the past, yes, we started, sometimes we build traction and then it is left and we go down. But now, with the signing of the DICOM bill, we're going to make sure that it is sustainable. People are interested, people are coming in. We're having a lot of partners into it going on. And I can assure you, in a few years, Nigeria too will be a superpower in producing its own equipment. And we intend to use that, one, to engage our youths, provide employment, foreign exchange, and then we also need to sell to our own neighbors. I think that's
Everything he just said here is based on steel and petrochemical.
Yeah,
simple, extremely
That's
simple.
basically it. Without it, they are making all this noise because they know Dangote is there and all the others.
Exactly.
Father,
And they will
Nigeria
benefit more.
steel
The
is being used
military,
to
the military will
manufacture.
be the highest beneficiary because it will help their R&D department to achieve achieve the best of weaponry in their fleet.
Even the Dangote refinery we're talking about, if they tell you the cost of the steel in Dangote refinery, you will say,
cry.
hey, you will cry. So,
That's
okay, let's leave it.
Yes.
I think NS guy who will make our next.
Okay, I think I have just
Ugozi
5 more minutes.
No, don't troll again.
5 more
Let's
minutes
leave this
to
topic.
troll us.
Let's
Is
go
that
to
it?
other
So
topic.
let me just wrap up. I think the point of what I'm saying is about prioritization. One.
Okay, good.
Two, yeah, you say still, we understand that that's an important raw material for manufacturing. But what other raw materials are you not thinking about? Why are you harping on steel? Like you've zeroed in on steel because of Agile Kuta. That's my point.
Let me answer the question. The reason why we are happy on steel, and to be fair to you, it's not only Ajakuta steel. If anything else can create Ajakuta steel kind of steel for us, I'm fine with it. It's because it's the base of any serious heavy manufacturing if you want to do it. You can't build bridges, you can't build underground structures, you can't build any major defensive structure or even industrialize properly without it.
Railway.
Everything, even universities, anything, research. There are some, you know about the Large Hadron Collider. This is a scientific tool that is larger than a city. That's the circumference. Is circling
It's rather than close
and
to 10 states in Nigeria.
that stuff is full of steel. You need those things.
Bridges.
Even in science, you can't escape it. It's the
Wait, I
base.
didn't say you can. Are you people hearing me? Did I say you can escape steel? That's not the point I'm making.
You said we should not
My point is
prioritize
not
it.
that
That's why I
steel
said
is
it's
not
the
useful.
base. You said whether it's our top priority. I said
I'm
yes
saying
because it's the
right
base of
now
it
where
all.
we are today
Yes.
hold on, let me finish. Where we are today with all the things we can be prioritizing, I know why I'm saying this, maybe because I'm on social media and this Ajaokuta keeps coming up. There are
It's not
many things
true.
we can be prioritizing right now that will give us bigger wins in the nearer future and long-term future. There's not
Madam, you don't explain
Ajaokuta.
this thing about 52 times.
Not that much more.
Let's agree to disagree with you. You don't do.
You won. You won.
Right.
The other has
Okay,
spoken.
now let's go to America because
Please
this
let's leave it and
this
leave
stuff that happened in America
the
this week.
let's talk on something else.
Yeah, I think we are going to get on with it now. Thank you for, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure NS has represented the very, very well. She held her own. You can't intimidate her, or she will troll you guys until you start crying. All right. This stuff that happened with Trump, they were sounding like us actually. Zelensky was arguing like Jefferson. and, and Vince was coming at him like Enes. And Trump is going in the middle. But you see, almost everything I predicted about Trump is coming to fruition. That guy, people think he's totally stupid. He's not stupid. Look at what he said. He said he aligns with Europe, he aligns with the world, and something about he even told Zelensky, you are risking a nuclear war. Are you crazy? And this is something we've been talking about forever. And the guy, I don't know what the world they are living in, whether they think they are fooling people, like people don't see the danger of what they are trying to encourage us to go and do, like what Biden and all these warmongers like the Prime Minister of the UK. I see people are stupid. And Trump is one of the few people, and the wing of Trump they are one of the few people that are willing to call this out. They are not afraid. Because these people that are doing these things, they are very, very powerful. You saw that after Trump did what he did, the entire Europe backed Zelensky. Even when, in what world did they think they were going to beat Russia? In which world? You beat Russia, defeat a nuclear power. How are you going to do that? This is the madness of the situation. And some people are, even today, you will see some stupid reporters saying Trump is talking nonsense. He shouldn't have done that. It's like appeasing Putin and all. No. The people that appeased Putin were the people that started that stupid war and insisted that Ukraine should join NATO. If Russia went to the backyard and said, in Mexico, let's be friends, and you join my this, and I will defend you if America attacks you. Do you think America will take it lying down? And they go and do that with Venezuela. Did that with America will not take it lying down. America will attack that country straight. And they carried on expanding NATO towards the border of Russia, knowing full well this is what it's going to trigger. They cannot pretend as if they don't know, because Obama ordered the CIA to overthrow the regime of this in Ukraine. This is something that started well before 2016 or 2014, when the main called. Obama was the one that triggered it. I think Sachs, one American, I'm not even sure whether it's American or British. I think it's American. He was the one that revealed this stuff, and Trump shared his video of the man revealing that Obama ordered this stuff to happen in Ukraine, and we are reaping the consequences today. For what purpose you want to trigger war with Iraq? With Iran, Russia? I don't know, because they are a nuclear power. What do you want? Can somebody answer me? Is there any way to beat Russia? And what do you make of the conversation that that happened in the White House? I think it's the White House. It's happened, and is this going to change politics fundamentally? Because this is the first time I think we've ever had world leaders debate something fundamentally, so fundamental to the survival of the world, openly, without they didn't hide it anymore. They're like, enough is enough. Let's discuss this openly and watch what happens. They are going to try to hide it now, pretend as if it never happened. So, AY, what do you make of this? So let's just go down in order. Let's fight over this. Let's just go down in order. I hope we are not going to fight. I think we are all very minded here on this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna take too much time. I think discussing Trump matter is waste of time, to be honest. What he did clearly was very unprecedented. I don't think you should talk to the president of an independent country in that manner. With the vice president, they were basically.
But why would you? Okay, what is unpresidential about it?
Well, I will explain. So basically, I mean, don't forget, America, they've been working with this guy. But what Trump is trying to do, Trump is trying to bully everybody to submission. Not only Zelensky, he has been very disrespectful, even to his neighbor, to Canada, to Mexico, to Palestine. You say you want to build Trump Tower. These are stuff that are very dangerous and very disrespectful. It seems people are just looking at this guy just joking around. Ukraine is a country. First of all, you need to understand, respect the independence of Ukraine. Ukraine, they have to determine by themselves the way forward. Yes, America can come in as a major sponsor of the war. We know the genesis of the war. I'm not a fan of that war. I have been saying it on this platform. I feel it was unnecessary.
Yeah,
I
but
really blame.
hold on before
Hold
you
on.
go on. Zelensky himself doesn't want to reach peace. According to Trump, the guy is full of hatred. He doesn't want to reach peace.
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me move into this very fast. Last week, Trump said, I will quote him, that Zelensky started the war. Like, how can you say that? Putin actually moved into Ukraine. Zelensky is not in Russia. It's Putin, it's Russia that in Ukraine fighting.
Okay,
No,
if
that's
that is
not.
the
What are you
case,
saying?
no,
No,
hold on. Let me ask him now. If that is the case, if Russia,
it was Russia that
hold
invaded
on. Let me ask you now. If Russia now decides that they were going to go to Mexico and say, let's sign a defense pact with you. If America attacks you, we will defend you against America. How do you think America will respond?
No.
Is that not a declaration of war?
Hold on. I'm in support of Russia on that, right? So I really blame Biden for this war. Not only Biden, I think it's America. That's what they want. Because
but why are you saying Zelensky didn't attack Russia?
You are getting it wrong. Zelensky didn't attack Russia.
That's equivalent of an attack. If you bring a gorilla to my door and say, if I touch you, the gorilla will attack me, and I know that gorilla is going to come after me, I will respond. I'm not going to wait for the gorilla to attack me.
Why are you not blaming America for that? Why are you blaming Ukraine? You know what happened. You are pretending you don't know what happened.
Because Zelensky is an individual, he should have turned it down, and he's the one in White House now. They are telling him to end the war. He had the chance to do it, and he doesn't want to.
You need to understand what is going on there, right? So you need to really understand it. America, they are the biggest beneficiary of that war.
I understand.
In my own estimation of the war, right? When that war was coming, I was following up with Trump, Biden. You listen to Biden. They're gonna attack Ukraine. He was very sure. Even 2 weeks to that war. Then I'm watching, like, is this gonna happen? Are we joking or is gonna happen? Now, here is America calculation. They go to the war. We're gonna sanction them. We bring Russia economy to its kneel. If they don't go to the war, Ukraine are gonna join NATO. We're gonna use our camera and be watching their border. This was the plan. When they finally invaded Ukraine, do you know the sanction? A lot of sanction against Russia. The first month, if you follow up what happened, Russia currency crumbled. Russia economy was it was going down very fast.
I don't know where you got that one from.
It's a fact.
It wasn't a fact.
So,
it never did.
No. The first month, that was what happened. Now, hold on. Of course, Putin have plan B.
First
right?
month is not enough. If you take the
that was when Putin started selling his oil directly in Russia currency. Then, before you know, things were moving up. The Russia economy was doing better. The currency was.
It was the first few months, actually.
That was what I don't know, but maybe he. I don't
but that can come from the shock of the swift, the sanction that they put on. But it's normal now. It's a normal thing.
But hold on now. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Because America, they never expected Russia are going to recover so fast.
Okay.
So you need to understand the politics. So it was a win-win for America. I'm not supporting Ukraine making attempt to join NATO, because you are the Russia border. What were you expecting? You think they're gonna give you some perfume to spray? No, they're not gonna spray you perfume. It's bullet. So right now, I also want the war to stop, but you should Trump would have that discussion in a better way, in a more civilized manner, off the camera. But you were there.
No, he started it. Oh. He started it because Trump said something about him not, because they asked Trump, why is he not criticizing Putin more? Trump was like, you don't go around just criticizing somebody and expect to be able to make peace with them that easily. It's not going to happen like that. This one sitting here too has a lot of hatred for this Putin, and the Putin too may not have.
He shouldn't have said that. That's where the problem is. He shouldn't have said that. That was
but no, he had. You see, leaders have a right. Why is it that they have a right to say anything they like about Putin? Then nobody has the right to say anything about them.
No, you can't. No, what I'm saying is, as a leader of a country like the US, you can't go and accuse a president that he has hatred for another president of a superpower. You don't say that. That's
the other thing.
But he also said the same thing about Russia.
Hold on.
And he reacted. He responded. And J.D. Vance.
I thought it was my turn, though.
J.D. Vance added PowerPoint.
The person that really triggered that discussion, discussion yesterday,
it was J.D. Vance,
vice president.
Yeah,
he was just talking like tout. Oh,
I don't even know what gave him.
No. It was the way Zelensky, that is a junior partner, decided to start.
No, but forefathers, vice presidents normally shouldn't even talk in that place. You're just there to observe.
Permission. Trump gave him permission because
when did he give him permission?
See, hold on. I think it's because
why are you defending this idiot?
Because he thinks the presidency is a Dr. Damages show where you just hang up on people and just start going crazy on them.
Turkey.
We don't have any to benefit. We need to put truth on the table here. Let's have our discussion. What do you mean?
What I'm trying to look at. Let me say this. It's not. You think hold on. Are you trying to tell me if Trump didn't want him to say those things, he would be saying them? No, he wouldn't be. The point I'm making is that they have already settled their mind that this man is not going to listen to us. He wants to bully us to accept, and the fact that he decided to come forward, even if Trump said something that he was like in terms of saying he was full of hatred, even if Trump said something like that, he shouldn't come out openly against the funder, 350 billion, the country that is funding you that money.
The truth of the truth of the matter is that
arguing with them publicly.
The truth of the matter is that Trump had a discussion with Putin without the consent of Zelensky. You understand? And they just wanted to. What they wanted to do was after having that discussion, they just put him by the side. And they wanted him to come on and agree on everything that he said.
Jefferson, in addition to that conversation,
calm down. No, let me ask you now. We can't just be putting one point on top of another. Why does he need the consent of Zelensky?
Let me explain it. Hold on. So, Forefather.
He doesn't.
Forefather, hold on.
No, he does.
Zelensky put his nation in that mess.
Hold on.
No, he does.
Jefferson, let him talk.
Forefather, hold on. So, Forefather, let me ask you a question. You have a family. Another man, let's say your father-in-law and some other people make decisions somewhere. They put it to you, Forefather, this is what we want you to do in your house. This or this, you can't do this anymore. What are you gonna feel though?
I'm going to feel really helpless.
Now you are talking of a country. It's not even a family. You cannot have Ukraine and Russia discussion without the presence of Ukraine. They have to be involved.
Hold on. I hear what you're saying.
Calm down. Hold on. That is absolute madness. If not at all, first of all, have a discussion with Zelensky first and his team. What do you guys want?
They did have a discussion with Zelensky. Marco Rubio, from what they were revealing, this is why Trump got mad. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, did have an agreement. All Zelensky was supposed to do there that day was just to sign away the rights of Ukraine, sign away the mineral rights and sign away the lands, Crimea, Donetsk, and all those areas. When he got there, he refused to adhere to what they agreed in the back. So he came to litigate his position in front of the world media. Basically, he wanted some
Exactly,
sort
that's
of
what I saw. He was
sympathy.
trying to
But
almost intimidate them.
in essence, two things can be right. So while what Trump did was undiplomatic, what really riled them off was what Zelensky did. But do you now castigate your fellow leader in front of the world? No, you don't do that. That is unprecedented. You are not on
Yes,
Dr. Damage's show. You don't just gang
exactly.
up on
Why
someone,
not?
start asking them, why are you
Not
not in a
right
suit?
for
Look at, why would a American journalist, an ordinary civilian, look at a wartime leader and start questioning him about his mode of dressing? The
Yeah,
man
he
did
exactly.
said he
not
He has
doesn't wear
no
come
suit.
there.
bloody right to answer that kind of question.
The man did not come there naked. Even if he wore leaves like they try to portray Africans as savage, if that was his national mode of dressing, say like a Swahili, that is mode of dressing. If he came in a kilt as a Scottish man, would you now tell him, why are you dressed like this?
Exactly.
So these are the kind of things. And then
Wait,
you
See,
hold
have
on,
JD
hold on,
Vance.
hold on.
He asked
We
JD
need
Vance a very simple
we,
question.
we
Have
need
you been to Ukraine? JD Vance, just like a typical, like a panelist on Dr. Damages. I've seen stories. I've never been there,
yeah,
but
I see the story.
hold on.
Hold
I
on.
think what you people are doing here is that you are. You see,
Is
it
he
just
able
shows.
to tell? Is he able to
AY, let
tell
me say something. Let me
MBS
say
why
I
are
something.
you
I
in the
I
Georgia?
I, I
Yeah.
resent
AY,
I
let me say
resent
something.
your comparison to our Dr. Damages show. You need to take that
Don't
back,
mind
sir.
it.
I
Don't mind it.
resent
Don't
that.
mind. See. See. I think what I am observing here is that, to an extent, your knowledge. I don't know. I don't know how your perception of power is different from mine. The way you are looking at it is that there has to be all these protocols. These protocols, yeah, you used to see it before, but
There
I
has to be
always,
protocols. We
no,
don't live in.
hold on. What I'm seeing out in the open now is what is happening behind the scenes, and I'm telling you, a lot of Americans are thankful that they saw this openly. Trump literally sat there and explained why, and you can see how eloquent he was about it. I've been saying this. He was Trump doesn't talk openly about that kind of stuff the way he spoke to Zelensky.
what was
He literally
eloquent?
talked about, you are risking a nuclear war here, and not this is no joke business.
Let me
The
say,
guy can't be risking everybody's life with his own
let me
silly
say,
What do
demands
you
for
call
everything.
let
eloquent?
me wait. Let's even forget it.
No, the way he
Let,
talks about one, the reason why he wanted to do it, he didn't have to think too far.
let's even forget it because
If for somebody
obviously
that
it does.
gaffs a lot, he didn't gaff there.
Yeah, right. So if leaders over history, over time, think about any time period, if they had always argued and debated their positions, their potentially war positions in the public sphere, we would have had more wars than we can account for in history. You don't do that. I don't know what you
At
mean about your
all.
perception of
Done.
power.
Transparency is a good thing.
I can stay here and toot my own horn and talk about how close I've been to people in power. But the bottom line is, even on an adversarial basis, even in
Exactly.
just business, you don't start
Now,
arguing with your contemporary in front of the world, especially in front of people that you could categorically say these are your minions. Who was that journalist? Yes, you don't. So if you what you do,
Sometimes, or maybe so in other words, you're arguing against transparency.
no, I'm arguing
no,
against being
no.
rash. I'm arguing against
That
not being
rashness
to
was
being
uncalled for.
undiplomatic. I'm arguing against brashness. I'm arguing against
It's
not
very
using common
uncalled for.
sense. When you are
Sometimes,
arguing, there's a reason why parents, for example, do not argue in front of their
That their
kids.
children.
There's
Thank
a
you.
reason why
There's a reason for it.
Hold on.
brothers will not argue in front of outsiders. You have to have some kind of
Actually,
decorum.
hold
You have
on,
to have some kind of respect that you give the other person. You don't just
or if you learn to argue in front of children, you see what people attach meaning to anything is the outcome. If you argue in front of children and you make up, they understand that argument is part of discussion with people. But if you pretend as if arguments doesn't exist and they go on in life to experience it, they will fail at the first opportunity of any argument. But that said, regarding this issue with this thing, the way their conduct, I personally think, given the gravity of danger these people have been exposing us to for years, and I've been saying this, like, what war do you think you are going to defeat Russia? What kind of delusion is this?
Oh, Father, forget that thing.
Hold on, because this
Man,
affected me. Oh, I'm not joking around. Cost
stop
of
being
living crisis.
afraid. You always talk about
Hold on,
security. Fear.
hold on. Cost of living crisis is affecting me here in the UK. Cost of this is going up. Egg price is going up everywhere. People are buying. People can't buy stuff because of this stupid war that didn't need to happen.
nobody's saying a
doubling down on it.
A war doesn't. Nobody's saying.
They need to be called out.
Like I started off.
Father, you've hijacked my time.
Two things.
Let me conclude so you move to etc.
I got it. Right.
Let me say this, right? You see, I'm all for peace, right? But here is it. You must do it in the right way. You cannot just dictate for Ukraine as if you're talking to your babies. Unfortunately, I don't know why Ukraine ever gave up here nuclear weapon. By that, Russia will still respect them. You see? See. The truth is, what Trump needs to do, you need to have a very detailed discussion with Zelensky and his team. Okay, what will make you stop this war? You want to stop the war. He said yesterday there were a lot of ceasefire they signed. Russia never, Putin never obeyed this ceasefire. So what they need to do, okay, now for example, they've collected a lot of land in Ukraine. You can demand for that. He was talking of security. We need security. They need to guarantee our security. So there are a lot of things. You have to have this discussion. Okay, now I will push Putin to make sure Putin this. It's discussion now. I'm pretty sure he's ready to stop the war if the terms are right. But bully them to like you just gotta know, oh, the war needs to stop now. Come on,
I don't think that's what he was doing.
Listen. My own take in the whole thing is this.
Let me finish this. Let me say this. Sorry.
They were trying to say. Let me tell you what they were trying to do. They were trying to say.
Forefathers don't monopolize the conversation.
2 seconds.
Can another person talk?
The other thing Trump can do is if you want the war to stop immediately, what you can do, okay, let's have a ceasefire immediately. Let's use the next 3 months to discuss and make sure we put this thing to an end. You don't just. So I will leave it there. I think a lot of people here that know more than me on this topic are here. Thank you.
Okay. My take on it is this: Trump intentionally wanted to.
It's not your turn, man. It's not your turn.
Jump the queue,
Trump intentionally.
Yeah.
He's a great grandfather. He's a great grandfather. Allow him to speak.
Just please. I'm going to use the floor now. I'll go to bed now.
This is great.
Exactly. See that title. It's very
I just think that.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just think that Trump intentionally wanted to humiliate this guy, Zelensky. Because if you watch the conversation, you see that there is this animosity, grudge he has against Zelensky. He's still there. We all witnessed what happened the last 4 years.
I would. If I was him, I would.
I know. Let's keep that one aside. Trump always prided himself as somebody who is a deal maker. I love making deals. But we have seen that he doesn't even know what deal is. He's just a bully. He's a deal maker that cannot hold an honest conversation with somebody. How does that make you a deal maker?
Yeah.
You just want to give, is that how you make your business deals? Bully people, put gun on their head, sign it, and you go out and
That's
say,
how
I
it
made
is
a deal.
done. Now, how do you think it is done? You think they are begging people most of the time in the world? That's how
I'm
it's done.
coming for
That's
further.
not the right way
I'm
it is
coming for
done.
further. I'm
There is
coming
no
for
Not
further.
the
right way.
right
Oh,
way
I'm
of
try
coming.
doing
please
it.
Allow
put
me to
together
land.
whatever you need to put it
Allow me to
together.
land.
Conversation you did. Yeah, please go ahead.
Whatever he wanted to do, if America want to threaten Zelensky or Ukraine or whatever, those are conversations you hold indoors. This should have been a private conversation indoors. You could tell this guy anything you want to tell him. You could tell him, give him what kind of condition you want to give him. If he's not comfortable with it, he could go next time. People will continue the conversation. That was just a public show of shame. And he was just doing it to impress Putin. Nothing else. Is it too much? Am I asking for too much? You said you want to take my resources to pay for what you feel that you gave to me. Is it too much for me to ask you, okay, even if you want to take it, no problem, but can you guarantee that I can sleep in the night? Can you guarantee me that you can allow this guy to allow me sleep in the night? And you said, no, you can't guarantee me that. You don't even want to talk about it. Is it hard for me to ask for? I don't really understand how some of you guys that I don't know what. Sometimes I ask, what does Putin have on Trump? Sometimes I ask, what does Trump have on you people? That you guys are ready to cheer him up in every little thing, every single thing, even when it's obvious that he is behaving in such a way that ordinarily in your normal self, you know, no, this is not presidential. This is not how mature people should talk to each other. Let's even forget about presidents. This is not even how mature people should talk to each other to start with, even if the person is not your friend.
You see the problem a lot of people are having, including Democrats. They forget that the American people
Forget
rejected it.
about party in
Hold
this
on now.
conversation.
It has nothing to do with party.
I'm
That's with
trying
You are
to
not
get
personal
you
having a,
to
you are not
differences.
having
understand
a
what is
political
happening.
convention.
Let me try to see. I'm trying to let you understand what is happening.
This is not political party gathering now. And why are you talking about party here?
Oh, sorry. You are doing what Democrats did after the
No.
Let me. You don't understand what I'm trying to say. You are saying this is how you are supposed to behave. What you don't understand is these people have been so irresponsible that the world is willing to accept this now.
Okay, so
that is why the Americans were willing to elect a convict versus a prosecutor.
Okay.
We have to understand what is happening here.
So, forefathers, let me explain something to you, all right? So, when you look at history, and if you look at how conflicts are settled, the number one rule in diplomacy, you do not humiliate the person you defeated. You don't do that. This is why even serving generals will still be accorded the rights to a fair trial, usually dressed in their full military regalia, complete with their honors. You don't humiliate people. The only time we've seen people get humiliated after they lost a conflict was started by America's Bush with Saddam Hussein. If we have to go back in history, in 1918, one of the reasons why Germany avowed that they were never going to be in the same position that they were that period was what led to the rise of Adolf Hitler. Even the Japanese emperor was still given some kind of respect even after his country capitulated and they were nuked. Same thing in Vietnam, same thing in Afghanistan. When you run around trying to humiliate people just based on the fact that you defeated them on the battleground, you're never going to have an end to that conflict. So diplomats have known this and governments know this. So you accord some type of respect. Bringing Zelensky, and I'll say most of us on here, more than likely supported the fact that Russia attacked Ukraine. At least personally, I know I did, based on the fact that I felt they were being slighted with NATO being on their borders.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
I felt that it was unfair that the United States with NATO and their allies were surrounding Russia, especially from the eastern flank
Allies and
through. Can I finish, please? Through Finland and what's the other country next to Finland that got NATO
Poland.
accreditation?
I think,
So
no, that's Poland.
when
So don't worry
you
about it. We'll find out later.
so when you look at
What's that? What was that?
so when you look
The
when you
country next to Finland, but let this guy finish. Don't worry. Let him
Okay,
finish.
the country next to Finland are Baltic states.
It's
Baltic
Sweden.
states like Poland. Okay,
there you go, Centric. Thank you, Sweden.
so,
So when
like
you
what
look at
country? Okay, but that joined NATO, right?
it's okay, Jide. So
okay,
when you
settled.
look at when you
Yeah, they already joined NATO.
when you look at this situation, I would assume that anybody with common sense and with an iota or inkling of a conscience would say, well, why would you be on Russia's doorsteps? We understand that. But two things can be right. There was no reason why Zelensky was humiliated in front of the world. And guess what? That is actually backfired because their thinking and their gambling was that the people of Ukraine will turn against Zelensky. It is not so. If everything we're reading from that part of the world is right, Zelensky's ratings are actually higher now because
Oh
it
yeah.
has increased some sense of nationalism in the psyche of the Ukrainians. So you don't humiliate people. You don't beat someone down. Even in boxing, you don't beat your opponent down and start laughing on them or kicking them in the face or spitting on them. For example, you get in a fight. You
So,
get in a
Turkey,
fight, an
you're gonna
honorable
understand
person,
it's my
you knock
turn.
the guy down and you know you've won, you walk away, you don't kill him.
Yo, it's my
Exactly.
turn. Can I get my
You're
turn?
acting as if they've killed him yet. Whatever is going to happen based on your analysis is going to be what happens based on the agreement. That's where the humiliation comes.
Yo,
Or
Father,
this
let me go. Let me
conversation
go,
is a
man.
blip
Let the
in the
central cast talk
Let
now.
me go.
in the
Let me go. It's
context
my
of
turn.
things.
Oh,
Yeah, and
Yeah, it's my
Sadikas, go
turn.
ahead.
Yeah. So this whole thing, this whole shenanigans started with Steele dossier. If you guys don't know about Steele dossier, you know what I mean. This war is a racket. Okay. Listen, what Trump did, I did not watch the video. I don't care. I just heard it from from people.
You gotta
What
watch
he
it,
did,
man.
I can't watch it. You know what I mean? It's a clown show. I can't watch that. So what he did was a retaliation because of what Zelensky did when he visited a state, one of the states here, and campaigning against Trump. Right. So, like you said, you're
The
saying like
vice president said it
what he
yesterday.
said was not presidential. He humiliated a president in the wartime. But I mean, come on, look at what they did to Gaddafi. Like, look how they humiliated Gaddafi and killed him, and sodomized them. No one is saying anything about that. But I mean, when it happens to a European, we all coming out, acting
Saddam Hussein
all
too.
pure without purity crap. Like, leave that alone. Like, listen, Zelensky, this is a racket, man. Zelensky is making a lot of money out of this conflict, and you guys are skipping a lot of the realities of that war, right? There's a conflict. The conflict started with East Ukrainian and the Western Ukrainian. East Ukrainians are ethnic Russians. Okay, East Ukrainian are ethnic Russians, and the Ukrainians were trying to commit pogrom after the what do you call that? After they deposed the government of Ukraine.
Just point
After
of
they deposed the
correction there. After the 2014 Maidan coup and
Maidan coup,
revolution.
exactly. After the
Yeah, so
2014
it was
Maidan
not the
coup.
Western Europeans, it was the neo-Nazis that were in power. That the
That's right.
CIA installed in power. You get, yeah,
That's
you're right,
right.
you're right. Just.
But yeah, listen, I know East Ukrainians and I know West Ukrainian. I work with some of them. I work with some East Ukrainian and West Ukrainian. I see like they have beef, man. These people got beef. They got internal beef. When I speak with the East Ukrainian, they tell me, hey, look, these guys were treating them like crap. They were spitting at them, calling them names. Like they you know what I'm saying? Like they were arresting people just for teaching, because Russia is the formal language in Ukraine. Ukraine is almost like a broken Russia, right? Like if you say something like is it dobre? And then Ukraine says it a little different. Dobre, dobre, like hello. Oh, thank you. Right. Ukraine says it's a little different. Operate with a little bit of accent. It's the same language, right? But Russia is the formal language. But what Ukrainians did, right? Because most Ukrainians that started the Maidan coup, you know what I mean? Started Maidan coup and started a pogrom in against East Ukrainians were Nazis, not even neo-Nazis. These guys were literal Nazis. They were football fanatics.
The reason why they call them neo-Nazis is because you can't compare them with Hitler. You can compare them, but it's not the Hitler Nazis.
No, they are Nazis. They're not even neo-Nazis. They are wearing insignia, Nazi insignia. It's different from neo-Nazis.
I think I gathered that there are streets that are named after Nazi officials.
Bandera, Bandera.
The Bandera group, they're Nazis. They're Nazis.
They're Nazis.
Western Ukraine, they were the ones that worked with Hitler, from what I gathered.
And then they murdered millions of Jews. Like that's a historical fact, right?
And this was their way of in fact, Hitler used Ukraine as a bulwark into Russia, just like what they're trying to say now.
That's facts. That's facts. And the thing is, when the Soviet Union defeated Germans, they reconciled. Like it was Lenin. Lenin was like, "Hey, let's forgive these guys. They are brothers." And someone mentioned about the nuclear weapon. AOI. He said, "Oh man, I wish they had that nuclear weapon." Like, come on, man. Why would you even say something like that? A literal Nazis having a nuclear weapon. Like, what do you think they would do with it? So the nuclear weapon that was in Ukraine belonged to the Soviet Union. When the Soviet Union dissolved, America took over the nuclear weapon and took it away from them. Because America know who these people are.
That is a false narrative.
Hold on. Let me finish my point.
He's absolutely correct.
He's
absolutely correct. I can explain further. Go on. He's absolutely correct.
Finish my point.
He's so correct.
Yeah. Anyways, so they were committing pogrom, against East Ukrainians who were ethnically Russians. And remember, when the conflict started, actually, in the early 2000s, they were targeting Romanian Ukrainians. You need to understand, Ukraine is an oblast, right? It's made of countries. There are Romanian Ukrainians, and then there are Greek Ukrainians. The Greek Ukrainians are the ones that occupy the Western Ukraine, that think that they are the main Ukrainians, right? And then the East Ukrainians are Russians, right? So they look at them like
Nigeria. It's kind of like Nigeria in a way.
It's kind of like Nigeria, pretty much. Yeah, it's kind of like Nigeria. So, see, here's the thing. United States of America has a Monroe Doctrine. This Monroe Doctrine states that if no foreign power can do anything around this sphere,
it's not Monroe Doctrine. It's called the Wolfowitz Doctrine. Monroe Doctrine is in Latin America.
That's what I'm saying. Latin America. That's what I'm saying. Latin America, they have a Monroe Doctrine in Latin America, right? No country, because if you remember, when United States put in a weapon in Turkey, Russia, reacted by, trying to put nuclear weapon in Cuba, and it almost led to a nuclear war, right? And what happened? They made peace, and everyone moved on. But you got to understand, like the people like Joe Biden. Biden. Listen, there's in my circle, we call him Genocide Joe, right? And there are names that we call Joe Biden because if you look in his history, the guy was aligning with segregationists. You know what I mean? He didn't like Mandela. Like Mandela was a terrorist. He was in the Senate when Mandela was.
I think people were warned about Biden that this guy was the one that passed the crime bill and all the rest. I think the reason why
as he was supposed to, not only him. There were black leaders. There were black leaders that helped to pass the crime bill.
The reason why people gave him a hearing, the reason why people gave him a hearing because he was, at least black community anyway, the reason why they gave him a hearing was because he was vice president for Obama. That's the only reason.
No, where were you? Where were you people when these things were happening on the ground? Where were you?
Well, listen. Can do.
For 2 terms.
Before we sway the conversation, I'm gonna just make this sentence before we make the conversation. There's no reason to justify why Biden passed the crime bill that disproportionately affected black people.
If I was there, I would have used both of my hands to join to pass that crime bill because you guys were not on the ground.
Whatever, man.
You weren't
on the ground, but you were on the ground.
You a coon, sit back down.
Man, don't do that.
I was on the ground. You
Thank
can
you,
make
Okay,
your
you
Cool.
point
weren't on the
without calling
ground.
me full of anything. I was on the ground.
I didn't call you
You,
nothing. He
He
called you
I
something.
see.
responded.
It's really shocking some of the way some people are talking about this
He called you
conversation.
that. I didn't call you that.
That they not
Candy
most people are not
but
looking at
when
what
they
was said. They are looking at the fact that it was said openly. They are not looking at what was said. The conversation was high level conversation about basically the fate of the world. When Trump was telling him, "You are risking a nuclear war here," and it is true. You
Why
can't.
didn't he? Why
Biden.
didn't he? When they called Putin,
it's
why didn't
factual,
he
it's
tell
factual.
Putin that he was risking a nuclear world war?
Because he's not
Exactly.
stupid. He's not stupid because he knows Putin
Because
is on.
he's an idiot. He will always. I said it
No,
on
no,
this.
no, no,
I've
no,
said
no,
it here.
no.
In fact,
You need
Putin
to
I've
should
hear the
said
even
it
other
here
side
help.
out.
before.
Hold on, let's hear each other out. Listen
Trump
to
Trump
each
is
other.
not
Hold on.
smarter. Trump is
Hold
no
on
smarter
now.
than
Let's
Let's
those
don't
finish
dogs
get
each
that.
other.
emotional. Let's don't
Why are
get
we talking as if
emotional.
it's
Let us
about
settle
feelings?
our storm.
Let's get to the truth
Let me
now.
finish up.
It's not about feelings. Seneca has been talking for a while. Yeah, relax, GJ.
Yeah, let me talk. I haven't spoken on this
Let me
thing.
finish
Let
up.
me
I'm trying
talk.
to round up.
Let Seneca talk.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let me round up. Give me a minute. Let me round up.
No,
Wait,
no,
give me a
no.
minute. Let me round
No,
up.
I want us to
Nah,
exchange.
nigga, you talking
Give me
over
Regarding
1
here.
what
minute.
you
Let me
said.
round
Fuck
up.
out of here.
Okay, round up now. Round up, Seneca, so
Okay, let me round
I
up.
can
All right.
exchange.
Here's a fact for everyone listening.
Right.
The West formed NATO for a reason. All right. When after the Second World War, they noticed that the Soviet Union was a power. You know, they didn't want any power challenging them, right? They wanted to nuke the Soviet Union. That's why the Soviet Union built the nuclear weapons to protect themselves. The West has had this agenda for a long time. What they want to split Russia, you know what I mean, so they can take the minerals. They did it before, you know, when they adopted neoliberalism, and it affected the economy. It was the worst period in the in the 90s, right? Until Putin came and dealt with that issue, right? Listen, if I'm a power, if I'm a strong person, I'm in my block, and then you bring in somebody nearby, someone with someone that's strong, trying to take my own spot, I will fight you. Because what they want to do is like they want to surround them. The Black Sea, they want to own the West wants to control the Black Sea so they can, just like they're doing in China. I mean, look at what they're doing in China right now.
And Trump
You know what I'm saying?
understood
It's the
that.
same
That's the
thing. It's
context
the same
Trump is
policy.
coming from. Trump
Exactly.
understood that because you can't be pretending as if you are
I don't trust
blind.
Trump on
That
anything.
as if Russia can't see.
Trump has a terrible policy. You know, he just cut Medicaid. He's a terrible man. But when it comes to this issue, stopping this conflict, I agree with him because this conflict can lead. It's already a third world war. If you look at
It's
the
a
countries
stupid
fighting in
conflict
it.
that could kill us
Okay,
all. That's what I really hate about the conflict.
So
can
that's
I
it. That's
come
what
in? Can I come in?
For
Let
no
Ken,
reason.
let Ken do come in and talk about his coon stuff because he supports the crime bill. Come on, man, you lost
Okay.
respect for that.
You see, no, I don't need anybody's respect. I don't. I'm not. Your respect or disrespect is irrelevant to me. Anybody's.
Give your opinion. Thank you.
I don't need my ego to be stroked by anyone. In the late 80s till 1991, 92, all these gang members, they were killing black children, black women, black men like rats. It was like a world war because of crack cocaine. A number of black leaders,
Who brought
church
the crack
leaders,
cocaine? Who
whoa,
brought the
whoa,
crack
whoa, whoa.
cocaine?
A lot of black leaders, church leaders, they were even
Talk about
in a number
segregation.
of cities,
Don't start there. Start from segregation.
in a number of black cities in this country, they were burning CDs of NWA and the likes because of the type of gun stuff they were talking about in their albums. Black leaders, church leaders were asking that these people should be put away. And that's why I said if I was there, if I was part of Congress, I would have signed with both hands to throw these people away, put these people away, and throw away the keys.
You should
So
join the
you telling me?
KKK.
So anybody telling me that Biden and and um and other people were part of that, so because of that they hate black people. If you're a black person that is killing black children and black women, I hate you. I
That
double
that,
hate
that,
you.
that, that, that that is correct. But remember,
I double hate. You see, this is the
let
thing.
can do,
People take
can
make
do.
it.
allow people
People,
to exchange with you now so that you can try to
I haven't even
understand.
started, but go ahead.
That's fine if you have not started. So regarding these people that are killing black people that are doing these things, just 20 years before that, it wasn't happening. There was a context that led to that happening. Somebody changed something within the society of the black people for that to happen. They could have reversed that change if you wanted to help people, not by making it worse, by taking them and putting them in prison, and it became a kind of conveyor belt to send a young black man to prison. You see what I mean? That is what people are against that he did. We are not saying that
He
the
didn't do that.
black men
He
killing
didn't do
people on
that.
the
He
street.
was not the president of America. He was a senator. And
He passed the bill.
Yeah, he
let me
pushed
tell you
for the
something.
bill though.
Created the
Let
bill.
me tell you something. Nobody really cares about you. In this world, if you think that somebody is supposed to do something that will help you,
Yeah, yeah,
you're
yeah,
far
yeah,
away.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Word.
You're
Listen,
We
far
don't
away
care
from
about that. The
reality.
point is that he harmed us and we are having a problem with it.
when you make
Somebody rob you, are you going to thank them?
you
If you think
cannot
that somebody in
you
this
cannot
life
make
is
a
supposed,
law.
if somebody helps you, it's just by the grace of God. You're not entitled to be helped.
You
If
don't
you,
you
I
if
don't
am
you
make
fine with that.
you
But if
don't make
somebody doesn't help you, you should also condemn them for not
you
helping.
yeah,
you don't make
condemn
a
them, but
law. Okay,
You don't
you
also
don't.
invest in somebody that doesn't help you.
don't make one man as the one that sent black people to jail. It was a
He
whole
wrote
bunch
You
of
just
people.
said you
It
listen,
was a
listen,
whole,
listen, 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 listen.
it was
Don't
a whole bunch
moonwalk
of black
now.
leaders
Don't
in this
backtrack and
country.
turn into
And
Michael
go and
Jackson. You
let's
already
leave that.
said if it was you, you would have
Let's
done it
leave
with both hands. So that was
let's
what
leave that
we
foolishness
heard.
alone.
We heard you
Let's leave
say
that
you're
foolishness
gonna
alone.
if it was you, you would have locked up more black men.
Nobody
Okay,
is trying
so
to get any
no,
resources from Russia. If you understand who this guy Putin is, if you understand this guy Putin, and if you understand that clown that is the president of America, with that boy Vance or whatever his name is, that boy should have been put. If I was Zelensky, I would have told him he needs to keep quiet because presidents are
okay.
talking.
We'll get reversed. Listen,
Presidents are talking. We don't need any
let's
putting his
backtrack.
mouth into it. We
Let's
don't
back.
need boy when presidents are talking.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
like I've said many times, this clown show is not going to end well.
All right. So you just
You see,
wow. Is he going to keep
all the
talking?
people who thinks that PM, like I've said before, Trump is a con man, is a con artist. We know him very well. We
Please,
know his
what
real
about
estate
Putin?
deal.
Can you say something
We
about
know
Putin?
we know
I
his
want to
real
hear, I want to
estate
hear
deal.
about Putin.
We
Who
know
is
we know his
Putin?
real estate deals. You see,
I would
we
like
know
to
his
know
real
about
estate deals
Putin.
from way back in 1987 is when we have known how he does real estate deal. He brought Zelensky over to come and sign over 500 billion. 500 billion. The US Congress that was allocating the money, both Republicans and Democrats, they didn't say they were giving this money to be given back to the American people. It wasn't said then when they were giving this money. But Connie Man, this is what Connie Man does. And like he said after that fight in the White House, he said this is good for TV. You see, he thinks everything is personal. It's like The Apprentice. This is not how you run a country. That is why this foolishness is not going to end well. But
Okay.
I'll be here with
So
my popcorn and watching.
all right. So let's, forefather, please, let's just backtrack
But
to
he didn't say anything negative about Putin.
that absurd
He didn't say anything
statement.
about
Hold up,
Putin.
Jide, please. That absurd statement that he made about if he, because he's coming here trying to act like he's the bastion of the knowledge of democracy, okay, or of equality or of fair judgment. And I'm not going to use the words the century cast used for him because those were pretty choice words. And I'm not going to, but it makes no sense for him, even after you explain to him and you're stuck somewhere in a village in Luton or Cambridge, somewhere in England, but you still at least know enough to let him know that what Biden did was not right for the black people. How can you say now if it was you, you would have used both hands to sign the bill? Then in the next vein, you want to say, well, he didn't sign it. He wasn't president. America is not a kingdom. Of course, we know he wasn't president. But he pushed for a bill that destroyed a generation or two or three
You
of
know,
black people, and black people
the
are,
interesting thing
please,
is,
please,
the
please,
interesting thing is,
please,
if
please,
you're
there's no
not one
interest.
of those
Let me
people
finish.
killing people, you wouldn't have been arrested.
If what did you just say? So if there were, for example, you've destroyed 2 or 3 generations of black people, all right, and black America is still barely recovering from the actions of people like Biden, because you want to come now. You're saying if you want to make a law, you don't make 2 separate laws or 2 separate groups of people. This is what everybody's trying to tell you. So if you want to say, well, they were killing people, yeah, that's true. And people were getting killed. But like you rightly said, forefathers, which I'm shocked you said something right for once. But if you say, like you rightly said, what was the context that led to the inner cities becoming decimated? Let's start from there. Eccentric Cast said something that flew over everybody's head because he was talking so much. Not Eccentric Cast, can't do. Eccentric Cast said it. Like, how were the drugs getting into the black communities? So if you want to make laws if you want to make the drug laws,
The difference between you and people like you and me is, I don't care how it got here. I've never taken drugs ever in my life.
And do I look like I've taken drugs in my life, sir? Because you think you always act like you're so perfect. I probably have a better credible job than you because of the clearances I have to get. So stop pretending like you're better than everybody.
It's just
What do
like
you mean?
Nigeria.
If
I don't care who
do
colonized
I
you.
sound like a drug addict to you?
I don't care who colonized you. What are you going to do about it?
In any event, when you make 2 separate laws for 2 separate groups of people, then you have this kind of conundrum. You don't take the lesser guy, the lowest guy on the totem pole, and increase the sentence by 500, and the guy at the top that is responsible for all the manufacturing and importation. Then you say
I
you
don't
give
agree
him
with the
500. It's okay,
No,
Uncle
you see,
Ruckus.
you're
Let me
mistaken.
talk.
I don't agree
Can
with
I
this,
finish
the difference
talking?
in the sentencing for crack cocaine and cocaine. I don't agree with that.
There cannot be a disparity in sentencing. This is the
Life is
problem.
not fair. Grow up. Who cares? Grow up. Life is not fair.
There cannot be a
That doesn't mean
disparity
that
in
nothing happened.
passing out sentences. That's like saying now, if
You
a
can as
person
well,
stole
you
a
can as
loaf,
well say life
it's
is
like
not
saying
fair
if a
and not
person
justice.
stole a loaf of bread, you want to sentence him like someone that committed a murder.
Not me, but I understand that life is not fair and I act accordingly. I don't cry like a baby.
We get it, sir. You're
That is
perfect.
not the
So
issue. Let
we
us
get
not
it. You're
push it.
perfect. So
We know
if
that we have to listen. We know we have to take responsibility for our action, but that does not mean that things didn't happen. He ran away. That does not mean that things did not happen.
He didn't run away. His connection dropped.
Exactly. No. But you understand? You see, look, whether you like it or not, even the establishment knows fully well that the black people have been oppressed for years. And that's the reason why we have the Black History Month in the first place. So anybody that is saying that, oh, nothing is happening, I think the person is living in cuckoo land.
I think you are. I think Kandu is an extreme libertarian
Well,
individualist.
whatever anybody wants to be, that's up to
what he
them.
believes.
But that does not remove the fact
I'm not
that
a liberal.
there's a
I'm
reason
not
why
a
there's Black History
liberal.
Month
I'm
in
a
the first place.
realist. I
It
deal with
didn't just come
reality.
there by
That's
mistake.
what I do. Reality.
It didn't come there by mistake.
From being liberal, somebody that believes in self this in determination. You determine your fate.
no, it's just being unreasonable, okay? You
No,
don't
I'm not
say
look.
let me finish. Let me finish.
This is my real.
Can I
Hey,
finish? Can I
slow
finish?
down. Slow
You keep
down.
trying
You
to
don't need to
overtalk
be
me.
yelling at
Let me
anybody here.
finish.
Slow down.
Let me
Slow
finish.
down. You need to slow down.
No, I'm not slowing down. I'm going to go 150 miles.
No.
He keeps
You
talking
need
over
to
me.
slow
Like,
down.
come in. Like, what the
You
fuck is
said
this?
you called me. You said Kandul is just being like something.
No, I said
And I'm
he's
trying to
being
tell
on. I
you,
did
I'm
not
not being
mention.
like anything.
I said
I
you are
be
being.
myself.
I said you are being on.
Let's calm down. Okay, so maybe you guys should calm down, let other people speak. Jide hasn't said anything for a long time, and he's been arguing for eccentric cars for ages. So
This is why. Let me finish something. Let me just end with something. This is why Black Americans have a problem with people like him. Okay, because they come over here, then they think they're better than everybody else without taking into account how the society is. And then when you see Black Americans, for example, they get mad and they're pointing the finger at one African, and they point the finger at two African, and they point the finger at all Africans. It's because of his kind of rhetoric. You don't come here.
I don't do rhetoric. I don't care if you're Hausa. I don't care if you're Hausa, you're Igbo, or you're Yoruba. I don't care where you come from. Where you come from is irrelevant to me.
The percentage
they always thinking they're better than everybody.
They are unaware now of the true history. Man, how many of them?
No, I know. Oh, no, you're mistaken. I know the history very, very well. The only difference is I take account of what happened, how I got here, and I tell the people that look up to me, that I have influence in their lives. Okay, this is what has happened. It's a bad thing that this has happened, but we're not going to take because of that, fold up and die. So what are we going to do about it?
I agree with you on that one too.
What are we going to do about it?
That it didn't happen.
Did you hear what I said? You take account of what happened.
Exactly.
Then you figure out a way to move forward, or just go and die.
Now you moonwalking, Michael Jackson. Okay? What you said was, if you were Biden, you would sign that crime bill with both of your hands. That was what you said. Okay, so what are you trying to tell us now?
What I'm trying to tell you is that
basically what you're saying is, if it was up to you, you would destroy and decimate the Black community.
No, that is not what I.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So what you're telling us is that if it was up to you, you would decimate and destroy the Black community even worse than people like Biden and the rest of them did. That's what
that is not what I said. What I said was,
if you were signing with both hands, what does that mean?
Hold on. Let me respond to you. What I said was I was on the ground. I was on the ground in Maryland in 1988. I saw what was going on in Chicago, in New York, in Watts, in Compton. I saw what was going on in this country. Black leaders, church Black leaders were begging the government, you got to stop these people. It's the one thing if they were killing themselves, just the guys, but children going to school, old women, teachers getting slaughtered like chicken.
But is that the only solution? Was that the only solution?
At that moment, what other solution did you have?
You could have found a way to
hold on.
This
was 1988, 89.
Wait. There are solutions. You don't flood the community with drugs, and you undo all the effects of segregation. Listen, all the negative effects of segregation has to be undone.
Okay, so what are you doing?
All the schools in the Black community are depleted. Listen. You go to school based on where you live. School finances is based on
just like Nigeria now. Hold on, just like Nigeria now. I cannot hold on.
Black community live in a depleted neighborhood where the real estate tax is not enough to build a good school. So
just like Nigeria now, I cannot solve the problem of Nigeria. Hold on.
So you prevent them from integrating with the society. You created a lower class people.
Just like Nigeria right now. Just like Nigeria right now. I cannot solve Nigeria's problem. A problem that has been going on for maybe over 100 years. What I do is I find Nigerians on the ground who can be serious about changing their lives. I provide them with resources on how to do it. Just like those people in 1988, 89, I don't know what resources they could have used. I don't do what could have, maybe. I deal in reality.
Yeah,
If you want to
reality
save
says
your life,
go read the book called The Color of Law. And the Color of Law, go
okay,
read the book.
keep
The Color
waiting,
of Law and The Color of
keep
Money.
waiting,
Read those
keep
two
waiting
books.
for them to come and
Supplement.
help you. Keep
Essentially,
waiting. You will die.
let
You
me ask
will
him a
die
quick
waiting
question.
for them.
Nobody's looking for anybody to help us.
Jefferson, please, let me just ask a quick question, please. Candle, you keep espousing this trope of you help people and you've done
Yes, I do,
Fine, let me
gladly.
finish. Let me finish. I have a
You need
question
to
for
stop
you.
yelling, Mr.
I have
Man.
no. I'm gonna keep yelling if you keep jumping down my
No,
throat.
you need to stop yelling. Who the fuck
Stop
do you think
playing.
you're talking to?
Well, the polite thing will be stop jumping down my throat so I won't yell.
You have jumped
So I'm
into
gonna
when I'm
ask you a
talking.
question whether you like it or not. Let me ask you the question.
Yeah,
So
but you need to calm down.
the question is now you're playing that feminine game. It's not gonna
No,
work.
I'm not. I'm not. There's no. No, hey,
The
hey,
question
look. You don't even need to go there.
the question is you're gonna answer the question. I know you're trying to dodge it, but the question is
Me, judge. Who are you that I should be judging anything from
did
you
you
or
have
anybody else?
parrot egg for breakfast today? Let the other person ask you a question.
Why are you so rude?
So I am very rude because you're rude by jumping down my throat.
I wasn't rude. I
You
didn't call
are
you
rude.
rude.
Kandu, just let him finish. He
What
doesn't
do
like
you
people interrupting him when he's
exactly? What do
trying
you
to ask
think
questions.
when someone is talking, you interrupt them and you think that's not being rude? You think that's not being rude?
Please, just go ahead. Let's
You
try
have
to get somewhere
interrupted
with
me a
this.
number
So
of
it's
times.
a
I
We are
very
didn't
trying
call
to
you rude
understand
because
something
of that.
here.
I asked Jefferson for permission and I asked the Central Cast for permission and they granted it. And it's a very and you were being rude by interrupting me. Now the question is, since you come here acting like you are the bastion of perfection and you've helped this person and helped that person, could you please, we know you love to toot your own horn, just tell us on average, how many millions of dollars have you used to sponsor all these people that you always tell us you sponsor and make their life better? We don't need a long,
Okay.
long
In the
drone.
first
Just
place, it's not a matter of me tooting anything. It's not about um how many 50 cobbles I spent. My time is very valuable.
that wasn't
Aside
what I
from
asked you, sir. In
okay,
currency
can you get
terms,
okay?
because you're
You see
talking,
what
just
you
tell
see
us how
what you're
much you
doing.
spent. We don't need this whole story.
Please,
Tell us how
I
much you
don't need
spent.
to be talking about how much money I spend. I spend what I spend, but what even more important than the amount of money I spend,
Dude, you've
the
changed
time,
lives. We want to know
the
in currency
time.
terms.
You
I'm
see,
not playing. This is the thing. You
money
guys
doesn't
play all
rule
these
me.
world games. All
Money
these
doesn't
world
Okay,
games.
rule
how
me.
did you do it
How
I
without
did
am
you do
not
it?
without
ruled by
money?
How
money.
much did you
Kandu,
spend? You've changed
how
people's
did
lives.
you
How
do
much
it?
did you spend? How
Is
many millions of
irrelevant.
dollars?
Is irrelevant how much money. Money
Okay,
doesn't
forget the money.
rule me.
What did you do different? Let's not talk about money since you feel that money is not important. What did you do different? I want to know the
No,
strategy that you
no.
used,
What
Kandu.
I have done is the last time I was in Nigeria, especially, I met with some people, whose lives, I mean, they were okay. I get well. Personally, I wouldn't think they were okay. Personally, you're making 30,000, 40,000. Okay, what do you want to do with yourself? What is the game plan? Where do you see yourself in 5 years? And those that I was able to ascertain that they were ready and willing to do something, I first of all tried to find out what they want to do. Some of them had, you know, crazy ideas. Oh, if I just have 10 million. No, you're not going to have 10 million because you don't have 10 million. And I'm not giving you 10 million. But these are things you can be doing. You can be selling this product. I'll help you find a shop. I'll facilitate things for you. And these are people that I talk to every day. I spend hours talking to people in Nigeria, people that I deal with. What are you doing? Okay, this is where we are. A month later, 7 months later, what are we adding? What are we removing? And the only point of saying this is not to toot anybody's on. I don't really care. It's about I cannot change Nigeria. I'm not in that position to. But what I can do is to find individuals whose life I can impact. I mean,
So if you impact
Forget it. So
hold
you
on.
if
Let me
you
just,
you
impact
let me,
it,
let
said
me,
you
just
did
end this.
hold
well.
on,
Let me end it
hold
with
on.
this. Let me
Let me
let me
say
just
this
end
one
let me
before you go. Let me
let
say
me
this
just
one. Hold on,
Just give me 50
hold
seconds.
on,
Let him
hold
finish.
on,
50
hold on.
seconds
Let
to
me.
finish.
You see the joy. You see when I wake up every morning, I get my coffee, 3 bottles of water. I go outside and dance every morning. because I am just, you see, leadership is not just about how good you are. It's about how many other people you can help to become good. Some of
Yo,
the
how many
people that are, just
say you
hold
slept
on,
with
He
about
just
one last
talks. He
material
thing.
by
just talks.
20
how many
He
seconds,
doesn't
people
like
that
to
hold
hear
on,
you
himself
20,
slept,
talk.
slept with?
20 seconds, 20 seconds. Some of the
Let's
people
see,
Just
that I've
talking.
been working with now for 10, 11 months, they've gone from making 30,000, 40,000 a month to now they're making 300, 400,000. That
Yo,
is
what's
the
the name of
joy.
the NBA?
That is the
What the
beauty of
people that
life.
have donated millions to their communities? You think there's no people like, come on, man,
What's
like
the
you
name
I
just
of
come
the
said
in
NBA?
they're
here, you
making.
just be
I didn't
No,
say
no,
talking,
no,
they
man.
no.
make
Calm
You just
down.
money.
talk. You just be
I
talking.
said
Chucky,
they're
calm down.
making.
Chucky, calm
Talking,
It's
down.
man.
about
Come on,
about
bro.
No, no,
it's
no.
about
You
Chucky,
ain't even
calm
taking them.
down.
saying nothing. You
Let's
talking.
change. Let's
It's
go back
about
to the
taking
topic.
them to a point where they can do for themselves, not
Yes.
about giving them money.
Okay. Can do. What you just said, I think I love what you just said. You may
Jealous,
not have
don't
the
prolong this thing. Let's go back to the topic.
DJ, please calm down now.
I'm
Please. Let
talking.
me
Let's
finish
go
the
back to the
thing.
topic now.
DJ, calm down. Let me talk to this guy now.
TJ
Can
is
you
tired
allow
of
me?
everybody talking.
Please.
Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Kandu, I think I like the approach that you use because we know this money might not come by. But for the fact that you took your time to inspire other Nigerians to be strategic by using little opportunity to build, that is a very good one. Because if you influence one person, that other person can influence other people, and change can actually be exponential. Because most times it's not even about having the millions and the billions. And what good is it if we cannot be directed properly? So, which is another story we will have to talk another day. So, I think I really appreciate your approach, even though there's still other things we still need to discuss. But let me leave that one first. But thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think we've gone past our allocated slot actually, but let's go back to the main topic. People say that Trump shouldn't have addressed it. Apart from that, did anything Trump say wrong in terms of what Ukraine should be doing? If I'm to refresh people's memory, somebody can tell me what he said that was wrong in this. I don't think this is all the video. I think it's just part of it.
Aligned with the world, and I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred, and I understand that. But I can tell you the other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
I will respond to this. So look, for 4 years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country. The path to peace and the path to prosperity is maybe engaging in diplomacy. We tried the pathway of Joe Biden of thumping our chest and pretending that the president of the United States' words mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's where this
So no,
whole thing
please,
started.
can you
Decided,
continue that video, please?
no, I'm going to continue it. He decided to challenge him. All he said was, we want to approach this in a diplomatic way. He decided to challenge him publicly, by the way.
He occupied our parts, big parts of Ukraine, part of East and Crimea. So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about Biden, but those time was Obama, then President Obama, then President Trump, then President Biden, now President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact
2015.
2014.
2014 and 2015.
That's not true. So I was not here.
Yeah, but
that's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014,
I never did anything about the coup.
Yeah, the situation the same. The People are been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him, me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire. All of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract. Gas contract. Yes, but after that,
I'll talk about that.
Broken this ceasefire. He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about.
See that is where the disrespect actually started. What do you mean? What kind of diplomacy are you talking about? Who started the disrespect here? You are talking to a superpower. Tell him, what kind of diplomacy do you mean?
Yeah, that's what Trump started
No, there's nothing
disrespecting him
wrong with
first.
Zelensky's question. He was asking, I think he was asking what he meant by the issue.
Yeah, he was asking
So you are angry that you are saying that, okay, I'm not saying you're angry. You are not happy with the way Trump spoke to him about him being hateful of Putin, which is a factual statement. Then you are telling the vice president of America, what kind of diplomacy is that?
Listen, you have to remember, forefathers, there's
Forefathers,
also
the
the
man is just
situation of where
asking for security
there was
guarantee, nothing
there
else.
might have been a
yes, but
there might have
cannot
been
speak to a major power like that publicly. You don't expect them to defend themselves. I think he came there thinking that he could.
no, because because Trump had already started berating them by telling them that, look, this guy hates Putin, and because this guy hates
But he also
Putin,
said Putin hates him too.
Hold up. But that, by the way, so he said, is it a feedback?
To be fair, Trump was more balanced. And the question they asked Trump, remember, the question they asked Trump is that, why is it that you don't criticize Putin? He said he's not on anybody's side. He literally went on to say he's on the world side, he's on Europe's side, and it's on the side of peace. That's what he was fighting. That's what he claims he's fighting for. Trump has never been that eloquent about anything before. He said, he put that one that way. Then he said, look, how am I supposed to do that? Look at the way he is behaving. He hates, he has a lot of hatred for Putin. Or I think I don't know whether he mentioned Putin. He said he has a lot of hatred.
Forefathers, this is the same man. Forefathers, this is the same man who believes Putin over his own security people in America, over CIA, over NSA, over everybody. This same guy.
Why you are not understanding the reason why he doesn't believe them. It's not like he doesn't believe them. He doesn't agree with them. It's not because he doesn't believe them.
The man said, they've asked the man. You see, this is the problem. This is the problem with people that support Trump. The man said what he said. Everybody tried to explain what the man said.
What did he say?
Said what he said. We were all watching it when he said it.
Yeah, but
in his last run.
He's already the vice president, but telling the vice president.
No, I'm not talking about now. I'm talking about when he said.
Do you understand what is called a rhetorical question?
Because I understand that, but you don't bring that's my point. You don't do that to a vice president. I just told you that
who the heck is the vice president when another country's president is talking? Who the heck is the vice president? Who the heck is he?
Okay, now let's hear, because now you can see that, because that is public. If the vice president had taken it, you be like, how dare this small country president come and question me in the White House? Like
why?
this?
Who's JD Vance?
Why can't he not? No. Hold
He's
on.
the vice president of America. Could be a president of the United States.
Who cares? If presidents are talking, boy needs to keep quiet when presidents are talking. Boy needs to keep quiet.
But Trump enabled him to do it.
You don't invite someone and then you berate him. You're acting like you didn't hear how Trump came at Zelensky first. He accused him. How do you tell the world, or tell him, berate him, denigrate him, and degrade him?
But
in front of the world, and you say this guy.
He didn't berate him.
And say.
I don't know why. This is what you call berating. Hold on. Let's see what you call berating. Let's hear what you call
It'd be
berating.
beautiful if I can land my plane. You know, it'd be lovely.
Okay, use 15 seconds to land it so I can play.
Nah, go ahead, play. If you're not jumping in, can you jump
This is let the world, note this down. This is berating of somebody when an individual was asked, "Why are you taking one side?" And this video didn't show it, to be fair, because he also said you can't be looking to negotiate with somebody and you keep calling them bad people all the time. If you do that, you're not going to get anywhere. That's
Who
what
was who was he? He wasn't calling America bad people. Why would Zelensky call America bad people? That don't even make no sense.
No. Trump was saying that about Putin. He was saying that because they were asking him, why are you not being that mean to Putin? He said, you can't just be wanting to reach peace with people and you keep calling them devil.
Forefathers, you see, this is where you and people like you miss the point. You see this guy, this orange-haired guy, he respects tyrants. He won't go after tyrants.
Of course
he
does. I'm not disputing
that
part with you. But I'm also saying that the policy, the America's foreign policy, he's against it. That's what you are not understanding.
That's where I disagree.
It's not because he doesn't. It's not because he doesn't believe.
That's where I disagree. That's where I disagree with you, Papa. He does not. He's not against America's foreign policy.
No, you don't understand. He's against the type that they are using against Russia. He doesn't believe in that one.
No, it is the same foreign policy. When it gets to my turn, I'll talk.
Okay, you get your chance now if you say it's the same. No, you get your chance if you say it's the same.
It is the same.
But,
it's not like
that's why the former president was friends with Zelensky, and this one wants to bite his head off. Okay, the same foreign policy. That's what you saw there. Okay, let's play this again. Let's hear the insult.
The United States of America, and for the good of the world. I'm aligned with the world. And I want to get this thing over with. You see the hatred he's got for Putin. It's very tough for me to make a deal with that kind of hate. He's got tremendous hatred. And I understand that, but I can tell you
that I understand that. Notice that is not an insult.
No, understand what? What is that? What is the that is understood?
He understands the hatred.
Of what?
Of course, why won't you after the contract, after Russia decimated the country?
That both sides, because they asked him, why are you not being mean to the other side?
There are no both sides. One country invaded another. Whatever your reason is, that's the same way when they talked about Nazis.
You don't love Trump, like it's okay, let the other person speak, please. It's all right. All right.
Okay.
So, what I want to ask you, Forefather, when was the last time you seen two world leaders openly berate each other like this and talk down on each other, yell on each other, talk crazy to each other, to the extent one of them gets kicked out of the White House or wherever presidential policy? When was the last time you seen something like this?
I cannot say I've seen that before, but I've seen tense discourse, especially towards the.
Well, I didn't say tense. There's always tense moments. Okay, so the
not just tense,
the answer,
total disagreements.
The answer is never.
So what does that mean?
So that means stop beating around the bush and just answer the question. That's what it means. So
I've answered the question already.
Yeah, after beating around the bush. All right.
And I asked, what does that mean?
Stop this.
So the bottom, because they will not let you talk, and they keep trying to play all this jumping down your throat.
I've already answered your question, so let's move on with the video.
Exactly. Let me move on. So it is very simple. When does that happen? You've never seen it happen. So if it happens that this guy, to the extent, Forefathers, they kicked this guy out of the White House. They kicked him out, told him, go away.
Because he was being condescending to the leader of a see.
Forefathers, you don't drink this Kool-Aid too much, yo. Even if you don't kick a president out, even with this, you say, okay, the president,
I don't care. See, I don't care whether you are a president or not. If you are trying to kill all of us with your stupid ideology, that you want to fight a nuclear power, that you want us to back you to fight, I will tell you, get out of my office. That is not going to happen. The fact that Biden tolerated it so long.
Please, leave all this matter who we
let
talk
me ask
to.
you another question.
Forefathers, leave all who they talk.
If you are
He
so
said he's welcome to
Let's
come if
stop
they
this
agree.
petty
He
argument and
didn't
let
chase
this
him
guy.
out.
Let's play this video.
If
Let
you
him
are
play
so
the video.
ideological about
Let him
what
play the video
happened
now.
with
Let's play the
Zelensky,
video.
Let's
Let's
listen.
get more of the
Nobody should talk
insight.
again. Keep
Okay,
quiet.
let's watch the video so that we
Let's
can
watch the
calm
video.
down. I speed it through. Hold on. Let's
Can I
just watch the
ask my
video.
question? Because you guys keep jumping.
No, let's just watch the
no more
video first.
question.
Let's
You've
just
been
watch the
talking
video
since.
first.
No
Let's
more
just watch the video.
question.
Well, let's see the
No more
insults now.
question.
That
Nobody's
they said
letting
that
me
they were raining
land.
on
What's
him.
wrong with you guys?
And this news channel is quite biased against this thing. Let's just play it anyway.
The other side isn't exactly in love with, him either. So it's not a question of alignment. I'm aligned with the world. I want to get the thing set. I'm aligned with Europe. I want to see if we can get this thing done. You want me to be tough? I could be tougher than any human being you've ever seen. I'd be so tough. But you're never going to get a deal that way. So that's the way it goes. All right, one more question.
The
question was about why is he not tough
for 4
for
years in the United States of America, we had a president who stood up at press conferences and talked tough about Vladimir
Exactly.
Putin, and then Putin invaded Ukraine and destroyed a significant chunk of the country.
Okay, exactly.
That is history that actually happened, not the opposite. That's exactly what happened.
Don't argue. Let this thing finish.
Let me ask you
I'm going somewhere with this. Let them finish. Let them finish. I know where I'm going with this. Let them finish.
Jide, can you please stop interrupting me? You started today again.
The video has to finish before you talk.
Stop interrupting me.
Mattered more than the president of the United States' actions. What makes America a good country is America engaging in diplomacy. That's what President Trump is doing.
Can I ask you?
Sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So he occupied it, our parts.
Look,
big
all of
parts.
us have seen this video 1,000
His
times. What the
and
hell are we watching?
Crimea.
This shit?
So he occupied it on 2014. So during a lot of years, so I'm not speaking about just Biden, but those time was Obama, then
Jide, go ahead. Tell the president he's lying.
President
It's a
Biden,
lie.
President Trump, and God bless, now President Trump will stop him. But during 2014, nobody stopped him. He just occupied and took. He killed people. You know what the contact line?
2015.
2014
2014.
and 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So
I was
killed,
not here.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right.
Yes, but during 2014 till 2022, the situation the same. That people have been dying on the contact line. Nobody stopped him. You know that we had conversations with him, a lot of conversation, my bilateral conversation, and we signed with him. Me, like a new president. In 2019, I signed with him the deal. I signed with him, Macron and Merkel, we signed ceasefire. Ceasefire, all of them told me that he will never go. We signed him with gas contract.
Yo, Father, we've all seen this freaking video, man. Come on.
He killed our people and he didn't exchange prisoners. We signed the exchange of prisoners, but he didn't do it. What kind of diplomacy, JD, you are speaking about? What do you mean?
I'm talking about the kind of diplomacy that's going to end the destruction of your country.
Yes, but if you
Mr. President, with respect, I think it's disrespectful for you to come into the Oval Office and try to litigate this in front of the American media. Right now, you guys are.
You see, his hands are already folded. He asked that question in the condescending way, and that's why the guy told him, with all due respect,
because they were ganging
shouldn't
up
do
on
that.
him. They were ganging up on him. Let me ask you a question. Why haven't...
Honestly, I wish you guys can continue this video to the end.
Let me carry on.
Be patient. No, let it finish. You will still talk.
Thanking the president.
What
for
are we
generating-
again?
We already heard this 1,000 times.
You say what problems we have.
I have been to.
Count once.
I've actually watched and seen the stories, and I know what happens is you bring them on a propaganda tour, Mr. President. Do you disagree that you've had problems bringing people into your military? And do you think that it's respectful to come to the Oval Office of the United States of America and attack the administration that is trying to prevent the destruction of your country?
A lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
First of all, during the war, everybody has problems. Even you, but you have nice ocean and don't feel now, but you will feel it in the future. God bless.
You don't know that.
God bless.
Wow, you have nice ocean.
Fafa,
When
He's very right with
Let
that.
me
Listen, he's very,
ask you a
very right with
question.
that
Let me
statement.
ask you a
He
question.
escalated
No,
it. He's the one escalating the comments.
He was very right with that
They are
statement.
telling America that kind of thing.
Yes, he was right with that statement. He was very, very right. Because he is facing the war, they are not
treatment
facing
that
it.
Zelensky is getting from the people in the White House, okay? It's all right. It's all right. Just think like them. We cannot think the same.
I already see the reason why I support him is not because of the what happened yesterday, because ideologically I was already against what Zelensky is doing.
Can I ask
Because
that
the war was
question?
never a winnable war.
What are you answering when I haven't asked a question? Because
I didn't answer. I wasn't talking to you.
You've been talking since. You've been speaking
because you've not let me
since.
land.
You've been speaking
What is the
since.
question I asked?
No one, I haven't spoken. You've been speaking
argue with you.
since.
Just leave me alone. So, forefathers, my
Okay.
question.
Take 30 seconds to
I
say
don't
what you want to
need
say.
30
So that Jide
seconds.
can
Let me
speak.
just ask my question. I don't
Okay.
want to talk to you, Jide. Stay on your part. Leave me alone. So, my question for you, forefathers, is very simple. If you are so in love and in support of what they did to Zelensky, why haven't they done the same thing to Netanyahu? Because it is the same situation, basically.
Netanyahu's one is not an existential crisis that they are not. Netanyahu is not fighting against a nuclear power. As a matter of fact, if you think about it, the only consistent thing is that don't tangle with a nuclear power. It's a dangerous game to play. And Biden has risked the world by giving Ukraine weapons to attack inside Russia. Where do you think this is going to end?
Why do you so they should just let Putin just roll over and take over Ukraine?
Yes,
Why you
let's
said
allow
this-
Jide to speak, please, because I think he has an insight that I am not very aware of. Please go ahead.
So, first of all, I'd like to debunk certain things that you said. The fact that you said Donald Trump's doctrine is away from the U.S. foreign policy is not true. It's actually false. He's actually approaching this in a different way. So,
Is that the same thing as different?
I'm arriving at somewhere. You see that the conclusion I'm going to arrive at will be different from your conclusion. So, I'm going somewhere now. So, currently, the kind of diplomacy they're going to have with Russia, this is how U.S. play the game. It's not a diplomacy to be friends with Russia like their European allies. No. It is to have a frozen conflict where they will fight another day and exploit Ukraine's resources for what they actually want to do in the future. If you listen to that press conference, not that 10-minute nonsense, the long 1-hour press conference, you will understand Donald Trump's plans for Ukraine. What they want to do is they want to exploit and take away the rare earth metals from Ukraine. And before Trump was elected, that was already discussed. It was not under Donald Trump this started. Lindsey Graham is an American senator. He said that one of the major reasons why that war in Ukraine is going on is they need to exploit the $1 trillion rare earth metals. They need to exploit for AI to further enhance their AI dominance in the world, to develop more weapons, military equipment. Donald Trump specifically said it yesterday. What I'm saying, he said it yesterday as well. To spread those weapons to fight proxy wars in weaker countries. Weaker countries, okay? The third thing that they're trying to do is they're trying to establish a frozen conflict like you had in Syria to fight another day. You know how they want to do it? They will use European peacekeeping force, which will be a security threat for Russia. So they are not still addressing the root cause of that conflict, which is the existence of NATO. So you see,
I think European force is not going to be there.
No, it's going to be there. If you listen to, that's what I'm saying, that you need to listen to everything.
The reason why it's not going to be there, I think Russia is not going to accept that. You know what Russia is going to demand?
That's where they will have disagreements.
Russia is going to say that they should demilitarize Ukraine. They will have to make Ukraine a neutral country. This is what Russia has always been asking for. It's not new.
Neutral, or Moscow is going to put its own puppet in Kyiv, which was always what the whole problem was on.
But European Union
in the first place,
will not agree.
When the coup happened in 14 or 15, when Poroshenko was there, it was a Russian puppet. Okay, so Russia is the big dog in that area, and as
Exactly. That's how it is.
Yeah,
Let's
so
face it. That's how it is.
Russia in the end is going to take away Donetsk, Crimea, and the Kharkiv region. The Russian ethnic speaking areas, they're going to become independent, loyal to Moscow.
They've not reached an agreement with that.
Let me finish.
They've not reached an agreement with that yet. So don't make that conclusion.
Yes, thank you. So what I think they're gonna do, so they're gonna try to put in a puppet in Kyiv. So either way we look at it, okay, Zelensky is gone. So Zelensky can either go into exile and go lay down on the beach somewhere,
under which permission,
or he might end up being either he leaves and just gently goes away, or they're gonna, because if America does not support him, he's finished.
Zelensky's in trouble.
Where I'm going. That's where I'm
you better
going.
be careful.
Can I continue what I'm
Zelensky's in
saying?
trouble.
That's where I'm going. So what Trump is trying to do, it's not like he's just trying to say, oh, Ukraine, we just want to go away. They want to delegate the Ukraine responsibility to Europe. That was why, like I said, you guys need to listen to what the Senate hearings of Marco Rubio. You guys need to listen to the Senate hearing of Pete Hegseth. You guys need to listen to Keir Starmer this week. He came to Washington, D.C. to discuss with Trump. These were the conversations that we were having. They are trying to delegate it to Europe. So, they are not trying to move away completely.
What would be the difference? So what would be the difference if they, and I'm not saying it's impossible, okay, and if wishes were horses, everybody
Macron said the same thing too.
So what would be the point if Russia, after all of this, allows a European force, as opposed to what forefathers just suggested, which would be more than likely they would try to demilitarize Ukraine, which
that's where the dilemma is. So,
which is where I think is more plausible. Now, depending on who pushes hardest, because now the bottom line is Ukraine's resources are up for grabs. That is the bottom line. We can start talking about 15.
But would that be good for Ukraine itself? Would that be good for Ukraine?
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. So, whatever.
They are the one that decided that they wanted to join NATO.
That's what I'm talking about.
See, but is it not? Was it not a stupid thing? Ukraine should have joined the EU. Ukraine should have joined the EU and said, you know what, between Russia and this thing, we don't care. And you know what? If you do that, generally Russia will lose interest and the America will lose interest. And you might just have peace.
And that is what Russia doesn't want. Russia does not want Ukraine to join NATO.
NATO never. Why would they want that?
They don't want them to do that. And you want them to join them again.
The good news is that the likes the forefathers. The good news is the likes of Putin will be gone from this world in less than 30 years. And saner minds will prevail in Russia. People want to live their life. They don't want to live life under a dictate. You cannot have this type of platform conversation that we're having in Russia. It's not possible. They will come and grab you. People want to live in peace and freedom. And when the people of Russia, when this trash is taken out, when this trash of a Putin is taken out, saner heads will prevail, and hopefully, I've been following this guy. I've been following this guy for more than. I've been following this guy.
I will prefer Putin to Tinubu. I will prefer.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
Putin,
Nigeria will be far.
People disappear in America, in the UK all the time. I don't know why we make it look like
we're not talking about people. We're not talking about people disappearing. We're talking about people being able to voice their opinion. You can't do this in Russia. What do you think this is?
They jail people for criticizing Israel now. You're saying voice your opinion. One thing here.
What are you talking about? Can you have this platform talk about Putin like this in Russia? I can talk about Donald Trump all day long.
No, it's not the same way. But there are things that they could say about Putin that here you can't say about America.
You must be living under a rock.
Okay, I am.
this is the same country that they kicked out the Associated Press because they don't like what they said about this present administration. This same country was hunting down Assange and hunting down Snowden. So let's stop
Yeah,
pretending.
they even
Which
kicked out
country?
Russia
Which
today.
wait? Which country? It's not the
So
The
country.
entire
Is this
nation.
clown?
so let's
Is this clown that they put in office? Not America.
all
Is
right.
this
Oh God,
clown?
let me
Not
see how many
America.
news channels
Let's
have
stop
been closed down.
pretending like let's stop pretending like there's any kind of any country limits freedom,
So
especially
what?
that of speech,
Like, I need to.
depending on how they think it'll affect their government. So let's stop pretending now like, oh, Russia. We don't know.
Like
I
the
don't think you've
bottom
ever
line
lived in
is
Russia.
you cannot
I never lived in Russia.
you cannot have panels like this discussing Putin like this, discussing or even people siding with Ukraine like this in Russia. You can't. It's not
But I
possible.
don't know that. You don't know that either.
I know that. Well, just because you
But
don't
have
know
you
that doesn't
lived
mean that
in
I don't
Russia?
know.
Okay, you're a
I don't
magician.
have
Have
to
you lived?
look. I've never lived in China. I know a lot about
Have you
China. I don't have
lived
to
in
live in a place
Russia,
to know about it.
sir? Have you lived in Russia? You haven't.
No,
So
sir, I've
stop
not.
pretending.
I've never
Listen.
lived in China
So you
either.
haven't lived there. So
Nor have
you
I
have to
lived in Kenya. I
one
don't
thing you
have
have to
to.
one thing. It's okay, Kandu. So one thing you have to realize about America is if we're not perfect in anything, we're perfect in whitewashing this country, and we are perfect in propaganda. Okay, so you cannot give all bad to this person and all good to this person. That is my view, and I think that is
No,
why
I'm not. I'm
sometimes
not saying.
I,
I'm not saying
Kandu, it's
that.
okay.
I'm
Let me
not saying
finish.
that Russian
So
people are evil.
I think that is why some people usually have a problem with me because I tend to be a centrist. I don't think someone is inherently completely bad except they show that they are, and I don't think someone is inherently completely good except they show that they are. And I definitely don't think anybody's all good, but I think most of us can be bad. All right. So that being
Okay.
said, so that being said, Putin, in as much as this part of the world or Western nations want to denigrate him, he is a necessary evil. He is a necessary evil for the world. Because could you imagine a world where there was no pushback, there was no body to side with the downtrodden people of the world, and it was only America, Australia, Canada, the United Kingdom, England, Germany, and their cohorts in charge. Do you know what kind of country we will have? We will have the kind of country like what we're seeing in Gaza, where they will say this is good for the goose, but it's not good for the gander.
So can I say something real quick? I have to say this.
These
So
are the news outlets. These are the news outlets that have been shut down in different Western nations that seem to support Russia. So for us to say that news outlets don't get banned, as a matter of fact, in an ally nation like Israel that America is very close to, Western medias are not even allowed there. Western media is not even allowed there at all.
Israel is a country. I don't care.
No, you say you don't care now, but when they are friends with that country, you don't have any problem with it. But when it's Russia, suddenly there's a problem.
I wanted to say that Russia's security interest as it stands under America's foreign policy, the US foreign policy, is in conflict with Ukraine's security guarantees. And I think that's why they will throw punches during that diplomacy. Because if they don't agree on that, there won't be any agreement. That is why I said that they have to, so that means they have to change their foreign policy on Russia entirely. But right now, they've not changed it. Donald Trump has not changed it. That he has changed it? No, he has not changed it. Now, when they now get to negotiation, that security guarantee, and Russia is saying, no, it's a security threat. They have to compromise and say, okay, we do not want to put any military base in Ukraine. Every European ally should move out of Ukraine. Then we are now talking about peace. But if they'll say, let's bring in some military force from France, from UK, let's increase their spending for weapons because they have one enemy somewhere that is called Russia. They are planning to fight another day. And that fight may now be actually World War III. That World War III they are talking about, it will now actually take place immediately. So,
but it's not going to happen under Trump, is it?
Well, yeah, you may be right, because Syria, after this temporary ceasefire in Syria, after Iran and Russia came to Syria to fight ISIS and defeated ISIS, you can see what happened last year. So you may have a point to what you say, forefathers. It may be after Trump, it will now reignite again. You understand that kind of thing?
And this is why when dealing with America, you know, it's a very, very tricky country, or most Western democracies, they can deceive you without you knowing you are being deceived, because it's their system of government. One person can tell you this one today. Imagine if you are a third party dealing with America. The one person tells you this one today, for whatever reason, you don't even know whether they are all shaking hands behind the scenes. The other one flips around. The other one flips around on you.
What is going to happen in Russia and Ukraine is similar to what happened at the end of World War II. Okay, there was an agreement in 1945 called the Yalta Agreement. All right, and this is when Stalin, I believe maybe Pansat will know this if nobody else on this panel does, where Stalin and Churchill,
I know about the Yalta Agreement,
and
but
the
go
rest
on.
of them went on to Yalta, and they split Europe. Okay, Romania got carved, Czech, Poland, parts of Germany, all of that. So this is what's going to happen. What's happening with Ukraine right now is, how is it going to be carved, and who's going to go on trial, and is anybody going to spend time in jail, or is anybody going to get hung, or is anybody going to face a firing squad? This is all we're waiting for. Every other thing, there's nothing else that's going to happen. Zelensky's gone. He's out of there. There's nothing.
Yeah.
Trump is not going to give him no weapons, no money. It's done. So he needs
What
to
do you think about this, though? Let me ask you. What do you think about it? Let's say, as a form of deal, Russia says, you know what, we're taking all this land, but this land that we're taking over, they have to choose to govern themselves. They will be autonomous from Ukraine, even if they could still remain part of Ukraine. But for that, they would demilitarize that area and demilitarize, that's the entire Ukraine will be demilitarized. Do you think that's something that will be acceptable to Ukrainians?
The bottom line is, nobody
and
cares
Russia.
what the Ukrainians think. Nobody
And
cares.
They're acceptable to
All the
Russia.
powers-
No. Okay, let's say for Americans. Do you think that would be acceptable for Trump anyway?
All the powers right now don't care. Okay, what Trump is doing is what Biden should have did. It's not fair, but it's the world.
They actually care. Western
let me
Europe
finish,
care.
sir. So give Putin the chance to put his own puppet in there, and which is what is inevitably going to happen. It might be someone that Trump and Putin might reach an agreement on and say, okay, this person, because now the bottom line, they have to decide how they want to divide Ukraine's resources, including the land. Including
Hey, God, for Ukraine. You see what the Zelensky has dragged Ukraine into?
Yeah. So America and Russia, whoever can pull more influence
Wahala.
and say, I want these guys in power, which I think Russia will have more say than the United States right now. Because if the United States says we want our own guy in power, then they have to start funding. And if they start funding, then Russia's like, hey, you about to cut me out of the deal. We got a problem now.
Okay. But you
can I say something? This is very important.
Yeah. You touched on the reason why I'm furious with Zelensky, because he allowed this nonsense to happen. How can he not have seen that this is what's going to happen? But please go ahead.
Yeah, so the thing is, if you look at Zelensky as the president of Ukraine, when he campaigned, he actually campaigned on the template of bringing peace with Russia, having Ukraine to be a neutral country. However, like I said, that 2014 coup, Maidan coup, changed Ukraine's political landscape. The neo-Nazis, or we call them the Nazis, whatever we call them, they are already in power. CIA already hijacked that country. So when Zelensky came into power, he has to work with these guys. So he has to do what he's told. That's why I keep talking about the fact that any country that's hijacked by the US, even if you're a good person, you have to fight that war with them, or you get intimidated and get submissive. And unfortunately, that was what Zelensky did. He was actually a puppet to the West to EU and US. And that was why he was feeling so bad yesterday. Because it was like this same country that is telling me everything I've been doing, they have now turned their back against me.
Yeah, it's sad.
That was the way he was feeling. He felt like a boy yesterday. I felt so sorry for him. Not because
I don't feel sorry for him. I don't, whether he was naive or anything. It's caused the death of so many people. For what? You want to kill a nuclear power? Are you crazy? America is not stupid enough to fight Russia itself.
You know what America was aiming for that war? Maybe I've not said it in this panel. What they were aiming for is two things. The first was they were trying to isolate Russia from Europe. That was what that war was about, and they were successful. The second was they were trying to bleed Russia. They were aware that Russia was not going to. Ukraine was never going to defeat Russia. They know about that. They're not fools. But what
how about you? Zelensky, does he know?
That's the thing. Maybe it's naivety. I don't know what I'll call it. Maybe it's just political naivety.
Consequences.
I don't know.
If you didn't know, consequences are coming home to roost now. Because you can see this coming from a mile away. Everybody has been saying, even Mai Sharma, everybody has been saying it all the time. This war is going to end only one way.
They may have assassinated him. That's the point I'm making. They will intimidate him and assassinate him at that moment in time.
The guy is highly protected. This is why maybe Russians tried to get rid of him once or twice, but they couldn't.
But I want to say something about Russia. Russia was never going to say, "Oh, we're going to put one puppet." Actually, what you guys need to listen to Trump. Trump said there have to be an election in Ukraine. That was one of the issues. That was even one of the first issues he had with Zelensky. How will you have a country and they've not had election? It doesn't make sense.
To be fair, that's Trump being mischievous.
Let me
want to put pressure on Zelensky.
At times, I think he just likes to talk. If you say Russia was not insistent on having a puppet, who was Yanukovych?
No, it was not a puppet. Forget CNN propaganda. I'm
CNN propaganda.
Stop falling for the CNN propaganda. It was not a Russian puppet. He made it clear.
Wait, before you start running
that Ukraine should be a neutral country. It was not pro-Russian. This is part of Western propaganda. You are running your mouth. You are running your own mouth.
I don't watch CNN. I don't watch TV anyway. So I don't think you will understand the nature of my job. But in any event, who do you think Yanukovych was? When Yanukovych was,
I know Yanukovych. He was democratically elected.
Let me finish. When Yanukovych was overthrown, where did he run to?
He went to Russia. So
you don't think he was a puppet?
So that means he was a puppet.
Yes, he was a puppet.
So because he ran to Russia,
in fact, Russia rigged. No, it means he was a freaking doll. That Russia even rigged the election for Yanukovych to get into power.
He was a Russian puppet, but was
good. Do you know how?
Sorry. I understand the reason why you say Yanukovych is a Russian puppet. Possibly he could be, but there's also a chance that he does exercise a level of independence too, just like maybe an American ally. An American ally can come to the West, and it doesn't mean he's a puppet of America.
Yanukovych was a Russian puppet. Poroshenko was a Russian puppet.
No, Poroshenko was not.
Russia had always influenced who became leader in that neck of the woods.
Or am I supposed to just sit here and you think I came here because I like looking at you guys?
Actually, the plan was for you.
You testing me.
Plan for you was for you to just sit there and look all nice and gentle, and nobody address you at all. That was
you've done that test so many times. You have to change your game.
You want to
see how much I'm gonna wait.
Passat was scared of this view. He says, Pastor said he can make people small now. I'm not coming here again. How do you like that now?
You do remember that. But
yeah, I do remember that.
As I was driving in, you guys, you have an interesting debate. I don't think you differ that much, right? So whether he's a puppet for sure or he's a puppet 60%, nobody could say for sure. But obviously, let's argue the big stuff. A lot of forefathers' view I share here. I posted on the comment section a proposal by Putin. That's quite interesting, obviously, because the United States is looking for their strategic interest, SI. So somebody like Trump is a kind of patriot a country would have, and they will not accept the gloomy forecast that we have for the United States, which means that China is going to take over the United States. He doesn't want to hear anything like that. There are a lot of people, including former presidents, who would say, okay, look, by the year 2080, China would have caught up with the United States. They would have overtaken the United States. That kind of talk, right? That's not the kind of talk Trump is going to fathom. As far as he's concerned, it's reversible. So maybe, first of all, it's not like the world hasn't seen where enemies eventually become friends. Germany was an arch enemy of the United States during World War II. So was Japan. So today they're allies. So Russia should, should not be demonized to the point where, if they got them, which they do have them. If this war has exposed Russia, it's not as strong as we thought they were. So, but at some point, you just don't have to push the man all the way to the wall. He gets the message. If the United States want him completely defeated, even Biden would have done it. Biden gave him hell by using this proxy, Zelensky. But that's not the main point I want to talk about. I'm trying to say that the United States is, trying to refocus itself to deal with China. China is the main culprit. You can't, Biden keep pushing Russia to where they're going to ally with China at some point and then be a problem for the United States.
So wait, hold on, past that. I want to interfere on that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
How did China become the problem? Because last I checked, the same America I'm looking at here, when they had their military, when they had their manufacturing base, they had all those things. They have the Detroit, they have all manner of manufacturing plants, right? And yet, when they were doing all their jobs here, the American people said, they found out, this is, if you go and study manufacturing engineering, this is fact. They found out that, man, the amount they pay for a worker to work in a factory, if they pay Chinese people like 1/10 of that money, they will get more productivity. And hence, that was the reason why they moved most of the manufacturing plants to Asia. Even I have a friend from India that told me in the face that it's the same thing. I studied a course, Advanced Manufacturing Systems, and the lecturer let us understood that, look, that the manufacturing processes in America is highly expensive. They cannot sustain the plant. Hence, they have to move the manufacturing base to China. And when they moved the manufacturing place to China, China saw all these things. They said, wow, at least the industry, the technology is coming to us. Why don't we take advantage of this and explore our productivity? And the Chinese people did that. And after doing that, the Americans now say that these people have grown, and all of a sudden, the Americans are now blaming the Chinese for something that they did.
That's a very good point,
And now, no, with due respect to Trump now say, oh, I want to bring back manufacturing. Who are you kidding? Like, who are you really kidding? There's nothing wrong with what he's saying. Yes, he wants in America people to be productive. But is it with the same mindset? Is it with this kind of mindset? You know that whether you like it or not, even in the educational sector, whether you like it or not, the educational system in UK, Canada, and America, UK, Canada, even America, is now dwindling to the point that a 3-year-old Asian Chinese is far more effective than a 7-year-old American. It has been proven. Go and look at the skill set that they are getting. So those are the things we need to understand. We cannot let me finish. We cannot be living in past glory and expecting to think that old way of tactical warfare or tactical supremacy is going to carry us to the next level. If the truth be told, America is actually losing steam. There's no way you cannot deny this. You cannot deny this. And then you're now telling a country that, they are afraid they are going to align with China. Look, the people are moving on. And let me shock you. We have what they call I think they have the G10 or whatever. When they're having all these, their G summit, when you call countries like, of course, I know China is there sometimes. But of course, France, is it America, all these people, they always have the final say. They make decisions. And all the other countries, Russia and co, will just be looking and say, wow, since we don't have any other say, why don't we make another alliance? And they made another alliance, and then you're angry with them, they are making another alliance.
Okay, all right. Jefferson, it's funny because I want the interjection. That's a very constructive interjection, but you're speaking more than me, who you're interjecting, right? So I want you to listen. What you're saying, first of all, it's actually small potatoes. When you're talking about America's strategic interest, which covers its history, geography, culture, economic, military power, all that stuff. It's not the manufacturing. Capitalism has the nature that you're talking about. Just hold on a minute. What your criticism is on capitalism, right? It looks for cheap labor. American companies are the ones who are going to China because before there was an ideological fight whereby the United States was fighting the Soviet Union bloc between capitalism and communism, right? At that point, China was locked up, and they themselves welcomed that they were developing themselves internally, trying to secure their borders and stuff like that. They were not projecting power. They're still not projecting power outside their borders.
Exactly.
For now. Yeah, hold on. So, but then a Republican president, Richard Nixon, opened up China, whereby American manufacturing and stuff, that's capitalism. It's always going to do that. If you look at, well, anyway, let's not expand it to that. So that's a different discussion. The United States is losing steam because of the leaders we had before. The US is way ahead of everybody else. Even, for example, in military spending alone, you have to combine China with maybe 9 other successive countries, like number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. 9 of them to match the US, what they accept that they're spending their money.
Now, let me
hold on. Let me just cover the. It's very important. Is it very important what you have to say?
Let me just say what I have to say.
Go ahead.
Look at is it OpenAI and NVIDIA, whatever you call it. You know how much has been invested into the artificial intelligence world, right?
Yes.
They have spent billions. They say, oh, they spent billions doing this. They spent, innovative technology and all of that. But guess what? Chinese people, they did the same thing at a cheaper cost. And it's a threat. And most American people are acknowledging that even the DeepSeek is far more effective than the so-called AI that they spend billions. So what are we talking about here?
Okay, let me tell you.
What I'm trying to say is that they are more effective.
You can interject as much as you want. As far as when you talk, then you stop, then I'll respond to that. Because first we had a lot of good stuff on there before this one that I need to respond. And of course, my turn will come to an end soon. But while I have it, let me say that don't get fooled by Americans as far as American companies and the United States intelligence. In order for us to be enjoying all this AI and all this stuff we're enjoying now, it means they have something else that is far superior to the commercial stuff that we have, of which American technology is still unassailable, right? The Chinese could copy. Who's that?
It's got to be neutrino now.
I'm gonna go there, but because of you, I'm trying to avoid saying it. But hold on, there are a lot of things. America, it's like the Japanese, right? Let me give you an example.
The Americans are losing steam. Are you aware that in China they did a nuclear fusion sun? They created an artificial sun that in this thing. Has America done that?
Impressive.
America not done that.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to me. The Japanese used to say that, like in World War II, prior to World War II, they would have their kamikaze warriors come and bomb Hawaii and do all kinds of stuff. But what they didn't know is that the universities in America had something that's called an atomic bomb. They had no idea. So in order to end that war quickly, then they deployed just a couple. Of those bombs. Let me hold on now.
Einstein. No. We are telling the story halfway. Einstein and other Europeans,
I know, but listen
they were recruited from their home country and they went to there and they built that atomic war.
Okay, but listen.
Albert Einstein
Americans.
Albert Einstein did not build it.
Yeah. Sorry, Oppenheimer.
Oppenheimer.
The aircraft is called.
but they all
Hold
work
on.
together. They do what they call the Manhattan Project.
Okay, then I have to invoke the moderator now, because
Right,
as much as I'm
Jefferson.
enjoying the
Absolutely.
give and take, it's important that we land it. You've made a lot of good points.
That's a fair point. Let me just add something to the link you sent. That link you sent about Putin talking about potential rare earth minerals in Russia that they could offer to the West. You see, that tone that Putin takes every time reminds me of when Russia wanted to join NATO. That obviously the UK and America pushed against it. This is the tone that started making me suspect that something else is behind this. But please carry on.
Thank you very much. We just have to first agree on one thing. Strategically, China is a more bigger challenge for the United States than China, which is what you're saying implicitly. They built a sun, artificial sun. They've gone to the other side of the moon, and they're doing all kinds of stuff. But let's not kid ourselves, right? The United States, it's far ahead technologically and otherwise. I'm talking about even the commercial. There's no competition between the two. But I don't want United States stamping any other countries down. We should try to figure a way to move to the next realm, right? That goes for Russia as well. You see Russia making some gestures because NATO was built to fight the Soviet bloc. What was their acronym before?
USSR.
USSR.
Yeah, but they had a
military alliance was Warsaw Pact.
Exactly.
Warsaw Pact was developed as a response to NATO expansion.
Right. So, but that's been gone now, right? So, if Russia changes their colors here and there, because California alone has bigger GDP than Russia, just one state here. New York has bigger GDP than Russia, but they're a communist country, but they're like hybrid now, just like China. All these people are surrendering and say, look, capitalism is the best way, at least a hybrid of it, right? Because they're a communist country. So now, even Europe, which is even a more formidable source. I don't know where you are. I don't know where the hell you are, Jefferson. If you are in the European Union, you're in the US.
Yes.
So you're in your US is your country. You're an
it's
American.
not about that. No. You have to be objective for once.
That's what we're gonna do.
We have to be objective.
Let me land then by saying this. So it goes around and come back to me. What you have to understand is that the United States is far, but it's not even a competition. Just like if China does what Russia is doing and go and mess with US, Taiwan alone can hold them down, right? Because look at the way they were melting those tanks that they used to invade Russia. There's a lot of things they have. Just a little bit of what they gave to Ukraine. Ukraine actually feels that it can win the war against Soviet Union. This is before NATO can put boots on the ground, or the United States. A whole Russia, a mighty war machine with North Korea. They're no match for the United States. They could melt all those things without even, they could sit here somewhere in Virginia, push a button, and disarm all those nuclear weapons they have. Because I believe now, this is not, I don't work for the United States, right? So I don't have official intelligence, but I'm a smart guy. I'm smarter than intelligence. I have a feeling with the hubris the United States is operating, they have taped neutrinos, which is everywhere. You have millions of neutrinos going through your body right now, right? It's not detectable. It doesn't really matter. But I believe they have that technology. And with that, they can do anything. And that's why Trump is talking the way he talks. So all I have to tell you is that when Forefathers was here elucidating the position of the United States with this guy that came there, Zelensky, right? And he didn't come in a statesman-like manner for a dialogue, for consultations. He's at the Oval Office, right? He came in there with hubris, passive aggressiveness, like I said earlier in the session one.
I wanted to just reply to what you just said now.
Okay, go ahead.
To be fair to Zelensky, actually, that was, like I said, it's part of what I said earlier, that Zelensky was expecting something more before he could sign that rare earth agreement. What he was expecting was that he thought immediately there will be security guarantees, which Trump at that moment was not ready to fulfill. And that actually was a bad drop for him. And he was like, what am I here for? You're not offering me anything. My country is devastated. We're in a war. I want to come and explore my resources.
That's true. They had that discussion, but you could tell it's an ongoing thing they discussed before. So Trump was saying to him, look, what am I going to be guaranteeing? Let's first have peace before we do the guarantees, right? So he came out there in the open and then made it use passive aggressiveness, in my opinion, right? He was petulant.
Mr. Pansat, how do you first have peace if you can't guarantee that there will be peace? How does that work out?
That's the point, though. See, this is something that negotiation is not done in the open glare with press people and troublemakers.
Yeah, but
spies, right?
Zelensky cannot just be. I mean, they've had this discussion for at least a week.
Exactly.
My understanding is that he was going to come here and they will be giving some guarantees. Those negotiations should have been had in the back room. But you can't just expect Zelensky to just come here and sign the paper and then be waiting for guarantee later.
That's not only that, that's also there, but there's some kind of guarantee he divulged right there, which was that he's saying we're going to invest in Ukraine, and that by us coming in, then we're not doing it because we like you or we don't like you. We're doing it, we're gonna be guaranteeing you something because we're in there for some stuff. You're gonna sign this deal. When you sign this deal, that brings us in.
Mr. Pansat, you see, America or whoever, I mean, everybody knew this, that Ukraine is going to have it to be rebuilt, and it's going to be rebuilt by European and American countries. I mean, this is something that everybody knew 2 years ago at a minimum. But the issue is this. That's not those American companies and what have you coming to Ukraine. That's probably going to be over a year from now. The question is, what do you guarantee me right now?
I know that forefathers played the tape already, but you didn't let him get to the point where he now, this is not me adding to what they said. He says the United States, not the American companies, for those rare earth materials, the US is going to invest in that. And then that will give the open door to have an American interest involved. Just hold on 1 minute. So that deal is what he came to sign so that he could then be back for where they're going to prepare this stuff, and all of them are going to be on the table to talk about the other stuff. Trying to say who's going to rebuild when somebody loses a war or they're the aggressor, you find them guilty, then you make them pay. Right? Those kind of nonsense is what it's talking about. Or say, hey, look, we signed something before with Obama and Russia broke the deal. Those things are what you do in the back end. That wasn't his mission. His mission here was to come and sign the deal.
No, sir. There's no way he's going to just come and sign. That's not how this works.
And Pansat, let me add that the way these things work in diplomacy is if Zelensky had not already acquiesced to some kind of agreement, especially with the Secretary of State, Rubio, he would have not been welcome to the White House. So he definitely agreed to something. He definitely agreed to come into signing those papers or whatever agreement they had. But then he reneged. And this is why if you watch the tape, if you watch the wide camera angle of the whole scene in the Oval Office, you will see Rubio pouncing like a little child because he knew he was going to get a hide-in from Trump and maybe Vance. Because why did you bring him here if there was no agreement on the table already? You are ineffective in your job. So
I listened to both. I also listened to Rubio, right?
Right.
One thing you have to understand, and this is important. Trump exposed what's happening on the ground. He says to him, "You're not in a great position to make any demands. He's not winning the war. Now I could see if somebody who comes from military-industrial complex, some kind of general. This guy was a comedian, right? An entertainer, but he's done very well.
And a lawyer. And a lawyer.
Okay, I didn't even know that. And then plus
yes,
he's a lawyer.
He's a lawyer.
That's not a good thing, right? In this case, that's not a virtue, right? But the point I'm making is that Trump is telling him, you're not winning. You have millions of people killed on both sides. But he gave him credit. He says, look, but your soldiers have valor. They've been brave and they fought very well.
Exactly. Trump knew how. See, Trump was a kind of going off on him, but he still knew how to put the term correctly, that the soldiers of Ukraine fought bravely. I've never seen Trump speak off the cuff so precisely before.
It's just business. You don't go negotiate.
But he didn't make one mistake. Unbelievable. I've never seen that before.
You don't go negotiate to a negotiating table if you don't have leverage. Then you try to dictate the terms.
I've never seen Trump make a mistake. Now, Trump.
No, Trump what happened in that Oval Office is what we have always known Trump to be.
Right.
I think Trump revealed another layer of himself.
No. You see, this is how he does business. He's always cheating people. He's always cheating people. He's always cheating people. This is his MO.
Let me disagree with you. Here's what I'm saying. I will land in a minute, exactly a minute, and I'll pass it over so that I wait for my turn again. Let me say this to you. You have to listen. When Trump came down from the escalator, I don't know if you're Christian. I'm a Christian, right? In the Bible, you had Saul, who was a persecutor, right, of Christians. He was an effective killing machine.
Mr. Passat, you're a Christian, huh?
I'm a Christian. I believe in the Lord, right? I'm not perfect. I didn't say I'm not a sinner. The beauty about being a Christian is that your sins are forgiven.
How many times?
You have to. You can't even count it. All you have to do is ask. The Lord already paid for our sins. But here's what I'm saying: when Saul was out there killing people, doing all kinds of stuff, an effective killer of Christians. But then he was converted and changed his name to Paul. Now he's judged from that day. You don't go. He wrote a lot of the epistles that we read. He's a great Christian, right? Did a phenomenal job as a Christian. So it's not every time you want to talk about Paul. You say, hey, remember when Paul used to kill people? When Trump came down the escalator in 2016, and he said, I used to be on that side. I was more corrupt than all these people. I used to give to the Clintons. I used to give to the Bushes, right? And they made the taxes to where there are laws they made so that my competition didn't pay taxes. So I was very, very good at it. I didn't pay any taxes because I'm better than they are. But now I'm going to work for the American people. So you have to judge him from that day as a Christian. You have to forgive him. He's confessed. And then he started doing the work.
That would be if Trump was a Christian. Trump is not a Christian.
Yeah, but you see, those who are in the Bible, they will tell you. There's somebody who's doing that kind of stuff with the Lord, Jesus Christ. He says, those who are not against you, they're for you. Do you understand? You don't know, like me, here's why I know I'm going to make it to heaven. You know why? I don't concern myself with the administration of the Lord's work, right? It's none of my business. All I care about is the truth. Now, I've been watching to see if I catch Trump lying, right? Guess what they do now? Trump could come out and say, you know what? I know more than the generals, believe me. I know more than the generals. And they say, okay, that's a lie. Now, hold on.
Trump is a
let me land. I said about a minute. I don't even think I've gone half of that.
Long.
So he when Trump says something like that, it's just a matter of speaking. Then CNN will be somewhere saying he's told 1,000 lies because he says what? I'm better than the generals. Believe me, I know more than they do. Okay, well, to me, that's not a lie. That's just the way the man talks, right? A lie. Trump cannot not tell the truth. He's got himself set up just like Peter Obi in Nigeria, right? If he lies and we really catch him lying, then he'll be in trouble. He's got himself set up to where he cannot lie.
Actually, he lied on so many things.
That's what I'm saying. It depends what you're counting as a lie. I just told you what I don't count.
But yeah, he said
if he comes out and
something.
say and
Very
says
recently he lied. He said
about
I
what?
want peace in Ukraine. But he also said, listen, he also said that Obama sends ships to Ukraine. He sends javelin.
He said in front of Zelensky.
Yes,
and had him nod and say it's true.
Yes, he said it exactly.
He said that's what I'm saying, and he's been saying it.
At the same time, he
what
said
I'm saying,
Biden had been sending javelin before Trump came in. So I don't even understand. You see, this guy is a congenital liar. No, this guy is a congenital liar.
Okay, tell me, and I'll yield with this. I wouldn't talk, but unless you don't give any, right? If you don't give any, I'll yield. But if you're gonna give me, tell me the worst lie Trump ever told, the very worst one.
I don't even know where to begin.
No,
the guy lies so much. You know, the guy lies so much. It's like charging.
Trump is the biggest public lying figure. That's like I don't know any other public figure that lies as much as Trump.
If I ask what's the worst one, nobody. Okay, it's like when Obama was saying,
like he says crazy stuff all the time.
That he built a great economy. When you ask the Democrats, tell me
his economy was no better than Biden. Nor was it
tell
more
me the best
better.
thing Obama did. The very best thing Obama did to make his economy good. The very best thing, nothing better than that.
The very best thing that he did was when he came in, we were losing 900. I think it was about 940,000 jobs. That January. The previous 2 or 3 months, we had lost over 800,000. So I'm not saying that the president.
What did he do?
Hold on. I'm not saying that the president, just by sheer luck, changes any economy. But he assembled the people. They did what they did. Some people might disagree and say instead of bailing out the banks, you should have bailed out the homeowners. But that's left for debate. But the reality is, we went from when Obama came in, losing 900,000 jobs, to having created, I don't know, whatever the number of jobs. So over an 8-year period. It's not just because it's Obama. I don't care whether it's black, purple. It doesn't matter to me.
I will take you up on the next go around, but you didn't answer. What's the worst lie Trump ever told? Could you just answer that and pass it over?
I can't. I mean, the guy.
There's so many that you can't remember one.
It's confusing my brain.
Okay,
if the guy says good morning can do, I have to go and look outside.
Okay, forefathers, I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we have come to the end of the show today. It's been long going, 5 hours at least. Gentlemen, I enjoyed the conversation. I'm surprised how many people were against Trump, actually. I expected that most will be like, Zelensky had it coming for going to a war that could have reached humanity as a whole. But it's all right. Everybody has their own opinion on this. Obviously, we have the illustrious can do the most.
You should give everybody 2 minutes to
the strongest libertarian.
I don't need one since I just spoke.
We can always take it to the backstage if anybody's interested. I mean,
we know
for
how
those who are still up.
All right, take it to the backstage.
It's going to be 1 hour. Jefferson, thank you for joining us. Jefferson came hot and was literally attacking the NS as if NS killed his goat or something. He was just going after NS. And thank you for joining us, Jide. And you know what? There are a lot of things Jide knows about that I'm not exactly, I don't know, I have to say. Some of those pacts that were signed by the victors of the war, the details of the pact that I don't know about those things. I really wish you guys spoke about it a bit more.
I mean, why are you closing the show? Jefferson and I have a debate going anyway.
I
can talk more about it.
Why are you closing the show?
No, because we've gone on long and there's another show coming up again later on. So we are going to. Yeah. There's another show. I think if I get a chance, I'll be doing the Philosophy Sunday where we'll have more relaxed conversation about more relaxed topic instead of shouting at each other constantly. As if we are going to change anything. Trump is here doing those things. Zelensky managing his own business, but it's all right. And half of Turkey is not in Europe. Thank you for joining us today. And I saw you got triggered by the comment Kandu make, and I don't blame you. When he said he would have passed that bill himself, that was an insensitive thing for him to say. Kandu, repent. You see how Pansat is very sure he's going to go
No,
to heaven.
me and what's his name? Me and him were not that it's important, but most times we're on the same ideological path. But it's not even about that. But I was here during the crime bill. I know what Black American leaders were saying.
Let's leave
Yeah,
it at that before
yeah.
you get him crossed. The more you use that term, crime bill, his pressure is rising. Don't say that word. All right.
No, me and him are cool. Me and him are cool.
Let me thank the
You
people
know.
in the chat. Oriaku Tokbe, thank you. I see you there. Tokbe O. Udo Olisa Franklin. I see you there. Hez 969. Bami, I see you there. Bami, thank you for coming in. User found, thank you for coming in too. Pansat is also there. Adesina John, Daniel Tab. Overworked Pitome. I'm sure I'm missing something there. Overworked Pitome. Daniel Tab, I see you there too. Okay, I've said that before. Oscar Blackbone. Alluring AI. Has she been on this platform before? She sounds familiar. Alluring AI, thank you for joining us. Rasmoa, I see you there. Thank you for joining us too, Rasmoa. Who else is there? Tracy Jacobin, Fumio, David ID. Thank you all for joining us. And you guys should be remembering to be donating now. All these people that are coming here, soon we have to be putting money aside for them. They have to come here, talk about issues that affect all of us. And you never know. Some of them, their relationships will be suffering. Their jobs will be suffering because they come here to talk about your life and what is going to make our lives better. Donate so that we can be able to help them. Some of the things I will do when my channel is become monetized now. I'll start taking money. So what I'm going to do is, since I don't take money anyway, I will just be leaving me money there and accruing it until we use it to do something cool. But we'll see how that goes. There is who else
It
is
shows
there?
that you really work for DSS. Somehow you're making a lot of money.
It's attitude there. You see, when I try to do good, I know it's not good. If I eat all the money,
Forefathers is a businessman / investor. Don't let them fool you.
Exactly. They all know what are you going to do that you are going to be satisfied. People are going to be satisfied. You want to donate the money, you are DSS. And if you eat all the money, you are using people to make money.
Before I go, let me just
never
end by
win.
saying, if the old man Oscar Blackbone, if you act right, I will unblock you, and you can start crying in the background every time, because I don't know. Yeah, you need to stop crying, man.
Guy Walele is there. Ojo is
That's
there.
another one that cries all the time because I block them.
So thank you all for coming
They
in,
wanna lick
and
my toe so bad.
the next time again, hope to see you all again, and next time, bye.
one day